What's up and welcome to the 9th annual Kinda Funny Game of the Year celebration here on the Kinda Funny Games cast. Of course, I am Tim Geddes, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you today, Blessing Adeoye Jr.
Good day to you, Tim.
Greg Miller.
The
The season 13 champ of Kinda Feudy, Greg Miller. Yeah, fantasy draft champion, Greg Miller.
Oh, what a time to be
Where's your
alive,
game award? You gonna bust out your game award?
Thank you. Oh, no, I don't need it right now. You know what I mean?
The
right
real-
now.
the
Let's
real
see if you can
award
get a
winner.
New York one, all right?
Man, I'm gonna get it. I'm a journalism.
All the way from Los Angeles, California. It's her birthday. It's Janet Garcia.
Yeah.
Hi, good to be here.
Happy birthday, Janet.
Thanks.
I love the crown.
Appreciate it. Alyssa made it.
Queen shit. Snowbike Mike.
Happy birthday, Janet. I'm
Thank
happy to be
you.
here. Thanks for having me.
And rounding out the group today, the Nitro Rifle, Andy Cortez.
Congratulations, Greg, on all your awards.
You
And
know what?
happy birthday,
Thank
Janet.
you. Thank you, Janet, for having a birthday today. And thank you for, of course, bringing so much honor to the fantasy draft for the first year. You know what I mean? And I will continue it for you. Don't worry.
You've already dishonored everything that this league stood for, but it wasn't much because Blessing is the commissioner who it happened underneath. So
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have let you get Starfield. I didn't have
We'll see
high
how
hopes.
we play it next week on the Games Cast when we do a whole new draft.
And running the show today is Barrett Courtney.
Hello.
Oh, there he is, everybody. Parris Lilly, unfortunately, is sick. He was supposed to be here at this table, but he is at home in San Diego, which is very sad. But the people you see here, Barrett and Parris, are all the people that voted on this year's Kinda Funny Game of the Year. The way that it works is simple. We all sent Barrett our list, our top 10 list of video games from 2023. He took all of the numbers. If you put something at the number 1 spot, it gets 10 points. If you put something at the number 10 spot, it gets 1 point. He added all those numbers up. We do not know the results. He has hidden all of them from us. First off, shout out to Andy and Barrett for working so hard on this dope ass set here, making everything look good. And we're going to have a really, really great show thanks to them. But that also had to have a lot of hidden things of them getting everything ready in the studio. We do not know any entry on this list. We don't know what made it. We don't know the order. We don't know what didn't make it, I think, even more importantly, right? And we're going to end the show a little differently than we have in prior years. Normally, we go through our honorable mentions at the end. Instead, we're going to do that in a different form. We're going to, after we go through our group top 10 individually, we're going to do a quick rundown of our personal top 10 so y'all can understand how we got to the consensus that we did. And that will be our opportunity to give the shout outs to some games that might not have made the overall list, which is going to be a very good time.
Yeah, my entire list.
it's gonna be my
Hey, everybody, look forward to it. I'll see you at the end of the show.
And of course, I'll also have stats and fun facts for y'all at the end of the show as well.
If y'all love what we do, please consider getting the Kinda Funny membership. You can get it on patreon.com/kindafunny or youtube.com/kindafunnygames. It really helps support us. We are a team of 11 people here in San Francisco, an independent team. And if you would like to help us out, we'd really appreciate it so we can keep doing all this cool stuff. You get the shows ad-free. You can watch live as we record them, and you get an exclusive daily Gregway, which is more valuable than ever right now because it's coming from a multi-time champion, all right? Does it
A lot of
feel
people
good,
thought
Greg?
I was washed up with, my South by Southwest, my Johnny Boss Award, my Game Award being so many years ago. But I just keep falling into trophies now.
It's falling in the trophies, everybody. But without further ado, today we're brought to you by BetterHelp, but I'll tell you about that later. I want to get right into it. Let's kick it off with number 10.
These are Kinda Funny's top 10 games of 2023.
That's Fran.
Yes, it is.
Number
Fran
10, Diablo 4.
Greg, really? You
I
want to
feel
kick
like Greg
this
carried.
one off?
I don't think I. Now,
Wait, is there a third game? Already?
now I'm fucking angry. Wait, I was excited Diablo 4 made the cut. I'm mad that Star Wars is this far back in the count. Goddamn, what a year.
Absolutely wild. Greg, let's start talking about Diablo 4. First off,
Sure.
I imagine it's on your list. Is it on anyone else's list?
Come on, up high, over
Come on,
Janet.
Greg.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
talking
played
I
it.
really
It
pushed
just
for
wasn't on
that
my
one,
list.
too.
about. Yeah.
It was fun.
And so since we're doing our top 10 at the end, are we revealing where we
Yeah,
place
you
things
can.
then?
Go for it.
Oh, now I can?
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
look at it
Just
for-
don't say your whole list.
Yeah.
Don't mention other
Well, that
games.
means
You can talk
figure it
about
out,
this one.
Process of elimination. I had it at number 5 on my list. My Game of the Year list this year is probably my most personal list I think ever in terms of this is really what defined the year for me in terms of quality, in terms of time spent, in terms of whatever. Diablo 4 is definitely going to be a game that I will think fondly of when I continue to play it, as I will. New season coming up soon, what up? But also the fact that this is a game that has so much hype and so much promise, and I think delivered on it. I think, the narrative changed really quickly after it came out because so many people dropped off so quick. I think they came out with season 1 too quickly, which made people think the stuff they were still in the middle of doing of the campaign felt worthless and yada, 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 blah, blah. However, taking a step back and looking at it as a whole, it still accomplished what it was, which was trying to be a great little action RPG for you to run through with your friends, kill a bunch of stuff, and be able to come back to any time. If you want to go and be like the hardcore pure Diablo people that I love so much listening to, that's there and you can grind. But, Jen and I still do this as date night. We still go downstairs, watch Ben on a little monitor and just grind Diablo because it is that satisfying and that much fun. In the run up there at the end of the year, I did jump in to run through the most recent season 2, and do stuff there. And it's such a great Portal game. It is that idea that I can sit there and watch Grey's Anatomy and grind a bunch of character stuff over here. Like, I love that about it. The gameplay is solid. The hooks are there. It is that idea as soon as I come back to it after like weeks or a month off, it immediately is like, oh, right, this is what I want to do. And I am going to start grinding. And I do want to try to have this character and get some Paragon points.
Are you surprised it's your number 5?
No. I think it was an honest conversation with myself as I went through the games that defined my 2023 of like, I think my hour count is now 80 after the break, maybe 85 into it, and I'm going to put more into it this year as we continue to go. However, it is that thing of, I think we all have these games. As I play it, I realize it's empty calories. I realize I am just chasing the ding. I am just chasing the next piece of loot, the next piece of
But it
gear.
tastes really good. And
Yeah,
I
it
think,
tastes great.
I think there's a space for that. And one thing, it didn't make my list, but I really loved my time with Diablo 4, and I was really surprised. It was my first time playing Diablo, or even like a game that's kind of scratching that kind of itch. And I think in so many ways, like when I look at the mechanics of it, I'm like, it is kind of, basic, simplistic, but it's so good. It's so well done. It's so fun to do. Like, on paper, I feel like it looks really rote, but when you get your hands on it, it is like so enthralling. And the only reason I didn't continue with it is I was playing with Isaiah and he fell into Baldur's Gate 3, and then he was like, well, if we're gonna do a game together, let's just do Baldur's Gate 3, which we didn't do. So now we just didn't finish Diablo 4. So, and obviously I could go it alone, but you jumped into our game once, you were like 1,000,000 levels and we were like on level 4 or something.
Just hitting
but
everything and killing it.
it's just such a fun time to like crawl through and then kind of change up your strats with different enemy encounters. Like, it is shockingly satisfying.
Yeah,
play.
well, that's a great way to put it.
Mike, it was also on your list. Where was it?
Number 2, Tim.
Number
2 of the year. I loved
Jesus.
Diablo, and all that needs to be said is Diablo is back. And that is a big hill to climb after a decade away. Blizzard absolutely delivered on bringing Diablo back into the mainstream, and it was a ton of fun. I mean, Greg really hit the nail on the coffin with all the gameplay, but on the other side, I mean, come on. Are we talking about incredible cutscenes from the Blizzard team that are rivaled by no one? We're talking about the
Okay,
idea
full stop. I'll jump in right now to argue against that. No, that was one of the disappointing things.
No, because you're going to get to, the in-game ones with my character.
Which is the overwhelming majority of them. They used to all be the blur kind of thing.
Which was a big step in the idea of creating your character, which has never been seen in Diablo before. The character customization, I know you got lost in for hours on end. And the idea
a lot of money on that last
pushing
outfit.
forward into, hey, we're going to put your character at the forefront of this story and not just be a generic barbarian. Awesome idea from Diablo. Yeah, those cutscenes in-game weren't the prettiest, but you can't tell me that opening cutscene and beyond with Lilith and all that was not absolutely jaw-dropping incredible.
4 of them. You know
And that is what Blizzard delivers on. The music was great. The atmosphere was exactly what they wanted to nail with the dark, scary atmosphere compared to what we saw in Diablo 3. The story with Lilith and venturing all around that was perfect. I loved Diablo, and I thought it was a great time.
And you're blessed. You guys have any Diablo thoughts?
There's nothing wrong with empty calories, Greg. That's what Vampire Survivors was for a lot of us last year.
And not at all. I agree. And Janet said it's all empty calories, right? Or whatever. It's like that idea that, I just think in terms of, the question was I surprised? And for the game, I think the most hours I've put into a game this year, my most played game on PlayStation, I'm not surprised it wasn't higher.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was going to be higher for Greg overall. But yeah, now let's get into another thing I thought was going to be a lot higher. Star Wars Jedi Survivor coming in
What the
tied.
shit? Who did this?
That's
number
shocking.
Who did
10.
this?
Andy, I actually want to start with you on this one because I know you just beat it, actually.
Yeah, Star Wars Jedi Survivor was my number 10. It just snuck in over some other games. What I've realized is numbers 7 through 15, very similar to the MCU list for me. Like 7 through 15, 7 through 20 of my games of the year this year. Randomize it, I'd probably be okay with it. I could justify that game being over that or whatever. But it made my number 10. I thought it was an improvement in every way. I'm so glad that they were able to address a lot of the PC issues, running the game on PC.
But you also had to get a really big, beefy PC for that.
Yeah, I also had to talk a lot of shit because Greg was like, it ran well on my PlayStation 5. I was like, I'm sorry, I don't have ancient eyes that see everything blurry. I need good fidelity. I need things to look good, okay? I don't want my game running in 360p at 14 frames per second where Greg Miller goes,
$4,000. Only $4,000! And it'll look great for that week. And
Looks
then they'll give you
fine
a new
to me.
fucking card with an eye or a T.
Get some LASIK, get some eyeball transplants. Jesus Christ. Anyway, the game's awesome. I really enjoyed a lot of the story twists near the end of the game. I think Respawn just upped the ante with every gameplay thing that needed to be addressed. Not even necessarily addressed, just improved in some ways. I thought platforming was so damn fun. I wish there was more of it. And I'm sure if I were to have gone back to do all of the bounty hunts and all that, I would have experienced a bit more of the platforming. It was just a lot of damn fun. And yeah, it was mainly a lot of the story beats near the end that really kind of caught me by surprise. And I was like equally blown away by a lot of the different moments. But yeah, I enjoyed all the customization with the lightsaber, BD1, just a whole lot of fun. I had a great time with Star Wars Jedi Survivor.
Yeah, I really love Jedi Survivor. I had it a lot higher on my list. I don't remember the exact number, but I want to say it was like 4 or 5. And that just is a testament to the quality of games
It was
this year.
number 5 on your list, Timmy.
Number 5, and that makes sense to me. So I think it's really hard to get Star Wars right, especially these days, and especially as somebody that consumes all the Star Wars stuff and has opinions that of a lot of it loving it, a lot of it being like, I really wish they did that differently. Jedi Survivor to me is like pure Star Wars. Like it is all the things you want from Star Wars done in a very Star Wars way. Star Wars and video games go together like peanut butter and jelly, and I feel like Star Wars Jedi Survivor is a shining example of that. And I feel like it really gives you that fantasy fulfillment of being a Jedi, which is what I want to do in Star Wars. And we've done it so many times. So for it to still feel as good as it does and have moments as amazing, I'll never forget Greg coming in and being like, there's a moment in this game that is like an all-timer for me. And I feel like all of us that played it know what he was talking about there.
We should be able to spoil it at this point.
Still, it's just,
Which is interesting because I got to that part and I was like, kind of jarring, and I didn't love that.
Really?
But I liked a lot of the other subsequent moments. Yeah.
It also wasn't my favorite moment of the year, but I thought it was really, really cool, and it was thrilling and very Star Wars, which is, and it felt like Star Wars, which I think is something that is not always hit in a lot of these IP-based games, where it's like, is it a good video game, and is it also good at being the thing it's trying to be? And I think that this is a really good example, not the best example this year, but a really good example of that.
Yeah, I have this as number 7 on my list. I loved it. You know what I mean? I think, again, it's a testament to how big this year was that a game I loved this much is that late on my list or early on my list, depending how you look at it. One of the things about it for me is the fact that I think it's easy to look past it and forget about it to a degree and have it end up at number 10, because I think what you're saying, it did such a good job of being Star Wars, of being a blockbuster motion picture that maybe isn't the most deep thing, right? But it was... I enjoyed that entire ride and look back so fondly on it and still want to one day get back and platinum it and figure everything out. But there was so much to do in it, so much to explore it, the side stuff, the bounty stuff, the way those little things, you know, we talked so much about Spider-Man in the review, the side quests paying off. Some of those side quests in Jedi Ride are like insane the way they end.
Yeah.
And really smart bringing in like Metroidvania aspects into a world that was kind of like open in a sense, right? Like this wasn't just go back to that level or whatever and kind of run around and go open those doors that are now openable because you unlocked this new ability. I loved having that hub world become more and more unlockable as you kept on going. I thought it was just really smart in a lot of its design. I think, you know, the biggest gripe for Jedi Fallen Order was the map, and I think that it improved a little bit here, not by a huge amount or anything, but I just think that they did the 2.0 thing, like what Insomniac did with Spider-Man and what Santa Monica did with Spider-Man. Like they did the next big upgrade that made the game better in a video game sense. Mechanics, abilities, traversal. What are things that they could have fixed in part 1? They definitely nailed it in part 2.
And I think another big thing is it's the little things. The big things, the little things. The writing, the comedy moments. Like I feel like this was one of the first times in a Star Wars video game I felt the comedy of Star Wars, and like without spoiling the moments, like there are little moments in this game that are legitimately funny, or characters that you meet, like Torgal, right? Wait, what's his name?
Turgle.
Yeah, Torgal's the other guy.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah, exactly. Like Turgle, where it's just like you're endearing as hell, you're weird as hell, but it totally fits and makes sense. And once you get to that cantina, I wanted to talk to everybody because I didn't want to miss any of the dialogue that they were going to have, or the character that they were going to have, and like that to me is authentic Star Wars.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts on Jedi Survivor?
Yeah, this was my number 7. I think as a sequel, gameplay and design-wise, I think they like nailed it out of the park. Like y'all were saying, of like the adventures that you can go on were just the most memorable things I think for me for this game. Getting the platinum was like kind of a headache, but also in and of itself was really fun. And going on that journey, getting lost on Kobo, going into a dungeon and being completely like an optional kind of side dungeon and being completely overwhelmed and scared, and then talking to Andy or maybe like you, Tim, afterwards, and like you tackled it way differently, where at the end of that dungeon I had to fight like 3 different mini bosses all at the same time, and like the way someone else handled it, they just took them out one by one and all that stuff. Like that stuff was really cool, and I think it was really impressive as a follow-up design-wise. I think the reason it ended up so far down on my list, personally, I think the story is kind of where I'm left off, kind of in a shruggy type of place for Survivor. I don't think it hit for me as emotionally as the first one did. And I think like a lot of the big moments, I like those moments in and of themselves, but I think like I just did a New Game Plus run of it like last month. And a lot of those moments themselves, I don't feel like are quite earned or built up to super well in the terms of storytelling. I like where those moments lead to possibly a third game and where they could go from here. But I felt like the story for me was a little bit messy and not as like hard hitting. But a lot of good, cool ideas. I love the foils that they have for Cal as a character. I love seeing the whole crew again. Greasy Money, baby, of course. But yeah.
Yesterday, Andy and Bless did the first annual KindaFunny Smileys, our award show for different categories in games. And one of the categories was character of the year, like best character. I want to give a shout out to Marin. I forgot about that. But really, really thought Marin was like my
Marin would have made the list
improved.
because Greg nominated her.
Oh, yeah?
For nothing, Tim.
Could have been. Let's get to our number 9.
Number 9. Hi-Fi Rush.
Let's go!
Hi-Fi Rush is awesome.
Yeah.
I can start off.
Okay, it's just Hi-Fi Rush. I was waiting for a second surprise there. Go for it, Bless.
Yeah, no, Hi-Fi Rush is dope as hell. Like, you know, you want to talk about a game that came through as a surprise, but also a game that, like, came through as a surprise and delivered beyond what I think any of our expectations could have been, seeing that reveal trailer. You know, like, watching that first trailer that we got at the last year's developer_direct, I remember watching and being like, oh, this looks really cool, right? Like a really cool art style. It's a third-person action game, but it's also a rhythm game. Ain't no way that's gonna be as good as it sounds, right? Like watching that trailer, I was like, that sounds way too good to be true. But then getting your hands on the game delivers in ways that like I couldn't have imagined, especially coming from the studio that did games like Evil Within, right? A studio that's known for games like Ghostwire Tokyo, a studio that is like focused in on more of like the spooky side of things, the survival horror side of things. Hi-Fi Rush is so colorful and so vibrant, and I think for me, the moment I was talking about this with Andy the other day, like the moment for me that really cemented this as, oh, y'all like really went hard on like the attention to detail is when I was playing the game. I was in like the second or third level, and I was eating at the same time. And I put my controller down. I look up, and I'm looking at Chai's idle animation, and he's like doing like a little dance where he's like snapping his fingers, and he's doing it to the beat. And in the background, all of like the different like parts of the level that's moving, right? Like all these different mechanical things are moving at the same time to the beat. And just in that still moment, I looked at it and I was like, this could be a screensaver. Like this is such a gorgeous, like meticulous, like really well designed level, and also just a well designed like system of animations, right? That's going on here. They really put a lot of work into it. The characters are really lovable, right? Like that was another thing as I played through this game. I was like, yo, Chai and 808 could be in Smash Brothers, right? Like these are characters that I want to see represent like not only Tango Gameworks, but also represent just the brand of Xbox, or represent like, you know, be iconic characters in video games. They have that sort of recognizability, that has that sort of, you know, standout ability to them. And yeah, like there's not enough good things I can say about this game. I absolutely loved it.
Hi-Fi Rush is one of the reasons I love video games. Like that moment of a surprise and something that can like just take you back to being a little kid. Like this is a game that came out in 2023 that reminds me of that one game you rented that nobody else knows about, and it's the thing that you'll never shut the fuck up about because it's just that damn special and that damn unique and that damn good. Like there's something about Hi-Fi Rush.
Uniracers for me.
It's that type of thing, right? But it's like the fact that it can surprise all of us with the shadow drop and to everything Bleston is saying there, like be as good as it was, introducing so many new ideas. The rhythm combat shouldn't work as well as it does, but it really does throughout the entire adventure. Doesn't overstay its welcome. The boss fights are awesome. I don't think there's as many highs as I wish there was. That's what a sequel's for. Like I feel like Hi-Fi Rush was what it needed to be, and I do hope that we get a lot more of it in the future. Andy?
Not on my top 10.
Oh, so yes,
this is your fault.
The two other people
not
who
mine
had
either.
it on here was myself and Parris.
Mike. I'm shocked.
I had a great time.
How
That was the
dare you?
accessibility options that I was allowed to turn off.
We'll talk about Mike's list later.
because I can't catch
I
a
am
beat.
shocked.
I feel like this is everyone giving their like PR statement on why they didn't like. Look, Hi-Fi Rush.
I
is
thought
an
Mike would've been
incredible
with me on, like,
game
oh, yeah,
that-
My
top
client will
five.
not be talking about this
I
today.
am
Yeah, I really loved Hi-Fi. Hold on, let me pull up my list here. It was my number 6, and I think just to talk about the year overall, right? When this game Shadow dropped and we all played it and we fell in love with it those first couple of weeks, I remember saying for like a good half of the year, like this is a top 3 game. This is a top 3 game for 2023. And then the rest of the year happened, and then I started saying, well, it's a top 5 game. It's a top 5 game. And then the other half of the year happened. I was like, oh, damn, it's down at my number 6 now. Yeah, this is something really special. It just really nails the Saturday morning cartoon complete feel on top of having a really fun action game that is also a rhythm game. Really special characters, really great music. Again, shout out to the use of Invaders Must Die from Prodigy. Like such an awesome sequence. Really great boss fights, like the one that uses Beethoven's Fifth is such a cool like moment this year.
Dude, that cutscene, when I went through that cutscene, I immediately saved it to my Xbox, and I go back and I watch it all the time. Because just as a boss intro, like and this goes back to how good the 2D animation is. Like the cutscene is so cool, the transformation is so cool, the way it goes with the music is so well done. And yeah, like the game just oozes personality. Like, it has personality for days.
I think that might be my favorite moment of the entire. My favorite sequence is the Beethoven fight.
It's incredible.
And the biggest ding I have for it, I played it for like an hour just to like kind of remind myself of like what was special about it. The thing I would like to see in a sequel is just like the platforming to be improved. There's like a weird, because you want to do everything on beat because the entire world's on beat and all that stuff. I felt like there was a weird disconnect with like actual like jumping around and exploring things in between fights and stuff. But besides that, yeah, it's a really special time.
I never jumped far enough in that game. I was always just falling into
A little short every time. A little short.
Had a great time with it, but I think it was like right outside of like my top 15, I believe, like around there. Yeah.
What a year!
Yeah.
All right, let's
it's
get to
ridiculous.
number 8.
Number 8. Armored Core 6. Fires of Rubicon.
Oh, they're gonna be mad. Oh, he's gonna be mad.
Your friends say Fires of Rubicon just feels right. Andy, kick us off with this one.
How the fuck is in this top 3, man?
We fucked up.
I'm like, am I Mike this year? Like, no, like,
Armored Core was such a surprise for me. I was talking with Blessing yesterday on the smileys, and we talked about how confident From Software was to put out an old-ass game that's a decade-old franchise, or many decades-old franchise that they haven't put out a version for since 2013, and they come out with Armored Core, and I don't have a whole lot of confidence in a sequel to Armored Core 5 or whatever. I know what From Software makes, and I know that I love what they make, so that's kind of what I wanted. I wanted a Sekiro 2 or a Bloodborne 2, obviously, and this is their Sekiro team working on Armored Core 6, and it comes out and it's a stunner and it feels incredible to play, and there's so much like mech customization. It's just a dream come true to play. Like between this and building ships in Starfield, it was like, holy shit, what a year for
Andy's thriving.
if you could have told young Andy about this. I mean, 35-year-old Andy loves this shit. So making mechs in Armored Core 6 to go along with a really cool story that once you beat it, you play it again, there are different kind of moments where an NPC might deliver a different line. You're like, holy shit, I thought this was what's happening here. And it was really when Blessing beat the game and it was like, I think I'm gonna give it a 4 out of 5. And then Blessing then came back and said, actually, I didn't really fully beat it. It's a 5 out of 5. And I was like, oh shit, there's even more to this game, right? And I think hype moments with awesome boss fights. And it does it all without ever showing you an NPC. It's just all voices being talked to you, but they are so well voiced, and you can kind of even picture how these NPCs look because of how dramatic they can be. It's so anime in the best of ways. This game just ruled. From Software's art team is still so talented and so like they do so much heavy lifting because they've never ever had. We're doing this game on Unreal Engine 5 with nanite and global illumination. Like, they don't really do that. They just have an incredible art direction team that makes everything look amazing.
Yeah, I think one of the things I really love about this game is a bit to where Andy started there is it's the fact that this is From Software taking a sidestep and going, how do we create another pillar within the games that we develop, right? Like, for years, we've been thriving off of making really good third-person action RPGs, right? We've been making the Souls-like titles, and those have been hits, right? But we don't want to be known solely for doing that. We want to find another avenue to, like, explore and another thing to do. What's going on over here?
Solely.
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it. But yeah, like, I think Armored Core was such a great return to a franchise that's been dormant for a while, right? But also, like, in a way, a great way to make something old feel new again.
Sure.
I think for me, what Armored Core does that's special is what pretty much any incredible action game does, and it puts you in a zone. At least for me, it put me in a zone where I am playing the game and I'm not even thinking about the buttons I'm pressing anymore. Like, I am just in it, right? I have like a rotation of, all right, I am pressing R1, R2, L, like, and I'm dodging this way, that way, and like you are kind of in it in a way that just puts you in, like, you almost feel like you are in the game, right? Like you are driving this mech vehicle. It feels incredible to play. For me, on my list, it was I think it was around number 7. And, that's one to how great of a year for video games this is, right? But also, I think the fact that, like, I beat the game the first time and I was like, I think this might be a 4 out of 5. And then I did a second playthrough. And for context, right? Like, this was right before we got the code for Starfield. And so I'm sitting there like, ooh, man, okay, I'm about to get the Starfield code probably in the next day or two, who knows? And I still made time to play that game again. And even as we got the code for Starfield, I was still like, now I'm going to finish the second playthrough of Armored Core because this is doing some things in the second playthrough that I would
feel some way.
This is making me feel some type of way. And I saw it through, and like the fact that game has the creativity and the things that it does in that second playthrough to build in the ways that it does, and I know it still builds even more in the third playthrough, which I still need to get to. But that really elevated it for me. Like the art design, the weapon design, the different ways in which you can customize the mechs, like all of it is so top notch. And yeah, absolutely love the game.
It was awesome that somebody could make a mech online, upload it to whatever like community server there was with a certain code, and you can type in that code and then just have that build out.
Yeah.
If you're curious about having that one sort of tank build that is like insanely healthy, but maybe doesn't move as fast, but it's going to be better for certain different boss fights. And with every Souls game, like when Barrett would hop into my Elden Ring streams, he'd always be like, believe in the build.
Believe in the build!
Because it's like, I don't want to stray. I'm here for a reason. I got here. I'm gonna take the one to the dance that brought me here. What's that saying? I forget the saying.
Leave
We've
the
been
one
with the one who
you?
brought you here.
We've been fucking up all the sayings today, by the way. It's been a great time. That's
We sure have.
We sure
We've been
hitting the nail in the
Lean
coffin.
further into
well,
it.
Nail in the
Mike said,
coffin.
nail in the coffin was one.
yeah.
That was one of but
How do you think you closed the coffee? Okay, I'm with Mike here.
I was gonna shift blame, and I was like, you know what? I don't care.
not in front of everybody.
I don't care.
But the like the fact that this game was like, if you lose to a boss, you're gonna start right there again. Most likely, like if it's designed that way, there's not gonna be a long run back to the boss. You're gonna be right there, and on the death screen, you can immediately change the build. that gun wasn't working. This laser thing wasn't like the best thing to use. Maybe I want to switch to the Gatling gun. So many different options for customization, and it is so encouraged to mess around with the build and figure out what works in that situation. It rules.
I also want to shout out the moments in the game, because that was one thing when I first picked it up. When I played it at the preview event, I was like, okay, the action seems cool, the gameplay seems fun, but I don't know if it's doing it for me for story, because you're not seeing the characters, you're only hearing them through voice calls. And as we were playing through, right, the final review build, I think the thing that really stood out to me were how many different moments that even right now as I'm sitting here, that I can go back to and be like, yo, that was hype. Like the I won't miss, like how hype was that, right? Or like the big Walker mission, like how hype was that? Or like there's a list of things I can go down of, wow, these were incredible moments that are gonna stick with me from that game. And even recently I was talking to Tim about, sometimes it's hard to recollect, like, what the fuck happened in this video game, right?
Yeah.
Like even video games that we love, I think back to Final Fantasy 16 and so much happened. And like I can recollect maybe key moments, but I'm like, oh man, if you ask me to recap everything that happened in that game, I might struggle a little bit. Whereas Armored Core 6, I think is paced so well and curates its moments so well, where every chapter I'm like, oh yeah, and then this happened, and then you do this, and then you fight this big old worm, and it's crazy. And
It's a very underrated story.
It's a like looking back at it, the story is way better than I think even I gave it credit for at the time.
I feel like Armored Core 6 would make my like top 15 or if not 20, just based on Andy's playthrough on Twitch. Like every time I would pop in, something was happening. I'm like, God damn, this is just the coolest thing ever. I tried, it just beat me.
It gives me that.
It
Gives me like the old school Metal Gear Solid kind of like hype moments where there's just like a cool codec call with an awesome voice actor, and it's so entertaining to watch. And I believe it was number 5 on my list, but it was very high on somebody else's list.
This was my number 2.
Whoa!
Yeah. And so Bless and Andy were like, oh, like it should have been higher. Maybe you should have put it higher on your guys' list.
Facts. Why everyone's like, oh, it should have been higher? It was my number 9.
I think it's in the right place, if I'm being honest. I like it. But
and so yeah, like kind of like last year where Neon White was my number 2, mainly because of gameplay. That's the same story here for Armored Core 6. I think just moment-to-moment gameplay, I think it's the most satisfying game I've played this year. It's really fun. I'm not the biggest From Software guy, but I finally got really into Elden Ring, and Elden Ring was the first FromSoft game that I actually beat last year. And so I didn't really know how to feel about Armored Core. Definitely a different pace and a vibe and all this stuff, but I gave it a shot and just fell in love with it. And like Andy said, we had our bit of believe in the build, and in this game it's like fuck the build, just get experimental with it, have fun with that, and have fun with like how cute you want to make your Armored Core. I know Janet, you had Sailor Mac and all that stuff. Like, I had like a color scheme early on that like I really stuck with, and a lot of the boss fights in that game are just like really fun, and that's one that like I'll keep downloaded on my PS5 just to go back and play it every once in a while. And I'm glad that it was recently, like a month or 2 ago, I finally decided to get through the second and third playthroughs, just because like I wanted to know what else was happening, and the way that they tell story of certain little things changing in like your second playthrough, and then you get to the third playthrough and there's some shit like early on you're like, what are they doing here? And it got me to, I don't think it was Vati Vids, but it was someone else where it was my first time like I need to watch a lore breakdown video for a FromSoft game, and I really fell in love with it. Again, this is coming from the not huge FromSoft guy, but I think this is my favorite FromSoft game. I adore it.
Janet, did this make your list? Okay.
No, I didn't play that much of it. I only got to the part where you can build your mech, and I spent like an hour doing that. And then I was like, I gotta play at least a little bit more to use it. But then I was like, nah. But I do think I like a lot of FromSoft. Like I have the delusion of like maybe one day, but when I decide to go back chaotically in 10 years from now, Sailor Mech will be there waiting for me.
Ready? Amen.
I just want to shout out when we're talking about like voice actors and stuff. Like, the biggest hurdle I think is like how they present the story, which is there's a bunch of codec calls, but the voice acting is really good. I always fuck up his last name. Patrick Seitz, who's the voice actor of Endeavor for My Hero Academia, is Handler Walker in this game, and he just does his best like if Endeavor lived in like the Metal Gear Metal Gear universe, and it's fucking perfection.
621. Oh man, it's the best, dude.
I love it. Let's get to number 7.
Number 7. Final Fantasy 16.
Wow.
Woo! Man, wow.
Tied with Lies of P.
Oh!
Wow.
What are we doing at this company?
You want to start with Liza P. Bless?
You don't want to start with Final Fantasy?
No, I
16?
don't. Let's get there in a second.
Let's start. I mean, yeah, man. Oh man, I love Liza P, dude. I love Liza
yeah.
P. Liza P is one of those ones where I'm like, y'all. Like, I know it gets a
Play
lot
a
of
video game, you know?
like. I know Liza P gets a lot of love. Still underrated. Like, still an underrated video game. If this game had From Software on the box, the way that y'all would prop this thing up, it's so fucking good.
Damn.
It's so fucking good.
on it.
I think the world is fascinating. The world is interesting. The action is fun. Obviously it takes like a lot of inspiration from Soft and Bloodborne and stuff like that. But like, even though it takes so much inspiration and finds so many ways to make itself its own, right? Like, I love what they're doing with, what do they call it? Not the common.
The P organ?
No, what do they call it when like how Mickey Mouse's predecessor?
Public domain.
Oh.
Public
Public
domain.
domain, yeah.
Like when people reach into public domain and they make some bullshit.
Yeah.
They reached into public domain and they're like, yo, we're gonna make some art. Like the fact that they took
Yeah.
Pinocchio and went, let's make a gritty ass Souls-like type game out of this, and it delivers. And I think for me, when we talk about the moments of something like Armored Core, and we talk about the moments of that, we look back in video games and the things that stick out and that you remember. Liza P has so many moments, specifically boss fights, that stick with me. We talked about it yesterday, Andy, of like, trying to pick, all right, what is the best boss fight from Liza P? And everybody having a different answer because all of them shine in their own different ways. Like, that stuff is so fun. The weapon combination system is so cool. I love figuring out how to, or which blade and which handle to mix and match to really fit my build. And then also what was the left arm weapon called? It might have just been called the left arm weapon.
I don't remember.
Yeah, that's the very Sekiro-like, where in Sekiro, your left arm is like this prosthetic arm that you could then make a flamethrower or a grapple hook. In this game,
Legion arm.
Legion arm, yeah.
thank
You
you.
can put a freaking grenade in the ground, or it
Yeah.
could become an electric thing, or a freaking
There's so many
flamethrower.
different options to mix and match and figure out how to create your own build in that game, and it is so satisfying. Like, you want to talk about the RPG and action RPG, and I think a lot of people would look at Liza P and go, "Oh man, what a cool looking action game! Like, this must be a great action game." But you get into the minutia of what you can do to really make, like, what I can do to make my character way different from Andy's, which is way different from Janet's, and really like get in there and like go, "Oh yeah, I'm using the Legion arm that has a grenade launcher, or I'm using the Legion arm that is the grappling hook or whatever," and I've upgraded it so that when I like do my Scorpion get over here, like pull them through and then launch in the air and then come back down on them. Like, I love that kind of stuff so much, and I think Liza P excels so well with that kind of thing. And yeah, like, shout out to that game.
Yeah, it was number 6 on my list. I haven't beaten it yet because I'm scared to go back. That game stresses me the hell out, like, all the time. My heart rate is constantly high while playing this game. It's really good. And I think the thing that stands out for me is I'm always trying these types of games because I'm always trying to like just play what's hot, see how it is, see how it lands. And not many, or not really any, have fully clicked for me. Even like, gosh, was it Demon Souls? Yeah, like I played through that and I beat it, but I don't know. Like, it just kind of was edification for me. It's like, okay, I'm kind of just getting background. It was cool. It had its moments. This has like all the things I've ever enjoyed about a Souls game or a Souls-like game, but made to be much more digestible without losing the core of the difficulty, the loop, the experimentation. I think it's just so smartly tutorialized in a way that I personally like don't get out of if I go to like FromSoft, where it's like, oh, they like patched in the tutorial hole later. It's like, okay, like whatever, oh, did you jump down this hole? No. Why would I jump down this hole?
He said to jump down the hole, dude.
You always have to jump down the
Video games
hole
are
if you want
constantly
the
teaching you
tutorial.
not to jump down the dark.
Jump down
Anyway,
the
right?
hole.
And hey, I'm not here to like lift Liza
20
P.
minutes in, jump down the hole.
Not to, lift
What
Liza P.
could go wrong?
I don't want this to be like a versus conversation because I think they all like have different offerings, right? But for me, I like the way they sort of really slow roll the onboarding, where you don't really get to like that deeper upgrade system until like a good chunk of hours in for me, because I'm like going in circles. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, where are you at? I'm like, I'm still in that first hallway. It's so easily I think too grindable, where like I do favor doing more of a grind, even just from the jump, just to kind of like give myself some more options, a little bit more like buffness to the build that I have. And the checkpointing, I think, is just like everything is like just generous enough to give, I think, a little bit of laxness to that Soulsy experience, where like the checkpointing's like a little easier. The, freaking cauldron where you summon like a AI is like there, and you get enough of the star fragments to like do it, like while, in other titles, you might need to be more conservative with that. And it's the only game of this ilk that I feel like on the whole, I can figure out myself. Like the only thing I asked was like, when I got the game, I'm like, hey, Bless, like, is there like some crazy shit I need to know? Like, I don't want to like break, it's like, oh no, like I would recommend like speccing into this for like, this sort of playthrough, or like speccing into this stat is more for like an expert style or whatever. And I'm like, cool. That's all I that's all I ever really needed. Occasionally I'd get maybe tips on the, the combos of like, for this boss, like this combo might work well. But other than that, like, it's one of the few times where I feel like I've really been able to have that moment that people come to Souls games for, of like being empowered to push yourself to experiment and then to ultimately succeed. And every day I live with the fear that I'll hit that wall that I can't break through, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm not like crazy far into it. I'm a couple of bosses in, but it has such like a compelling loop with like the lore, and I got a cop baton and a donkey head, and then I'm playing the piano.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a good nonsense
It's an Animal Crossing
time.
game.
Yeah, it's a good nonsense time of in Demon Souls, I love the freaking the maiden with the feather eyes, and it's like, here she has like a nice blue coat, and it's like, I don't know, it's got like that flavor, that familiar flavor, while also doing its own thing in its own way, and I think it does it super well, and it's just a blast and a half to play through.
Yeah, I was so impressed that somebody was able to make a From Software game that I think plays better than Demon Souls and even maybe Dark Souls 1 at some points. Because it's like, it's the biggest challenge. You're hopping into a genre that people have such high expectations for, and if you don't get close, then you're going to get shit on. There's a lot of imitators and copycats out there that want to be, this is almost like a Souls game, hop into this game, and it never is ever quite the same. But I thought Round 8 Studios and NeoWiz fucking knocked it out of the park. They found neat ways to iterate on From Software's formula, bringing in the Bloodborne rally system, where if you take a hit and you take a chunk of health down, that health is recoverable. If you go back in for more hits, you can get some health back. Breaking enemies' weapons, if you perfectly parry their stuff enough times, was, I think, the most satisfying mechanic for me this year. Just the way it sounded, the way it felt and looked, it was just a freaking blast. But I thought they killed it. Like, for this being their first Souls-like game, it's unbelievable that they were able to accomplish this, and for us not to be like, yeah, but if From Software did it, it would have had this. Like, I still feel like this game just blew away all my expectations for what it was going to be. We always see trailers for Souls-like games or, things in the Souls genre that they may look nice, and you get it in your hand, and just something's always off, but I think they nailed it. Another thing that kind of helped simplify it, Janet, I thought, was like not having to worry about armor stats. Yeah. You just kind of wear clothes that are all just cosmetic. And you only really have to worry about the core stats that you are leveling up. And swapping all the different weapons, kind of experimenting, like we were talking about with Armored Core earlier. I have this I found this big hammer, and I can take the handle off the hammer because it gives me electric sort of ability or whatever, and it helps me swing faster. And I can couple that with the blade from that one sword that I found and couple that together. And it's this brand new concoction that now has the damage of this, but the speed of that. It's just so experimental and awesome. And everybody should play Lies of P if you've ever maybe thought about playing a Souls game. It's really, really well done.
Andy, SLSU Mud Dogs in the chat was asking, is this a good first Souls-like to jump into?
I think so.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think so. I think Janet kind of nailed it with it not doing the From Software, we are being obtuse because it's mysterious and cool, and we as From Software fans eat that shit up. But like for first-time gamers, it's not the most helpful thing in the world. But I think NeoWiz and Round 8 Studios absolutely nailed it because it's a bit more gamified in a lot of ways.
I think too, like the moment to moment is a lot easier to get through. Like there are obviously like enemies in the environment that might give you a hard time. Like what's that like freaking flame guy?
Oh, pain in the ass. With
like
the
he's like the yes.
Oh, fuck that, dude.
Don't get me started.
There's like,
I die to him more than any other boss.
With the exception of like I spent like 30 minutes like in a room just like training to fight Shovel Man. Like
was that like in like the pipe area?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Like,
we have like the three guys that drop down.
I'm like, if I can kill him, like I could kill anything.
Yeah.
It's
Kill
like,
God.
Like so there are those things, but like other than that, I think moment to moment, it's pretty simple, like to get through. And I think like too, I mean, again, I feel like talk about this game forever. Like the design is just like so satisfyingly done of like the way all the corridors kind of wrap around. Like when you freaking open that door and then it connects to the other side, you're like, oh man,
I love a good checkpoint.
Exactly. Like it all syncs together in a really like fun way. Not to mention all the cute little things like the little riddles and like I don't know.
That's the stuff
it's
I
so
was surprised
playful.
by. Yeah, the extra things that you would find in the game, I was kind of stunned by because when you're trying to make a Soulsborne clone, you have to nail the combat, and if you don't nail that, then nothing matters. That you failed. But it was really cool for me to see all these little extra things where you pick up a note off the ground, and there's a hint about some area, and you're like, oh shit, that's in that one spot. What if I go over there? Oh, there's a door here. Who's in the? Oh, it's an NPC, and like random stuff like that would happen that I was very surprised by. And plus, it comes with an absolute stunner of an end credit sequence that just like, holy shit, no spoilers, but that shit blew me away. And watching other people slowly discover it on Twitter is some of the funniest shit. It is like, oh my God, I cannot wait for whatever they're doing next.
Someone's being coy on this panel right now who had this game on their list. So
I love this game. Yeah, I've been quiet because these guys.
This is number what?
Number 7 for me. So this is right in line with where I feel. I'm always on the hunt for a good challenge, and I love Souls-like games, and this is exactly that. I like that this game really didn't encourage me to dodge roll and run around. It was very much like get in the pocket and parry, and I hate that. But man, oh man, I love coming out victorious. And this was so much fun. I can remember so many boss fights that I would love to play again. You know, we talked about it on the Smileys, or you guys did. The rabbits were my favorite, right? I love taking on 3 enemies at once or trying to figure out what's the best strategy for a certain enemy, and I loved Lies of P. I think it was badass. It was on Game Pass, so it encouraged you just to try it. And so, yeah, this is a game I'll never forget. And like Andy said, a team that isn't FromSoft absolutely delivering a FromSoft experience, I couldn't ask for more. So I look forward to more from this team, and I loved it. I'll never forget this one.
Yeah, we'll get DLC from them. That's I'm assuming coming out this year for Lies of P, and then I don't know what the sequel's going to be, but I got to assume it's what they teased at the
Steamboat
end
Willie.
credit scene. Yeah, sure.
Barrett, did you have this one on your list?
I did not.
Okay.
Timothy.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy VII tied
Oh, yeah.
for
Yeah.
number 7.
Yeah,
16.
yeah.
16.
Sorry, thank
Yeah.
you. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just so excited to see him upset.
Not surprised, not surprised. I feel like this is one of those ones that we knew it was going to be high on a couple of our lists, but not that high or even on a bunch of our lists as well. In 2005, I watched Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, which was the movie, and it was pushing CG to its limits at the time. It was stylish as hell, flashy as hell. You're seeing Cloud and Sephiroth flip around and fight, and I just remember thinking, God, imagine if the game was actually this. In 2023, I got to actually do that, you know? And we had Final Fantasy VII Remake a couple years ago, and like, the vibe is there, and I love that game. Final Fantasy 16, though, it's that pure action that I have been hoping we would finally get one day from a Final Fantasy. And I know that that's me putting myself firmly on a side that a lot of people don't stand on, and that's totally cool. Final Fantasy 16 was a dream game for me. And from the beginning to end, the way that they tried to care more, treat it more like an HBO-style drama, the story actually mattered. The combat was just so satisfying. And then the boss fights, time after time after time, just being like, hey, we're not only not going to have a bad boss fight in this game, every single one is going to wow you in a completely different way that you didn't see coming. And by the time you get to the end, the final 2 hours of the game are just utterly insane. Like, I feel like a lot of games that I love so much have 1, 2, maybe 3 moments that I'm like, holy crap, I will never forget this. I can't believe I'm playing this. Final Fantasy 16, towards the end of that game, that's all that it is. It's like, I felt like I had to stop texting Andy, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, just because I was like, he gets it, I get it. I don't get it. How is this real?
Yeah.
The final fights of that game are just so good, and I missed out on Final Fantasy 14, and people, Michael Hyam and many others have told me for years, like, yo, it's so good, but I just don't got the time. I don't got all that stuff. The team from that game, specifically Soken doing the music, oh my Lord, man. Like the music backing up so many of these moments, accepting the truth. Like, I will never forget Final Fantasy 16. The performances, like, obviously, shout out to Ben Starr, but Sid, man, our boy Sid. Like, Ralph absolutely ate that, and I feel like the entire cast was great. Not a perfect game. Like, I know a lot of the side quests were okay. Some of the side quests were amazing, and I'm not gonna remember the bad ones. I'm gonna remember the amazing times I had with this. It is definitely up there for my favorite Final Fantasy. I do think it's the best Final Fantasy.
Wow.
I said it when the game came out, and now after the first DLC pack is out, and I had a great time with it. Really looking forward to the second. I love Final Fantasy 16.
Oh yeah, yeah. This was number 8 on my list, I believe. I think it's an imperfect game, but it's still an incredible time, right? Like it has so much going for it that really elevates it. I think beyond so many of the experiences that I've had this year. Like, and I think so many of that again comes to the moments. It comes to Titan versus Clive and what that back and forth of two characters is. Like those characters hating each other so much, and that culminating in like some incredible boss fight moments, some incredible cutscenes. But I think it's that. I think it's also how much elevation there is throughout the game of starting off in the first fifth of it, sixth of it, and it being one thing, and then moving on to who's the next villain of the week, and how do we make this even more intense? All right, now who's the next after that? How do we make this more intense? And I keep comparing it to a season of Dragon Ball Z, right? I've heard people compare it also to like Naruto and things like that. And for me, like the Dragon Ball Z comparison is in the idea of the power scaling is so ridiculous and so out of this world that I can't help but to love it. Like I can't help but to go, this is so ridiculous, and they're absolutely nailing how ridiculous this is. And so yeah, when you get to moments where it is, all right, like y'all thought this was crazy, we're taking it crazier, like that stuff really hit for me. But then also I think the game does a really good job of tackling certain topics that for me were like, oh snap, I didn't think you would go there. Like the whole like kind of slavery portion that's going on in the game, and like diving into those themes and actually like taking that stuff seriously and having side quests that look into that stuff in what I'd say is a very thoughtful way, I thought was surprising and really cool. And honestly, back to like the imperfect part of it, I wish they would have done that stuff more. Like I wish they would have leaned more into those aspects and kept that as a solid story thread even throughout the game, because I feel like toward the end it became more about the magic and the fantasy as opposed to like those other themes. I think even still, like for them to do what they did, I thought they handled it pretty well for the most part. And yeah, I think this game is a blast. Also, shout out to Active Time Lore, which is a feature that every big RPG should have. Like the way that it was implemented, the way that it was contextual based on what cutscene you're in or what moment of the game you're in, and you can just know exactly what's going on and what scene you're in. Fantastic.
The amount of times I've thought about going back to Octopath Traveler 2. I'm like, wow, where the hell am I?
Yeah, it's like, what's going on here?
I don't remember the cast anymore.
Yeah, real quick, I want to say this was a very hard game for me to place on my list because I knew it wasn't going to be my number 1, but I was like, I want to put this at my number 2. Like I love this game so much, and I ended up putting it in number 3. I was like, I can't do it. I was like, if I'm being honest, true to my heart, not trying to play games and like
accept the truth.
Yeah, I had to accept the truth. It was my number 3. Andy, it
was my number 2.
Woo!
Wow,
let's go, baby.
I was so surprised by this entry. I played Final Fantasy VII Remake back when it came out. I've never been a big Final Fantasy fan, mainly because they're usually turn-based, and that just was never my jam growing up. So when 7 Remake came out, I think 15 was like the first Final Fantasy I finished. And then 7 Remake came out, and I beat that, but was largely confused by a lot of the story elements. You had to really kind of understand what was happening in the original Final Fantasy VII to be impacted emotionally in the remake. And by the last like 3 or 4 or 5 hours in Final Fantasy VII Remake, I'm just like, I don't know what's happening, but shit looks cool and it's fun to play still. So I had a great time with Remake. But 16 really surprised me with its level, the quality of writing, the quality of dialogue. I think it has some of the best character development and relationship development between whether it's love or friendship or hatred. I think they did such an immaculate job making these characters feel believable and not ever have anything that felt too rushed in any moment. There was never like a whole lot of moments where a payoff happened and I felt like, yeah, but did we really earn that? I always felt like everything was so perfectly paced and timed out. I just loved interacting with these characters. The boss fights were, of course, incredible. And yeah, like by the end of it, I am sobbing because of these story beats that are hitting that are insanely emotional and just really well done with awesome acting and awesome dialogue. This was a surprise for me because as we talked about during like a lot of our previews, Final Fantasy VII and most Final Fantasy games will lean into the more goofy anime type stuff, which is fine when you want goofy anime type stuff, but like in this in this type of world with this presentation, I was like, I want that more mature approach, and I thought they absolutely killed it. There's not like, so for anybody who's ever had reservations, who looks at Final Fantasy games like, I just can't get over that one character. Well, if you do this, then you'll be cool. You know, like that sort of shit, like can kind of turn people off in a lot of moments. And I think Final Fantasy 16 does a great job with being a lot more mature with its themes and how it approaches characters. How it like, I think it's one of the best ever developed like romances that feels just like so perfectly timed out and paced. It was awesome, and yeah, I had a great time with it. And if I could like flip a switch and make magic happen, I was very disappointed in Barrett for not playing this game, and even Snowbike Mike.
I played
it.
You all like no, you all played it. You all played it. You all played it. You all like a lot of anime bullshit. That like I love anime bullshit. This is the most anime bullshit of all the anime bullshit. This is the most hype stuff. Like, oh my god, I cannot even.
Not all anime is for all people, Andy. People keep telling me to go back to Attack on Titan. I know it's just not for me, you know.
But like when a guy's yelling like ah, like you're like that's this cool shit. You know what I mean?
I had fun with it. When I walked away from it, though, I just like there was so much else that came out this year, and it was like always
like
at
me
the
and
back
Sea
of my
Stars.
mind.
Yeah, just like what I wanted to throw out real quick though
Glare from Barrett. I'm sorry.
is like
I'm sorry.
that
It looks frozen.
it's rare that like a game can deliver an all-time moment and legitimately like Accept the Truth is up there. When I'm on my last dying breath, it's up there with fighting Psycho Mantis.
Yeah.
Like
When he's looking
when
around
we're
the room
pressing
at all
F to
his
pay
chibi
respects
figures.
as you're lowered into the ground. and
yes,
Mike's nailing the coffin.
I'll be 51 years old, heart disease, probably too many energy drinks, heart attack. It like Accept the Truth is up there with Psycho Mantis and like a handful of other big gaming moments that you have in your past. You know what I mean? Like this game is so fucking good.
Like, you know, talking about like how this game has like more mature themes, right? Like it doesn't feel like what you can get out of previous Final Fantasies, where it's like the over the top goofy characters like doing all that stuff. Like for me, you know, coming off of the press up to pay respects, the Accept the Truth thing, like near that that moment, there's like another moment where Clive is just emotionally distraught, and like he is like done, like he is like, fuck, I did this thing and I'm fucked up right now. And I want to give a big shout out to the performances. You know, we shouted out Ralph, who played as Sid, and also shout out Ben Starr, the homie, who played as Clive. But like I think throughout the game they do such a good job of going, hey, like of course this is Final Fantasy, of course like it's a JRPG / action RPG, depending on how you want to categorize it. But like, how do we take this, how do we make it gritty, and how do we make it serious, and how do we make it mature and feel mature, right? Not just be like a copy of something that is mature. Like, let's not just like make it Game of Thrones style. Like, let's literally treat our characters seriously and lean into those themes and grapple with real shit and have these characters go through real shit. And they really carried through with that in a way that, again, out of a Final Fantasy,
so surprised.
especially coming off of playing Stranger of Paradise in 2022. Like, I'm like, I know what it looks like when Final Fantasy tries too hard. And, you know, coming off that game, I was like, all right, we'll see with 16. And with 16, they did it. Like, 16, they actually rose up to the occasion.
And we talk a lot about Sid and about Jill and about Clive, but I feel like so much of the cast, like Dion and Gav and like just all the supporting characters, mid, like they're so, when I play a game, there's always that one character like, oh, the homie Torgal or the homie this, whatever.
Yeah.
This game's full of the homie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I feel like there's a lot of people I might not even remember their name, but I'm just like, if I saw a picture of them, I'd be like 5 years from now, I'll be like, oh yeah, like they were awesome in Final Fantasy 16. What a game. Does anyone else have anything else to say?
I
about
like the
16?
game a lot. You know, it broke my routine of not turning on my PlayStation. I enjoyed Final Fantasy with the active combat because I do not like turn-based. And I told Tim that of like, I don't think I'll ever get into this kind of series. And he's like, try this. I loved the music. I love Lady B. I love the Game of Thrones vibe of like, yo, this is what I wanted. Like Andy said, right? I think of, oh yeah, she
Lady
was so
B.
cool.
The music
oh my
is incredible.
God, dude.
I love the idea of Mike getting home and
Unbelievable
being like, looking at checkers to be like, don't turn on the PS5 check.
I'll tell you something where it's just
Wiping
like,
the dust off
yeah,
the
jumping
DualSense.
onto it. The music, the story being more gritty and being like Game of Thrones pulled me in, as opposed, like you said, Andy, right? I look at Final Fantasy, I'm like, none of that clicks with me. This clicked with me where I wanted to continue to play. I liked the active time lore. I enjoyed everything about this experience, and I would definitely want to play more. It's just one of those that got me out of my routine to turn on a PlayStation finally, which is good. That's a big win.
Yeah, you've been playing a lot of things on Xbox, a lot of Redfall.
Another
A lot
big
of
win.
PC gaming now.
Yeah.
Going to
Real
patreon.com/kindafunny or youtube.com/kindafunnygames to get the Kinda Funny membership so you can get the show ad-free. But for everyone else, here's a word from our sponsor. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. Around New Year's, we get obsessed with how to change ourselves instead of just expanding on what we're already doing right. Therapy helps you find your strengths so you can ditch the extreme resolutions and make changes that really stick. You can get out of your negative thought cycles and find some mental and emotional peace, and it can give you the tools you need to find more balance in your life so you can keep supporting others without leaving yourself behind. Some of my best friends use BetterHelp and love how helpful it can be for learning positive coping skills and how to set boundaries. It empowers you to be the best version of yourself. It isn't just for those who've experienced major trauma. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. You just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made by visiting betterhelp.com/kindafunny today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/kindafunny. BetterHelp.com/kindafunny. And we are back. I hear Greg Miller screaming out there, so we're just going to stall for just a second before we reveal
shadow. There
our
he
number
is.
6. He's coming. He's coming in hot.
He's trying to walk really fast with the coffee in his hand.
He's pulling it off.
The slowest Keurig of all time.
So there we go. We got through our number 10, 9, 8, and 7, which included 2 ties so far. So we are showing a lot of love to a lot of video games here today. Let's keep that going with number 6.
Me a tie, I bet.
Number 6. Starfield.
And
Nobody.
Number 6, Starfield. I want to start.
How's that sit with you? Hate me today. Remember that
above
song?
Final Fantasy 16.
Hate me tomorrow. Hello, Chad. How are you?
Above
Good
the
to
best
see
Xbox
ya.
game of the year, Hi-Fi Rush. You know.
Greg Miller,
Hey,
where was this on your list?
after much debate and much clamoring, and as I told you, my most personal list of all time for a kind of funny game of the year, Starfield is my number 1 game. This was
Wow.
my game of the year. Obviously, you've all listened and watched a lot of shows here. You know, I call it straight down the line each and every time. Is Starfield the best game of the year? Of course not. If I was at IGN, this was the old discussions I used to have in the room, right? And I always go back to Walking Dead vs. Journey, I think, where I pushed for Walking Dead so far up the ladder, and when it finally got to facing off against Journey, I said, well, you got to go with Journey. And I'm like, we're talking about the best game of the year. We're talking about what IGN is saying is game of the year, right? And that means you're going to look back at this game and you're going to see like how herky-jerky it was for a Telltale game and how broken it was and when it would eat your save and yada, yada, yada. We can't do that. For these kind of funny lists, what I enjoy is it's us bringing our personal top 10s. And Starfield will forever be the game of 2023 for me. Where when I think back of what I did in 2023 and what games meant to me and what games touched me, it'll be Starfield. Starfield is another game like Gone Home, where you're going to hear me tell the same stories for a decade now of, oh my God, my Becky Lynch character and becoming the Mantis and finally having a purpose. And, you know, above all, for me with this game, it's my favorite Bethesda RPG. With me with this one, it is the idea that this is the first role-playing game I've ever role-played in. Everything else is putting on a costume. I was chasing the high of this, and I went back to Cyberpunk and re-rolled one from the beginning because, you know, Bless talked about how cool his ninja build was and being able to do it. I was like, I'm going to invest in that. I'm going to do all that. And I did, but I still never felt like I was that character. And obviously, you know, I'm not like actually feeling like I'm that character. But like for the Starfield journey to start that game, be like, oof, this is antiquated. This is still Bethesda. I don't know what I'm doing. I guess I'll be the space cop. That's kind of cool. You know what? I'm going to redo my character, just make her Becky Lynch. Okay. And then find Mantis and be like, oh, wait, I have a purpose. Then find Andreja to find, you know, that I had been with companions I didn't like until I found Andreja, then make me really care about her. To then, you know, there's a spoiler cast up that's a one-man thing for me going on and on about an hour about my 5 new game pluses, right? Like, you go through this thing and
It's a great episode.
the narrative I've built in my own head, which is, you know, both on the screen and on the sticks, but also with what I'm doing with it and what I feel, what I want to do in that world and accomplish in that world. It all filters in and fills in these gaps to make this experience more than what I think the game actually is, right? It is a stilted game. It does have a lot of different problems. I can totally see why anybody else, or so many people, are like, this game sucks. Like, I get that. But I also see so many people in the chat earlier on that were yelling at each other about how much they loved it versus people that they didn't. Like, all games are art. You're going to take something different away from them. But when I look at this game and what I did with this game and the fact that right now, I want to go home and play this game. You know what I mean? I'm still waiting to do that perfect golden run with Becky and Andreja, right? Like, I still need to go do that. And I sit there and I literally daydream about that of like, well, I'm going to tell them this. When I start that playthrough, I'm going to tell them this, and then I'm going to do this. And so I go do it. And it's like, that is going to happen. But at this point, like, Bethesda's promised a bunch of different, in-world maps and these little updates. And I'm like, I might as well wait for that to do that next playthrough. But for forever, 2023, when you ask me about, man, what did you play that year that resonated with you? Like, Starfield resonated with me, which is so weird because you all know I'm not the space guy. Like, I've never had the dream of having a spaceship and going, but...
He hates astronauts.
Dude, I saw Buzz Aldrin once. Oh, man, let me tell you, I swerved up on the sidewalk. No, but it is that idea of, like, what is a turnoff for so many people of, like, well, you're fast traveling to the thing, or you don't have to do this, but you could do this. It's like, that worked for me of, like, it was a buffet of... When you go to most buffets, not every dish out there, most dishes are what? A 7 or an 8, but there's a lot of it, right? So it was that idea of like, okay, cool. I don't want to do that. I never wanted to fucking build a base in this game, and I've never built a base in this game, and however many hours I've put into it and stuff like that. Like, that worked for me, whereas I know it's a turnoff for others. But in terms of emotional resonance and what I found in this game, my game of the year was Starfield.
Hell yeah. Mike, what about you?
Starfield was 5 for me, and we shared a very special moment with Starfield, and that's why it is so high on my list. I'm a sucker for Bethesda RPGs. At number 5.
Number 5. Oh,
but like the special moment was, hey, we got to come together and have a 48-hour live stream. And we played that game for 48 hours straight, didn't beat it, played so much content, and there was still so much for me to do, right? And I had a blast getting to role play as, Snowbike Mike and Space Cop Mike. Space Bike Mike running around, and I loved it, right? I went
Space Cop Mike making drugs.
Me and Sarah, we made a lot of drugs together on Neon, and
Sarah
I think I really helped
it.
that community. You know what I mean? They needed that, and I was there to give it to them.
They needed that influx of cash.
Like, the best part is, like, I love all of the Bethesda factions, and I love being a UC Vanguard and fighting off those crazy alien monsters, right? And then going over and being like, am I a space pirate or should I team up with the cops? And I always want to do good, Andy. So what did I do? I betrayed those pirates and I became a cop. And it's like, why would you do that, Mike? I'm just having so much fun.
Doing good.
Like, go against the grain,
You can go left, right, center, it doesn't matter.
You know who could use some help?
And,
The space cops.
yeah, it was truly a special one. And like Greg said, this one resonated with me, and I was really pleased to see the team do something new away from Skyrim and Elder Scrolls and, of course, Fallout, and go to space. It was cool. It was different being able to build a spaceship, go to these different planets. Yeah, there's things that I wish they improved upon. I do wish there was that moment-to-moment giant map where I was traveling by foot and everything kind of happened. But when I went to different planets, I had those moments when I was in space and all of a sudden I had a crazy call from an old lady who was like, yo,
Grandma!
And I'm like, I'm here for you. Like, it's awesome. Or when I just wanted to go into space combat and just shoot down different spaceships, that was incredible. So, yeah, I loved it.
To toss in, again, no spoilers, I know nobody probably cares, but like back to the 5 games of New Game Plus, right? Like, I really do think that for my money, and stick with me because this is going to be another controversial statement, even though I know I'm already getting eaten alive somewhere. Like, it's the best concept of a New Game Plus I've ever played. Where it just made so much. Usually New Game Plus has come around and I'm like, oh, why would I want to do that? Oh, you have all your powers. I don't want to play the exact same thing again, right? The way they twist and turn that, the secrets they left in there for you to go find and discover if you want to, like, that was incredible, I thought. It isn't a reason where I want to keep re-rolling and going back.
And as for the panel here today, this was Parris's number 6.
Oh, nice.
Was not on Andy your blessings list.
No.
Do either you or Janet?
Just outside of it, but if I were to look at a game that I played the most because of the shipbuilder, where it became shipbuilder simulator, like, I was addicted to that, and I had a great time. But it was a contender game. Like, it was one of those that I would have considered had this year not been as strong as it was. But I had a freaking blast doing that pirate sim. I think it would have been a lot more impactful for me had I gotten to the end of that UC Vanguard / sort of pirate plot storyline or whatever, and by the end of it, I feel like they dropped the bag, and I was like so in for the whole ride. And then once I got to the end, I needed to be Paul Walker in Fast and Furious 1. I needed to look at this crew of criminals and be like, I fucking love you guys. Actually, I'm undercover, but like, here's the thing, I fucking love you all. Fuck the cops. But I got to the end of it, and these dudes still treat me like an asshole. It's like, oh, fuck you all. Like, you're supposed to build in sympathy to the storyline to where I go like, hey, man, I thought you all were super shitty and awful at first, but I've grown to love you over these last several missions. Just never felt that near the end of it. I was like, oh, man, that really dropped the bag, and I feel like I would have thought a lot more positively about my full experience had they kind of nailed that one mission, which took over my whole gameplay. Like that side quest or whatever you want to call that kind of just swerved me off the main path and story. And I never even fully beat the game because I watched Greg's video and I didn't want that decision paralysis for me because I know that that shit would keep me up at night. So I was like, I'm just going to keep being a little space pirate.
You have anything to say there, Janet?
I beat the game. It's funny, I've never like talked about it, I guess, on Kind of Funny content because I was on PS I Love You, so we didn't talk about Starfield very
We didn't
much.
acknowledge it. God, I
You
think
know?
all the time how great it would be
Yeah,
to
I
see
mean,
the
I don't have too much to say because I think this is a time to celebrate our list. Like, I did not like Starfield. Yeah, I didn't think it was good. Like, I didn't think it was a good game. I thought it was really like antiquated and stiff and repetitive and probably like the most disappointing experience that I had in the year with how much I think people
The hype, the
expected.
build-up?
Yeah, the hype, but also I think the pedigree of the team, like I've heard for so long of like, this is like where you go, and I try to do like the role playing thing, right? I wanted to be Janthony Bourdain making, bread in space. And it's like, you're really in there, like I just really don't think it's such a shame that I've heard from so many people, Greg especially, who's like the Starfield guy, who's like talking about what makes it special. And I can't bring myself to experience that specialness after 40 hours of just drudgery. And I'm like, I just wish it, I wish it shook out differently, but that kind of just is what it is. I will say though, I ran to your guys' Gamescast for Starfield because like having played it, like I so desperately like wanted to like have those conversations and be in there. And I loved, if people haven't watched that episode, whether they like Starfield or not, I just think it's damn good content because I think you all approached it from a different angle, like you really like dissected it. It was just a really good like meaty conversation. But to that point, I think I maybe more aligned more negatively than Blessing does in a way, but Blessing's takes on there really resonated with me in terms of like the things that I experienced. And like Blessing was the first person that like I texted about the game and was like, is this game not that good? He's like, I'm like, okay, I thought I was like gonna, So it was interesting hearing, I think, the conversations that did come out of Starfield for sure. I think the conversations were better than the game, but I do think it's a title that I've seen a lot of people hate and a lot of people love, and I think it's always interesting when you have a piece that can really like fall in those different spectrums and have like a warranted conversation that's like worth unpacking. That's what I like. That's why I like doing what I do. Like obviously I love playing video games, but I love talking about and analyzing games. And for that, like, I don't give a fuck about who likes what or whatever. Like, I'm here for like the conversation, like the edification, the knowledge, the background, hey, how did you take this experience and what'd you get out of it? But yeah, no, I did not like Starfield, but I beat it because I wanted to see it through and I want to be able to form a full opinion on it. And also, I got COVID during that time as well. So I was like, fuck it.
You had the time. That's all I gotta do.
I'm like,
I got
we're
the
just
time.
going. I'm like, I got nothing else going on. We're just going in on it.
Grading on the COVID curve. I get it.
Yeah.
I
That's
wanna-
how I platinum Horizon. So like, I get a lot done when I like, after I like am sweating for like a full day and I'm out, but like, I'm not fully back yet. It's like, okay, what are we sinking our teeth into? And Starfield is what I decided to spend my time with.
I wanted to say the guy in Sony's back pocket with an Xbox game as his number one. The internet is in shambles right now. They don't know what to think out there, Greg Miller.
I was so
I heard
fucking
Spider-Man
upset today.
was his number 10.
I tweeted out that we're doing Game of the Year today, right? And some guy with an Xbox avatar, of course, tweeted back. It was just like, well, we know it won't be Spider-Man 2 when King of the Sony Ponies had to change their tune. And he clipped some random fucking dude. And I'm like, whoa, you can't have your cake and eat it too. If I'm the Sony Pony, then I'm fucking King of the Sony Ponies, all right? Come on.
I played a lot of Starfield, right, and played it for the review. And one of the things I do want to shout out about it is that it's a new Bethesda IP, right? And I'm somebody who I've loved Bethesda games, right? Like Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 were my jam. I'm such a big Fallout person, and I played Starfield and it didn't resonate with me. But what did resonate with me about the idea of it, and also how it's resonating with other people, is just the fact that you can, as I play through it, I can tell that this is a game that is, whether you want to say Todd Howard or just Bethesda team, right? I could tell that this is a dream game that they wanted to make, right? Like, a lot of my complaints with Starfield have to do with how so many of the mechanics feel like they root back in the mid 2000s. This feels like I'm playing Fallout 3. This feels like I'm playing a Skyrim or Oblivion or Fallout 4. It feels like so many of the systems and mechanics of this game and of Bethesda haven't been modernized through the years. And so I feel like I'm playing a game that's rooted from back in the day. But at the same time, you could tell that this is something that they were like, hey, what makes a Bethesda game, and how do we take the idea of a Bethesda game and take it to space exploration, take it to go like landing on a bunch of different planets, making a settlement, doing all these different things, right? And like you look at the settlement system in Fallout 4, you look at like the quest systems of early Fallout games, you look at the faction systems that you see in different Fallout games or different Bethesda games, and all of it has been recontextualized to this game in a way that even though it wasn't for me, I still look at and I'm like, oh, but if I'm somebody who is coming into this with the idea of, hey, I don't really care about like whether something is like a 10 out of 10 game. I don't really care about playing something that feels like it lives in the future or whatever. I just want to play a space exploration Bethesda game. This is a dream game for that kind of person. And I think it does deliver on that, right? Like in my I guess somewhere between 40 and 70 hours, since my Xbox clock is different from my in-game clock. In my, that amount of time of playing, I've had so many moments where, I am just like chilling in space and I run into somebody and they're like, hey, I'm lost out here. Can you help me out? And I'm like,
I love this
Michael
recap.
Cera.
yeah. Hey man, I gotta get to the set of Barbie. Can you help me out? And I they are creating those Bethesda adventure moments in ways that I know for me go back to Fallout that were so special for me in Fallout, and I know that people out there's a handful of people out there that are having those same kinds of experiences, but it's Starfield, right? And in the way that I identify so much with post-apocalypse, and I love post-apocalypse, and that kind of setting resonates with me, in the way that a fantasy setting for a Skyrim fan or Elder Scrolls fan resonates with them, Starfield is for so many people out there. And from hearing Greg talk about it, from hearing Andy and so many other people talk about it, like, I'm so happy that enough people are like, okay, yeah, like, sure, it may have this problem, but it's what they're trying to do still works for me. And I think that's something to be commended. And so shout out to that.
Shout out to that. Here we are, everyone. The top 5. Let's hit it.
Number 5. Cyberpunk 2077.
Wow. I'm glad it made it.
There we go. Cyberpunk, Phantom Liberty. Who wants to jump off? Well, first off, whose list was this on?
This is on mine.
Mine
It was
as
on
well.
Barrett.
Okay, we got
I did not think
Andy's
this was going to
real.
make the list.
I'm assuming Parris had it pretty high on
yeah.
there
Yes,
as well.
Paris was the fourth person who had it.
Barrett, can you give us the rundown of where it was on everyone's list?
On Bless's list, let's see, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. It was number 5 for Bless. It was number 3 for Andy. It was number 9 for myself, and it was number 4 for Paris.
Awesome. Andy, you want to start this one?
Yeah, just CD Projekt Red showing why they're so talented and why this developer is able to make single-player RPG experiences that tell incredible stories with really well-thought-out NPCs that, for my money, like it feel and look the most real to experience. Like there are several games that obviously not every game has crazy budget to be able to throw into NPC animations, and I totally understand that because there are a lot of like side quests in Final Fantasy 16 where the ones that are more important are a bit more lifelike, and the NPCs that are the side quests that are maybe not so important because they only give you like 3 gil or whatever, 3 cents from the ground. The NPCs are a bit more robotic and more procedural, and there's not as much as like creator love on it. It's a lot of just like kind of pre-made animations. And I think for what it's worth, like Cyberpunk blew me away with so many different NPC interactions, so many different side quests to go along with this awesome 12, 15, 20 hour, depending on how long you spend in this world experience. Espionage, this goes way deeper than you could have ever imagined type shit. I'm all about it. I already loved Cyberpunk initially. The 2.0 upgrades really made me have a lot more fun with it, and I feel like it was a lot more fleshed out. But at the end of the day, it comes down to Somi, which is Songbird, and Solomon Reed delivering some of the best performances, in addition to what I feel is like a much more improved V performance, where I played the male voice of V, and I felt like it was I was a lot more impressed. Not that I was ever like down on the V voice actor, but I feel like this time around, it just felt like maybe they knew what was done better, and maybe not done as well in the prior iteration, or just like Cyberpunk as a whole. And I feel like so many lines that were delivered here were incredible. And the story hitting you with twists and people backstabbing each other with really awesome decision making near the end of it that fucking like had me blown away. And I wish I was able to like to record my reactions to it, because I thought they really knocked it out of the park with what are some decisions that this character can make that, similar to when you watch like when Game of Thrones is like at its peak and you hate that one fucking character for 2 seasons, and you start to learn that character, you're like, maybe I hate the other character actually. And I feel like there are so many decisions here that really make you feel conflicted, and those are my favorite decisions to make in games. I've never loved like this is the super neutral like positive impact one, or like there's always some gray area, and I think that CD Projekt Red and their storytellers do such a great job with never making you quite feel like the decision you're making is the right one, because the decision that you're not making has equally good benefits and a lot of drawbacks as well. I just loved the story that they tell, and I loved the exploration of Dogtown. I feel like I really enjoyed driving around and accepting missions in Dogtown, which is the new area that they added, because I always felt like Night City felt like a city planner built it as opposed to like a game level designer. It never felt like this is like a video game playground for me in the way that like maybe GTA felt back in the day. It feels very and looks very lifelike and accurate to how a city should look and feel, but I don't feel like that lent itself to a whole lot of like those emergent gameplay moments when you're just driving around and you see somebody on the side of the road like, dude, can you give me a ride? I need some help, and they end up like trying to fuck you over. Mm-hmm. It just felt like Night City was always like very cosmetically beautiful, but there wasn't a whole lot there, because you're basically going from this mission to that person's house, mm-hmm. and there's not a whole lot happening in between unless you decide to like fight random gangs or whatever. But Dogtown kind of reminded me, it's a weird callback, but it reminded me of having a lot of fun, like mindless fun with Rage 2.
Sure.
Like just like here's this open area that with having the drops kind of coming in of loot that you could go get if you wanted. Yeah. I just loved all that experience, and of course it's insanely gorgeous and building out your character in new cool ways, having new abilities. I freaking loved my time with Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty.
Yeah, I 100% agree, right? Like this was easily one of the best experiences I had in a video game this year, and it comes down to so many different things. You know, we talk about Dogtown, and I think for me the thing that really cements it is like, you know, every now and then I look back at the notes I took when I first reviewed Cyberpunk 2077, like back toward the end of 2020, and I had like a long Google document with so many bullet points, and I had like a pros and a cons section, and the cons section was so long. It was mostly bugs. It was mostly like, oh man, this game, there's so many things that I'm running into, but also there's gonna be a day 1 patch. I think that's what they say, and so like hopefully those bugs won't be here. But it's a lot of bugs, and so we'll see. It was like a lot of that, and then also those dildos everywhere in this fucking video game at launch. I don't remember this, but like there's a lot of dildos. But like there was a list of bullet points that I had that even went on to, the world of Cyberpunk almost felt like it was trying too hard to have attitude and be edgy, and as much as I wanted to love the world, it felt like it was trying too hard, and it just ended up being cheesy in so many ways, along with the story, me enjoying the story, but also like seeing some places where the story can improve and all this stuff, right? In the pros section, for me, there were still enough things where I'm like, I like this game, and I really wish I could like it more. Like, I really wish that I could like it without caveat, but there's so many caveats that I have to make. Playing through the DLC, playing through Phantom Liberty, and hanging out in Dogtown, it's the first time that I feel like I can love Cyberpunk 2077 without caveat and have to go, wait, but you should, worry about this thing and all these bugs and all this stuff. I think maybe I had one bug in my 20 hours of playing the DLC, and the bug wasn't even anything too serious. Like, I think it was somebody ragdolling or some shit like that. That element was so cleaned up. The story felt way more engaging. The quote unquote attitude of the world felt way more inviting and way less alienating in a way where I wanted to just live in Cyberpunk. Like, I just wanted to drive around that world. It reminded me of playing when I first picked up GTA 5 back in the day, and feeling like I could just drive around, not Liberty City, San Andreas, right? I could just drive around Los Santos and just hang out. Dogtown and the world that they've, have been able to progress to with Cyberpunk 2.0 / Phantom Liberty feels like a world that I just want to hang out in. It kind of makes me want that multiplayer game that I think got canceled at some point. But yeah, like there's that. There's the cool story moments and like visual moments of getting to like the ballroom area and like seeing the concert and like the wings that light up like behind the performer, and like so many different aesthetically, I would say, mind-blowing sequences that really worked for me. And yeah, like I think they just had a lot of fun with the DLC. You talk about 80 talks about like the it goes way deeper type stuff, right? And for me, there's so many things I love about a Mission Impossible movie that are present here in Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. And yeah, I think they just knocked it out of the park. Like Idris Elba killed it. The performance of Songbird was great as well. And yeah, like I loved everything about it.
Barrett?
Yeah, so it was my number 9. I really finally fell in love with this game, and in particular Phantom Liberty. Completely like re-rolled and all that stuff. Played through the first 15 hours just to kind of get re-experienced and reacquainted with the world. This is a game that I've thought about going back to even before the expansion, just because of like Edge Runners that came out on Netflix, which was fucking amazing and made me want to be in that world. And I think Phantom Liberty, as an expansion, actually finally succeeded in doing that in the video game space. It's funny that y'all talk about like if we're talking about like movie kind of comparisons here, if y'all talking about Mission Impossible, the story for Phantom Liberty turned into like a Thelma and Louise situation for me, and my V, and like learning about Songbird, and essentially like the way they tie in kind of like what you're going through and your connection to some of the characters in Phantom Liberty, I thought was really, really well done. And I was ready to, burn the entire city down just to help one person, which to me in my head was such a satisfying arc for V, and then also Johnny still hanging out and all of this stuff, so much to the point where like I rolled credits on Phantom Liberty and I did not you can still play through the main campaign after that. I did not continue because the end of Phantom Liberty was like my ending. I did not need to see what happened after that. It was so strong for me that I didn't want to, I don't know, like weaken what my ending of Phantom Liberty was. The reason it was so low, I think the promise of it upgrading like the RPG systems and like all of the skill sets and all this stuff, I thought it was still very much lacking. When you put me in a game that walks like Deus Ex, talks like Deus Ex, but doesn't actually do the things that I can do in Deus Ex, it's still kind of a letdown. So there was a good chunk, like I think it was 10 hours in, I just had to like, all right, you're playing first person GTA in a cool world. Just let go of what you wanted this to be and just have fun with it. And I was able to still enjoy it past that. So, but yeah, the Phantom Liberty stuff specifically, I was really in love with.
Yes, just some of the best writing ever.
Yeah.
Very, very good writing.
Also, shout out to the combat. Like the combat, I feel like is an underrated aspect of that game. Where this goes to some of the skill tree improvements that they made, but like the gunplay, the like. I forget if they added new weapons for the DLC or because I felt like I was acquiring like a lot more stuff where I'm like, yo, this smart sniper is fucking sick as hell. Actually, no, yeah, there is like I don't want to spoil anything. There is a moment where you get a weapon where I'm like, I'm about to knock people out with this thing. It felt fucking great.
Yeah, I play a lot as the character Ash in Overwatch, and she throws a dynamite at characters, and you could shoot the dynamite in midair to explode it, and then just have like an AoE explosion near a big group of characters, and that was one of like the ability add-ons to one of the skill trees, and it was a fucking dream come true. It was so much fun to do with a group of baddies that you would throw a grenade at, shotgun that shit. I had my extended dash that I would then like dash behind people immediately. The amount of like just brains I was exploding with all my cybernetic stuff. I loved every combat encounter because I would always, if I could do it stealth, I would try as hard as I could to hack into the cameras. I had so much fun with that. It reminds me of like of knocking out the bases in Spider-Man 2, like very, very junk food type gameplay where I just had so much fun. I could do that for hours, like just going into a place and going through the camera systems, hacking that dude, taking that dude out, distracting that person so they go towards the door and bam, I'm right there, like with the silence kill or whatever. I thought they added a lot of different varied ways to go about this world. And yeah, I just loved making somebody cybernetics fuck up to where they would like unleash a poison around them and all their friends, and they were all dealing with this poison now that it was, you know, slowly taking their health out, or making a dude just like off himself. It was amazing. Really, really cool stuff. Yeah, that's one of the
really messed up.
one of the mega upgrades. Yeah, it was
It's
really
not
good.
real. Like,
Jeez.
okay.
Yeah.
Greg, Janet, Mike, any thoughts on this one?
No, didn't play this one.
I played it, reviewed it. I didn't have a lot of the experiences people have with it. The voice acting, of course, stellar. The fact that it's a Mission Impossible, 100% correct. For me, Dogtown was dead. Like I was so, one of the things I talked about in the review and why I 3 out of 5'd it was just being so bored driving from one thing to the next thing and not having the emergent moments of somebody needing help, this happening. I only had, in my playthrough, only one time did they try to take my car and introduce that new out of the car shooting mechanic, which I didn't like, and that just never happened again. I was like, okay. I had a really weird experience that it didn't connect with me the way it did. There's also this whole thing of, I platinum Cyberpunk as 1.0, right? So I had like binged Cyberpunk. And one of my big problems with it by the end of it was that I was fucking God, right? Like I had all the cybernetics and, you know what I mean? It would just take everything out. Nobody was a challenge. And so when we got review code for this, I specifically was like, all right, cool. Let's start a new character. But I did jump right into it because that's what I was looking to do, right? And even with the level 15 bump they gave me, I think it might have been, it's been a while, I still was God. Like, I just wasn't feeling like I needed to think or do. And like, I think one of the things that's telling is, and maybe why it's a or B experience or what you did or whatever, right? Like, I just did what I normally do in those games, which is, all right, let's go into pistols, let's go into machine guns, and did it. When Bless is telling the story and showing the clip of him, I'm like, oh man, that is cool, of like slowing down time, using the katana. Like, that's a rad thing. You know, like I had done a lot of the cybernetic hacking in my original playthrough, so I put that back in there. But again, it was just overload, get in there, kill him, shoot him down. It was like the way I was playing, I guess, was boring. So maybe that influences a little bit of what it was. But it also just, even though it's improved, felt so much like the first time around, which I did appreciate because I did platinum it or whatever. But this one just didn't knock my socks back. Or didn't knock my socks. Damn it! Another one.
There you go.
Didn't blow my
There you
hair
go.
back or knock my socks
fourth
off.
one.
It's enjoyable and I get it. I'm so glad, back to like the Starfield thing Bless was talking about. I love that people love it. That's awesome. I'm glad. But like even going back and restarting the game and going through, like I was enjoying it, but even that I was like, all right.
Yeah. This is one of my biggest misses this year. Of like, I just didn't have time or last year to get to it yet. But you guys are hyping me up on it so much that I hope I eventually do find time. But you know how that.
And not a long experience. Very digestible.
Let's get to our top 4.
Number 4. Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay.
Baldur's Gate 3. Who thinks they have this highest on their list? Janet
Yeah.
Garcia. Where is it on your
It's
list?
my number 1 on my list. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is awesome. Admittedly, I didn't beat it. Go ahead and get mad that a game I didn't beat is my number 1. What it is. It's a really long experience, and I want to actually take my time with it and enjoy it. And,
It's one of those I've seen
dig
enough.
into it.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly,
This
no,
is
it is.
incredible.
And frankly, like, you know, it's funny because you can slice it any way. I don't want to spend too much time talking about the merits of finishing or not finishing, but like, you know, I finished games I didn't like. I've not finished. I've done every combination of everything. I've fucking lived all the lives that Greg flew through in space. But ultimately, like, this game just fucking hits. It is the, you know, like, people that follow the content know that I'm a big, you know, narrative person. I love when I get great narrative from video games, but I will say typically I only get great narrative from a game that is a narrative game, a capital N narrative game, like a visual novel, a walking sim. Baldur's Gate 3, like, one of the things I keep saying about Baldur's Gate 3 is it has better writing in a rat talking about like a shiny thing they saw under a rug than some of y'all have in your entire game. And that is not to shade every other game. That's just more to emphasize how brilliant every single section of this, every moment is just incredibly delectable. I'll have it's like, it feels like what games want to be in that regard, where you talk to like someone who's freaking selling potions and it's like the best conversation I've had in years. And then meanwhile too, like I think there's definitely spots where folks, you know, mileage may vary, right? It's like, oh, the combat, I played on console, oh, it's too many wheels. Personally, I found it to be really not simple to navigate, but I didn't have too much of a hard time doing it on console, despite there being 8 wheels on it. I love the combat, the sort of like turn-based, think it through. You're kind of playing with, again, it's D&D essentially, like in video game form, and like experimenting with the different combinations of what is possible. Like they really did design a lot of their like places where battle takes place to have the environment, as an accessory to that combat, whether it's like, something simple like height, whether it's things that maybe I can create like an explosive over here. My character is Druid, and I forget what the other one is, but I Googled like, how can I talk to animals? I'm like, that's all I care about in this game. And
Eliza Thornberry.
I was like, how to, 100%. I was
And
like,
it pays off so much.
yes, it's so good. I mean, you can do that even if you don't have a character spec to do that. But I have that. I'm a druid. I can transform into creatures. So I just can become like a big ass spider, put down some webs, boom, light that up. Like there's so much cool, fun shit that can happen in this game.
Real quick question. Are you able to transform into a small animal to crawl into holes?
I can
Because a lot of times I see holes and I'm like, how do I get in there?
I don't know because
Such
I
a Souls
haven't.
guy.
I'm never diving into that's the problem with the Elden Ring. I just didn't jump down the hole. I haven't tried to slither into like
Okay.
areas, but like
Everybody in
that's
chat is
saying
saying
yes
yes.
because you can be a cat.
That's cool.
And then you have like you don't have a lot of health, but you're like people can't like hit you as easily, or you can. And there's like so much. There's so much just shit in this game where everything is just so thoughtfully done, down to like you talk to someone that's like of one race and it's like a same race as like another party member, and if they have a conversation there's like unique dialogue there, and it's like real ass dialogue, like it's actually like meaningful shit, not just like, oh, like I too do a games podcast, I can like say this random flavor text, and like everything has meaning, everything has purpose, everything is so thoughtful. Yeah, and it matters in a way that feels like compelling in the moment, because I think when we talk about do your choices matter in video games, a lot of times we end up talking about like, what is that narrative payoff, right? Like, can me and Blessing have like a different end result? Oh, I got the good end and you got the bad, those aspects. And sure, that runs through this game and it runs through a lot of games. And I think it's a valuable conversation to have. But what's more important in story than can we get to these different spots is, do I feel invested? Do I buy into the fact that I care about what I'm saying? Even if it's like at the end of the day, life is strange, you pick do you stay or do you leave? Who'd you kiss or something, right?
Are you going to be strange or not?
Exactly, yeah. And sure, like,
I don't know what the game's about. I've never played.
Is it strange or is it not? But I bring that up as like a quick canned example because it doesn't matter, what we did in the end of that game. It's about like the stuff along the way,
The
which I know is
journey.
cheesy. Yeah,
No, it's
the
not,
friends
but it's
you made along the
true.
way.
It's true. When you're talking about a game
Yes.
that's 300 hours like Baldur's Gate, right? When you're talking about any
Yes.
game, it's about what you did.
Yes, and it's about like feeling like it matters, even if it does. That's the genius of the design. If it can feel like I'm bought into it, it doesn't have to. I don't have to look. I don't have to look under the hood. And 9 times out of 10, you can't even anyway with all the different permutations of things. But like you have that feeling in every single thing you do. Everything's compelling. Everything's interesting. Everything hits. Again, there's criticisms I have. It is a little clunky. It did. I'm not gonna lie. Chat did have to like carry me through really getting a deeper understanding of the combat. But like even down to like the freaking abilities you get. I look at the abilities that you have available in Baldur's Gate 3, and I feel like you ever go to a good ass restaurant and you're like, I know I'm gonna be back here, but like I kind of want to eat everything. Like, what do I get? Like, can we split the plate? That's how I feel looking at those like stats. And I feel like no matter what your style is, you're going to have that feeling because there's so much compelling, interesting shit. So like, yeah, I haven't finished it yet, but like, it's one of those things where it's like, when you know. I mean, we touch games all the time and like, when something hits or when something clicks or all this, that, and the third, like, I'm like, oh yeah, this is just like doing something that I feel like, I don't know. I just remind to say once in a lifetime, but like, not a lot can do it at this level.
It feels like one of a kind.
Yes.
Like I don't think I've ever played a game that's like Baldur's Gate 3. And I'm similar to you where this game for me was my number 2. And
yeah.
I've also not finished it. In fact, like I still have.
This was your number 3, Bless.
Was my? Oh, sorry. You're right. It was my number 3. I just remember what number 2 is.
We got him on the fact check, chat.
Well, you freaked me out for a second. I was like, did I do math wrong?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Adio. Yeah, let me just reference the documents you submitted.
It was one of those things where I kept having to shift it around in my list when I was making it. But you're right. It ended up being my number 3.
Liza blesses my cool.
Liza B. But it's the same thing as Janet, where Janet, you're talking about like creating your own adventure, and like I think back to how Greg would describe playing a game like Life is Strange or playing a game that is choose your own adventure, where it often feels like you are coloring in a coloring book in your own style. And if that's the comparison for something like a Life is Strange or like any other kind of like choose your own adventure game, Baldur's Gate 3 is like a mural that you're coloring in, right? It is this gigantic, oh man, like I am really, for me, I really invested into my character and went, all right, how do I create something that feels truly unique to me? And I can't think of anybody else's playthrough that is probably similar to mine, right? Like I know people are encountering the same quests. I know there are other people that chose the same class, but there are so many choices that you're making moment to moment in the way that you solve different scenarios that feel so advanced, that feel so deep. The biggest compliment I can pay to Baldur's Gate 3 is that it almost feels like the first time I am playing an RPG video game that is actually an RPG.
Yes.
Right? Like there's so many times you play RPG video games, like so many video game RPGs take influence and take cues from tabletop RPGs, right? Because those are the systems that set the stage. All right, cool. Like a lot of developers will tell you about how they play D&D, about how they play a lot of tabletop stuff to try and figure out where they want to go with their systems and their games. And Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't just emulate. Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't go, all right, now let's make a bunch of quests and make 5 classes and make sure people can feel like they're creating their own quests. Like again, nothing wrong with that. I think I've played so many of those games and I love so many of those games. Yeah. Baldur's Gate 3 feels like an actual tabletop RPG. Obviously, it's D&D. Obviously, you're rolling dice and all that stuff, but it's also that deep just in terms of the different ways you can go about like different dialogue chains, different character permutations, and how different characters will interact with each other. And then also like different combat scenarios where I went back and did that Goblin Camp in Act 1 in so many different ways, just trying and failing. You know, I died so many times because I refused to turn the game to easy because I'm stubborn, which is why I'm still very early in the game. But like when I finally figured out with the Goblin Camp what I was gonna do, right? Like I went to a fucking like gigantic tarantula cage, talked to the tarantulas and got them on my side, and then opened up the cage and then set everything on fire, like with the help of the tarantulas. And it felt like such a gratifying thing when I finally solved it after probably.
Tarantulas are good in this game.
Yeah,
I love in this conversation.
Dude, those tarantulas are my homies. Like, rest in peace. Like, God bless their souls. They're gone now.
Yeah.
But like, they helped me in the moment. And that felt like such a satisfying thing because I tried that over and over and over again in so many different creative ways. And I know for a fact, so many of those other ways would have worked if they just happened to work, right?
Yeah.
If I just happened to see them through and they worked, the you know, things turned in my favor. It just happened to be that the tarantulas in the fire were the way to go for me. But there's so many scenarios like that, going to the witch's bog and figuring out like, oh wait, is this shit real? Like, what's going on here? And then the turn that happened there, like running into a guy while I'm hanging out with Asterion, and that guy being like, yeah, I'm looking for this guy named Asterion, and me being like, oh, are you? Right? Like replaying that conversation because I needed to know what are the other ways this conversation goes if I like don't rat out Asterion, or if I do rat out Asterion. It's a game that just feels larger than life in so many ways. And even in I've played 30 hours so far. I want this game to be a game that I'm playing forever. Like I want to continually come back to Baldur's Gate 3 over the course of my lifetime and like just have this one playthrough that I keep coming back to because it feels like such a larger than life adventure that is absolutely working in the ways that it intends to work. And so, yeah, this is an incredible video game.
Yeah, I think it's also just so brave in the way that it really does allow that player freedom where I think so often it's like, well, like we have like the stuff that's really good, and then like, oh, you can dig into some other stuff that's like maybe not as good. You know, like there's so much of that push and pull, or the
Mike
like,
just gave me a smile.
Yeah,
There's maybe a little too much player freedom.
The player freedom is right. We
Hell
chopped
yes.
off Karlach's head.
Oh, God.
I let him stab that one lady in the neck in the camp. I mean, this is some incredible stuff where the main characters of the story that they clearly have built out, they want you to fall in love with and support and bring along with you. I was like, nah, I don't even want you here. And then they were gone. And yeah, I love that.
Mike was like, I don't need any friendly NPCs that I can learn about their story.
I just love that, like, in all other Game of the Year podcasts this year, people are talking about Karlach, how she's the best, she's one of the best characters of the year, and then ours is like, Mike killed her.
Yeah.
But like they're unafraid to let you do that. You know what I mean? It's like you could miss things that like, oh, you're gonna miss this big chunk of a game, and it's like it's fine. We have like there's plenty of other stuff here. Like,
And-
don't worry, there's plenty of food here. Like you don't gotta like pick and choose and worry about like what you're gonna get, what you're not gonna get. Oh well, it's only fun if you play it like this way. Oh well, you didn't play it right, and that's why you didn't have fun. Like so many games have that when you end up like breaking down in conversation about it. But like Baldur's Gate 3, sure, there's some people that just don't click with it because it's like, you know, it is a very specific type of game. But if you get into it, it's like, how can you not like appreciate the fuck out of like what it's doing here?
There's a huge moment that really kind of showed me how different Larian is. Because after playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 and getting those tendencies and just having the curiosity for like game development's sake, and I was in a side quest on Starfield, and there was this dude that was meeting with me, and he was gonna fuck me over. and I shot him, and nothing happened. And I was like, fuck, man. Why can't I kill this dude right here? Because they have it built into where this and this needs to happen. But in that case, I'm like, well, don't even let me pull out a gun then. Like, don't break that illusion, right? And the idea that anybody can be killed or robbed or made a friend or, you know, there are so many different moments like that. And I had said prior on a Gamescast earlier this year that I think the big new thing that Larian is doing here is like this D&D style combat where when you're listening to a D&D podcast and somebody says, well, there's a rope hanging from the ceiling. Can I swing on that rope and jump to the other side? Like, that level of freedom is absolutely here. If there's a rock that looks like it's breakable, you could probably break that and have it land on a bunch of enemies. Explodable barrels. We've seen like so many great memes on the internet from just people being really creative with its gameplay. But like, in terms of RPG stuff, nothing really new here happened with what Larian is doing. There's nothing new that they're doing. They're just doing everything 1,000,000 times % better than everybody else is because of budget and time. And like a lot of those things exist in game development. And it seems like none of that shit existed here because you can happen upon a character that, or a character dialogue tree that 0.004% of people will ever experience because nobody would have thought to go back to that person or nobody went about that mission in that order. There are so many different versions of it that it gives me just anxiety as like game developer nightmare of like, we have to account for these 30 different things that then branch out into 3,000 different, like, I can't even imagine what the dialogue trees look like, but this was just Larian saying like all those RPGs that you know, when you get to the end of it and he talks to that one character and it's like they've never fucking talked to you before, you're like, oh shit, man, like we've been through a lot and this is how you're talking to me. This game takes all that shit into account. Every character feels like they have like a fully formed memory that talks about all the shit you've done and all the shit you've gotten into. This was number 4 on my list. This along with Starfield and probably Tears is what I put the most time into. About like 130 hours in between like the gameplay between me and Mike and Roger and the gameplay just on my own single player playthrough. I'm about halfway into Act 3 and I'm still having a good time trying to figure out a mystery. I'm the type of person that doesn't, with the level of quality that you could likely miss out on, I don't want to miss anything. And it's really making the gameplay a lot longer because I want to talk to every NPC that has something for me to do because everything feels so rewarding. Nothing feels like a bullshit fetch quest for XP, you know?
I loved this game. I had so much fun, and I give the team so much kudos for the idea of even allowing it to be multiplayer, right? I think we learned a valuable lesson of like a game like this, and also for me on Diablo is when you play with friends, a lot of chaos ensues. Maybe it goes a little bit slower than you want it to go, but it is really amazing that 4 of us can jump in, kind of choose our own adventure and go along with each other. That is something truly special I'll never forget. But I had a blast with this. I liked accepting, you know, the absolute and being real evil on it. It was so
hell yeah.
fun. God, it was a great time.
Family game of the year, Baldur's Gate 3.
Shout out to how gorgeous this game is as well.
Yeah.
Like this was the game that I think sort of turned me into a PC gamer, at least for a while there, where I went home and I was like, all right, it's time to install that RTX, what was it, 3090 that I had? I don't even know which one it was.
I guess it didn't turn you into a PC gamer.
It was whatever one Andy gave me.
Blessing had
forever
a
ago.
RTX 3090 when they first came out, just lying around for about a year and a half.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God. I was like, Andy gave it to me and I was like, oh yeah, I'll install this. And I
this was like in the middle of like
pandemic.
GPU crypto, like every GPU is like $5,000.
Yeah, and I was like, all right, cool, I'll install this. And there was never a time where I was like, oh man, I need to install this for whatever PC game that I'm playing. And then yeah, like I started playing Baldur's Gate 3 on the Steam Deck, enjoyed it so much on the Steam Deck that I was like, fuck, dude. And then like I saw somebody showed it to me on PC. It might have been Andy.
Yeah, it was
somebody.
me.
Yeah, somebody showed me how it looked on PC, and I was like,
gateway
fuck.
into
like, damn, I guess I
And he
gotta.
took you out back and showed you what PC gaming looked like.
Yeah,
And Steam Deck Cloud Save is just
It's
incredible.
so good,
Yeah.
right? And so I had to like go home and then finally install the RTX 3090, and then also hit up Kevin and be like, "Yo, can I get like some more?"
Can you come install the RTX?
Well, no, I did it all myself, but I had to ask him for extended storage because like I was like, I just need more space on my computer. And so like for maybe like 3 days, I'll take apart my PC and then like plug something in and go, oh man, I'm not seeing where to like put this thing. So I'll take a picture and then send it to Kevin, and Kevin would be like, oh yeah, you need this adapter, and then I'll come into work and take it back home. And like, I think I need this other thing. And it was just 3 days.
You
of me
really
going
don't want to
back
drop
and
it down to easy. Like, this is crazy. Like, you just have someone do it for
It's
you.
like it's like the dad teaches his kid how to do an oil change. You know what I mean? Like in the future, you'll be able to do this and be like, one day.
Well, now I'm like,
my
now I'm
father
set.
taught me how to do it.
Now I'm set. Like I can't change a tire, but I can change out a
Hell yeah,
graphics
you
card
can.
and
Okay.
extend my storage. And yeah, like that game turned me into a PC gamer, and also like playing that game widescreen, mouse and keyboard. Oh my, one of the best gaming experiences I've had this year.
Barrett, was this on your or Parris's list?
No, it was not. Okay. I played a good chunk of Act 1, really enjoyed it, but again, too many goddamn games.
Too many games.
Speaking of too many games, our final 3, everyone.
3 mini games.
3 mini games. Let's get number 3.
Mini cooks.
Number 3. Alan Wake 2.
Tied with. This is Alan Wake. This is Alan Wake.
Alan Wake, everybody. All right, Alan Wake 2. Who thinks they had this highest on their list? Not Mike.
That is surprising
Mike is
to me.
pissed. Mike is out.
Yeah, Mike's walking out. I will say this was Parris's game of the year.
Wow.
Who thinks they had it
Regular.
second highest then?
I might at 3.
I had 3 as well.
Yeah.
There we go,
Yeah.
Janet. Let us know
This
what you
is
think.
like, man, talk about a wild game, because I'm so mixed on this game. Weirdly, it's very high on my list because I think it's so intriguing and ambitious and interesting. Like, there's no game like it. And at times it plays well. I will say, like, oh man, some of that Alan stuff, I'm like, what? Like,
Just the dodge walk.
yes,
nonstop.
like it is a messy ass game, but I respect what it's doing, the way it's playing with media, and I do like, as far as the gameplay aspects of it, I do really enjoy the sort of its take on survival horror.
Yeah.
And the again, the thing I always mention that I really like about survival horror is kind of that walking sim vibe of it, and the like looking at shit, and it's kind of spooky, and you're in like, you know, in Resident Evil, it's like the bespoke manor, and I'm like, everyone leave me the fuck alone for a second. I want to look at these cabinets, you know? And Alan Wake 2 is that, but like instead of cabinets, it's like a really well thought out, disturbing coffee theme park. You know, it's Coffee World. It's like walking around like the saunas out back, and you're in the woods, and you're at the lake, and then, you know, you're like sort of seeing something, but you don't know what's there, and then they're like, where the fuck that wolf come from? And it has like this really, especially, and that's why like I resonate so heavily with the saga stuff, because I really like the evocativeness, but also the familiarity, kind of the coziness of those sequences. Even just like the fucking dumb gamification of like the upgrade system, where it's like, I found this scrap of paper, and now I have word of stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
Now I have
magazine
25%
stuff.
critical
like,
headshot
I
damage.
actually really love that. Like, I loved going around like as Alan and like finding the fucking words of power and all, when they let me go around as Alan, because like Alan's actually got some problems. But also too, like, just a quick shout out to the gosh, what's it called? The mission, you know, the music section in
We
this.
Sing?
Yeah, We Sing is definitely like moment of the year for me. Like,
100%.
it's just so incredible. And yeah, but this is like an interesting, like, mixed bag game in a lot of ways. But I think it's also kind of what I like about games in general. I think we always have that conversation of like a game that's really good and like we all love, but it's like, you feel like something's kind of like missing. Like, it doesn't have that, you know, that special something that makes it like so beloved for, like, I think a lot of us is how we end up like going back to like talking about games. And I think Alan Wake, granted, sometimes to a fault, it has that edge to it. It has a little bit of that grit. Like, yeah, there are problems, but there's problems because they had the ambition to create their own problems, which I know is going to sound like very kind of odd, but that's just me kind of acknowowledging the ways that, like,
They
as I
made
dig
such
into it,
a weird game.
there's definitely problems, but I think the problems are worth what you get out of it.
100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think Alan Wake 2, for all of its faults, is a masterpiece, right? Like, I think what a great job. I mean, it's like, you look at Remedy and the track record and the lineage they have, right? And you get to this game, and I think it's crazy to have had Control, right? Which was a breakout success for them. Holy shit, if you hadn't been paying attention, now you have to, right? But to get here and be like, oh man, this was the culmination of everything they had been doing to get here, right? The live action of Quantum Break now here flawlessly ingrained into this, right? Where it is, you're going through the Mr. Door sections, right? And they're singing it, there's interviews, you're like, what's going on? Then you're in and it's just like, you're not getting that, you know, uncanny valley thing. It was actually working. It did actually progress it. Stuff overlaid, watching videos inside of it. You know, the story and the narrative, and is it clunky at times and overwritten? Yeah, of course, but that is what Alan Wake is. And I think they do such a great job of Alan being this just hockey writer, right? Just the schlocky writer of just being like, yeah, here's, and like, you know, like you're like, yeah, I'm in, you know, it's like,
Probably should have quit writing, but I need to keep writing because I want to keep writing.
yeah, but if I do this, and I can do this, and I can get scratched, do X, Y, Z.
I like to take that it's a story about like just being way past your prime.
Totally.
I love that
cooked.
take. That this is just like
A washed king.
dude who's just super washed.
But then to have Alex Casey in it, right? And then to have it be like, I was trying to explain it to Jen after night 1 or 2 or whatever, where it's just like, but then you got to understand they're in the talk show and it's Sam Lake as Sam Lake, but as the actor being Alex, you know, of Alex. It's just like the fucking things they toss in there and the winks to the camera and the nods and the coffee. And it's just like, it is such a fucking spectacularly weird game.
Yeah.
I'm so glad it exists. I'm so glad they got to make it. I'm so glad We Sing catches you off guard. And there's a million other things in there. Like, and of course, it's all Spiral and this, that, and the other. And da-da. Like, it is just so magnificent. It's so special.
Yeah, this was my number 4. Like y'all were saying, it's such a weird game. I think it's so special and cool. Like I talked all year about Armored Core 6 being the coolest game this year, but Alan Wake 2 is like, in terms of just vibes, just so impressive. I would say like I feel like I cheated a little bit in my enjoyment because I'm not a Remedyverse head. I'm dropped off of Control very early. I've never played Alan Wake 1. I know maybe of 5 people who ever played Quantum Break or whatever the fuck that game was.
How you doing? It's me.
Yeah, there you go. But I just happened to play through most of this game in front of the show. Ari came to visit us for the week, and she is a huge Remedyverse head. And so as a newcomer, I feel like I cheated a little bit because any like section that had a character that's referencing back to Alan Wake 1, Ari was there to be like, yo, this is why this is important. This is why this person's story is like really sad. And so I was able to like kind of get that context and that enjoyment of like the weird things that they're doing with this universe. When it comes to gameplay, like I heard other people talking about it. I was like, I'm just gonna bump this down to easy.
I also had to do the bump down, which is like,
and I don't give
I
a
fought
shit,
it for a
you
long
know.
time.
Like it's more about the story than it is the survival
Yeah.
horror stuff, and so whatever can make me enjoy that, like I'm just gonna do it. And so I rocked with that for most of the game, and I was happy with it. I was fine with it, and there are so many sequences in this game. Like I really liked We Sing. I think everybody hyped up We Sing so goddamn fucking much.
I agree with that.
That once I got to We Sing, I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. Like
Yeah.
this is neat. It definitely feels like the encounters in that
control
chapter
maze.
are like,
That's what I'm saying.
hey,
yes,
like,
there's
a
no
control
ashtray
maze
maze.
shooter. Yes, thank
yeah.
you. That's so
Like,
good.
hey, we need combat sections, or we're not going to be able to. Epic won't fund this chapter or something. You know? Like,
I don't know.
I don't feel the.
But also, you can die in those sections.
But it is
which
cool. It
is
is
a
very
choice.
cool. But there are other sections like the old person, like the old people's home. Like
Mm-hmm.
that entire chapter is such a weird mind trip. And then anything in the dark place. I love its commentary on just creativity and the bad things creativity can do to yourself and to others and how it affects others. I thought it was really beautiful. It's one of those, it's my number 4, so I don't love it enough to like do the New Game Plus run and like get the true new ending and all that stuff, but I had a real goddamn good time with it. And again, like there was one night that Ari and I stayed up until like 1 in the morning, and I had a third of the game left, and we played through the entire last third of the game. And you know, there's a moment where you can sit down in a theater and watch a short film, and we sat down and watched that entire thing, and it blew Ari's mind because she had already played it, and like tripping her up on like, oh my god, this totally like recontextualizes some things, and me getting to see the ending that night, so special. I love that entire cast. Shout out to I'm blanking on his name, but my boy who sings the
Sam
song.
Lake.
No. The janitor guy,
Ati?
Ati.
Yeah, Ati's
he's one of the
great.
best dudes this year.
Yeah.
Just so fun.
This is a game that I've had such a back and forth sort of like I guess perspective of, just in terms of when I first started this game, I was over the moon, like over the top on it, right? Like I couldn't wait to come into work and talk about it because it captivated me so much. Like I could not stop thinking about this game for like a certain moment in time. And then as I played, you know, I sort of like came down on it, and like even now as I'm past playing it, right, I've like come back up on it in a weird way. Like on my list, it was number 8. And I think a lot of that of why
On your list, it was number 9, Bless.
it was number 9.
Was
Was it
one
really?
down.
Yes.
You're forgetting like one game.
Yeah, I
guess.
think there's
just
like
keeps
one game that
moving
like pushed everything down on my list that I keep her. Yeah, you're right. It was number 9.
Can we really trust this top 10? But I can't remember where
He's
the
making
games
me
are.
doubt it. But yeah, no, this was a game that
It was your number 1, Bless.
Oh, fuck, it was
actually.
my number 1?
You love this game.
well, you guys talk about the imperfections of it, and the imperfections are what kind of bump it all the way down to number 9 for me. Where the gameplay wasn't necessarily my favorite survival horror style gameplay, and then also there are places where the story goes where I'm like, oh man, I wish you did this instead of this. But overall, the weirdness of this game and how wild and different this game is, and like the implementation of the FMV, a lot of the ideas that the use of the dark place, the idea of the writer's room, being able to reframe certain areas to solve a puzzle and also further the narrative. I thought that stuff was super cool. You guys talk about we sing and that being the moment of the game. For me, the moment of the game was room 666, where like you get there, and I'm not gonna say anything specific about it, but I was like, yo, this is fucking sick. Like, I think I might have recorded my like when I got there, like the my microphone when I got to that part, because I think I was like, yo, this
I
is
love
fucking
those
sick
mic
as fuck.
recordings.
Yeah, I should have
Such a
sent that
good
to you.
feature.
It should be just a YouTube channel. Just
Yeah.
you're uploading these clips.
Yeah.
Blessings clips.
Yeah.
But yeah, like for me, this game has so many different weird things that it does, and I think for me, the bounce back moment of it was sitting at the Game Awards and being blocked off by a camera boom and like them doing the dance number and it being like Sam Lake and the cast on stage dancing with all the people, and me literally sitting in the crowd being like, what if this is part of the game? Like, what if this, what if I am in Alan Wake 2 right now? Like, legitimately, because the game does such a good job of breaking the fourth wall and like trying to do different. I think what they're building with the Remedy Connected Universe is genius, right? And so even though not every single part of Alan Wake 2 resonated with me, so many of the concepts and so many of the ideas and so much of what they're going for artistically is resonating with me. Like the fourth wall shit, the FMV shit, the real life stuff, the Sam Lake stuff, all of it is hitting so much in a way that I can't help but to get excited, even though I'm playing it. I'm like, oh man, I wish this felt better. Like I wish navigating the world felt better for me. But like at a certain point, I'm like, that's not even what the game is about anymore. Like they're doing
It's a
such
vibes
weird
game.
shit that I gotta respect the vibe.
Yeah.
You
It's
wanna
up there
see
for the
it all way
vibes for me.
through.
I'm like
Yeah.
off the vibes. It's like really high. But yes, it is messy in a lot of ways. But again, I think it's kind of like what makes it interesting.
One of the things I don't think we touched on either, I mean, I mentioned okay, but again, gorgeous. Like I think the game's beautiful.
Yeah.
The
right?
best looking video game I've ever played.
When I remember watching the demo at SGF of the Saga section in the woods, right, and being like, okay, well, of course, this is running on a PC only the three richest
$7,000.
kings can afford. When it gets to me on PlayStation 5, it won't be like that. And turning out, like, oh my god, they delivered. This game looks amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think Remedy knocks out of the park with production and presentation every time. And coming off of Control, this game I think was like number 15 for me. I think I love the presentation about this game. I would have rather just preferred watching this game or watching a playthrough of it because I didn't have a whole lot of fun playing it. Part of that is like I don't love horror games, but I had a lot of fun with Dead Space. So I enjoy the shooting there. I did drop the shooting here to easy because I wasn't having enough fun to even want to have that challenge. And there are I think there's some really cool story moments, but at the end of it all, like getting me feeling like excited about like that's Sam Lake who's like Max Payne, but he's playing the role of this guy, and it's like, do I only care because these are just like cameos, like in the way that like, oh, that's Captain America's cousin from that one comic, like, do I only care because of these tie-ins? Like I feel like that's kind of what it was, where I'm like, oh shit, that's the lady from Alan Wake 1, or that's so and so from Control or whatever. Like there were a lot of things like that I was like, I think I only care because they're making these connections.
See, I think
it's making me like hype in those moments as opposed to like I care about what this actual character is going through.
I hear you on it and I understand it, right? And it's your own personal takeaway what it is. I loved them not because of that, but because of what they added to it.
Yeah.
Where I think I would have had, it's Captain America's cousin if it was just, oh, hey Jen, the guy who is Alex Casey in the game was on the thing, but he's also the creator. But, you know, it was then back to Blessing's thing of like, it kind of is that even when you're playing Alan Wake, you're in Alan Wake. Because you are sitting there going like, holy shit, that's Sam Lake, who's actually the guy
Like
who
as
wrote
I'm
all
playing
this.
the game, I'm thinking back to when we did KFGD with Alan with
That was-
KFGD with Sam Lake, and I'm thinking back and I was like, what if he was in character? Like, what if he
yeah,
was in character the whole time?
Yeah, you have to go back and watch that
Who
for
was I
extra
talking
clues.
to?
Yeah.
I think the final moments of the whole story really kind of clicked with me though. I didn't necessarily feel like it was rushed. Like I think Greg and Bless felt like it kind of wrapped up really quickly.
Yeah, I thought the ending
I had a
was
great time with the end of it, especially like that post-credit sequence, which I thought was really, really awesome. I loved the mechanic of switching the script that would then change the world in when you're playing as Alan Wake. I thought that shit was just super cool on a technological level. It's similar to switching between Spider-Man and how quick and fast that was. Going to the Mind Place as Saga was also really cool.
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy what the gameplay there was, but just the fact that you could do that and even be interrupted in those moments was really, really damn cool. Yeah,
I want to shout out, double down on the writer's room stuff, Andy. Like, I think that's one of the most satisfying mechanics this year of, like, you change what the scene of the story is going to be, and then you hear the typewriter, and as soon as he changes lines for the typewriter, it clicks into place of them changing what the environment looks like. Like, that shit is so goddamn cool.
And it's not just for storytelling. It is, like, largely a lot of puzzle solving as well. How do I get into that room? Maybe I have to go into this room and change this part of the script. I thought it was just, like, that stuff was really smartly done. And, yeah, just, like, the prettiest game. Every NPC that you'd walk up to just looked the most realistic ever. Like having full facial capture for an NPC that's just kind of sitting in the corner of a room of an old folks' home. All that stuff was just like insanely impressive. And I love that this is just Remedy. I love that they were able to make this game because you know that they wanted to do this for a long time, and they were able to get insanely weird with it. And I do think it's like a more enjoyable piece of art than it is a video game. Because give me Control 2. I want to fly around as Jesse Faden and throw shit and
I agree with that.
And dodge and all that sort of cool stuff, you know?
So here we are. We're about to get to number 2, and this is important because it almost reveals what number 1 is, unless there's a tie. Because here's the thing. There could be a tie at 2. There could be a tie at 1. We don't know. But there are 2 spots. Do we know?
We know.
We know.
Barrett,
You think Mario Wonder?
No, I'm not playing your music.
Let's get to number 2, everybody.
Number 2. Marvel's Spider-Man 2.
That's right.
Let's go.
Suck
we
it,
did
chat.
it. We did it, everybody. We made it. Oh,
Bullshit!
Number
Let's
2.
fucking
It's a
go.
clean number 2.
go.
I specifically didn't report on the goddamn leak for one day so it would be Game of the Year. That was the agreement.
Oh, God. I love Spider-Man 2 so much. This is, again, such a testament to how great the year, the quality of video games themselves was in 2023, because looking at my list, I was like, I know what my number 1 is. But Spider-Man and Final Fantasy 16, both of them, as much as I love Final Fantasy 16, Spider-Man 2 just impressed the hell out of me. Like, I feel like the biggest complaint about the game is that it's just more Spider-Man 1.
Yeah.
And that is not a complaint to me. And I love Spider-Man 1. It is a game that Bless is talking about wanting to play Baldur's Gate 3 for the rest of his life. I'll be able to boot up Insomniac Spider-Man, any version of it, for the rest of my life, just to swing around and have fun.
That or Tony Hawk, too.
I mean, real talk, I put them in very similar categories in the sense that, like, they're just fun
Give
to
Spider-Man
play.
a skateboard.
I mean, well, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Spider-Man was
Hey.
good. But I've always loved Spider-Man. Spider-Man is my favorite superhero, one of my favorite characters, period. And to see the character and the world evolve, to see the introduction of Miles in the early 2010s in the comics, and to see the success that character has had with their own stories, and Insomniac in a lot of ways really defining those moments. I'm so impressed by, and the game's just fun. And the opening Sandman fight, I'm just like, I love that my first time playing that is captured on camera. And I went back and watched our first hour video, and I'm just like, I'm just feeling things, man. Like, I'm just like, this game is like, it's delivering for me what I'm looking for fun. It is
Right off
fun,
the rip,
man.
they just hit you in the face.
It's just so cool. So many great moments, and I feel like Insomniac doesn't get enough credit for the tender character moments. And like, we talk a lot about it, but then I feel like so quickly it just turns into, oh, just Spider-Man. No, man, this is really good Spider-Man. And when Spider-Man is good, I think Spider-Man has the ability to be a lot more than a lot of other superhero characters, mainly because of how well defined the dynamics of these characters are, and the world that they live in, and the dichotomy between superhero life versus personal life, and the families around them, and now with multiple spider people and their families, and how their cultures connect. And it's just grounded and it's real, but it also is fantastical and insane. And there's something about Spider-Man that maybe Batman you could put in there too, but there's something about Spider-Man that there's just that youthful goodness to it at the end of the day that you're looking for and you want to root for. and to be a part of, and you don't want to see the evil take over, and to have the Venom story and all that, like very literally kind of deal with that and how it affects these characters' journeys. I'm just so impressed that we've seen Spider-Man. We've had iconic takes on Spider-Man now 10 times between the cartoons and the comics and the movies and the reboots and everything, video games even. And I think that these are definitive versions in a lot of ways of the Spider-Man
100%.
characters and definitive versions of what fun in a video game can look like. I absolutely love this game.
I do want to
Before we move on, I feel like we should toss it to the person who had it at number 1 on their list.
Me, I love Spider-Man. It's just so much
The
fun to
Xbox
play.
guy, internet is in shambles.
Spider-Man's just so much fun to play. It brings a smile to my face every time I boot it up. I love Pete. I love Miles. I love the story that they told.
Where's
I
the
love
power button on this PS5?
all of it. How do I turn this thing
I
on?
want the dust off
Why is
this thing.
why is the
Hey.
controller shaking so much?
They're both almost the same size. Why do they make them almost the same
it
size?
is an absolute blast to play. I loved all the suits. I loved Venom. I loved Kraven. I had so much fun getting to see villains that I know and love from all the stories. I like seeing this world come to life, and Insomniac has crushed it with this game franchise. And I like what they did with the glide. I had fun swinging and then going into the glide and finding new areas to really just tear through the city on. I think a lot of my gameplay is just me swinging around. And like, that's what we said on Spider-Man 1 and with Miles is like, just the moment to moment is a fun time. And that's what I had so much fun with. And when I think of Spider-Man, I always have a smile on my face. And so that's why it's my number 1.
Yeah, I think the moment to moment is like such an important thing because when I think of Insomniac, right, I think of a video game. And Spider-Man 2 is such a video game in a way where it takes me back to playing Spider-Man 2 on PS2 and like how important that game was for me and how fun that game was for me of just swinging around New York, getting into combat sequences, like, you know, doing this, the stereotypical phrase of this game made me feel like Spider-Man, right?
Yeah.
Spider-Man 2 on PS2 made me feel like Spider-Man. And it was such a pivotal game for me at the age of 8 or 9, like something like that. This is a game that I
Shit. I remember drinking beer playing that.
I remember drinking beer, you know,
That
throwing,
bought legally.
throwing it back.
Remember,
But
like you were actually 7 when you played this?
yeah, fuck, god
Get
damn, I got the
shit
number wrong again.
They didn't even card you. You're 22.
Yeah, but like it's one of those things where for over Christmas break, I went to Houston to hang out with my niece and nephews, and for Christmas like a year ago, I gifted them an Xbox One S, and like we went when I went to their place, we were playing like It Takes Two, and we played FIFA, and I beat them 11-2. And
that's
one of the
good
games,
thank you, you know, he's a 9-year-old.
Incredible.
But one of the things that I was thinking about in that moment is like, damn, I kind of wish we could play Spider-Man. Like I feel like these kids would
That's what
absolutely
Xbox
love.
was missing.
These kids would absolutely. We then went and bought Marvel's Avengers and we played Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But like, I feel like this would be
No, you didn't.
such a incredible. We definitely didn't.
Isn't Spider-Man PlayStation exclusive?
Oh, was
In
it?
Avengers?
Oh fuck, never mind. We played Frizzy Stone Fortnite. We played Fortnite. But I did give them V-Bucks.
We had
for
the
Christmas.
grapple gun.
But no, like that was one of the things that I kept thinking about was like, man, like if I was a kid and I had this version of Spider-Man 2, like how special that would be for the fact that it is a video game game. Like one of the moments, funny enough, that sticks with me the most from playing Spider-Man 2 is going after the trophy that is, hey, get from one side of the city to the
glide,
other side
right.
of the city without like swinging, right? So you have to glide through it. And me having to figure out like, all right, how am I going to do this? It took me back to playing the Spider-Man 2 on PS2 and like swing into a helicopter and having that helicopter fly me to the Statue of Liberty and like, you know, trying to land on the train so I can take the train and all that stuff. The fact that Insomniac is so good at just pure gameplay and making a game and making a playground and like giving you this environment to just have fun, right? I think Spider-Man 2 for PS5 continues that lineage in such a good way, and yeah, like it's special. It was number 15 on my list, right? It didn't actually it didn't make my
Why'd
top
you even
10.
write down that far? You're just fucking wasting time.
Again, it was that thing where numbers like 8 through 15 were so like I can
Okay,
remix
so
these
you
in
were
any
just
way, so I had to like
hopping
figure
around.
out what were the two that are gonna make it.
It was
But
12 for me. I missed out on.
yeah,
top
I missed.
10 for-
So yeah, it wasn't on either list, but like it's one that I still from this year absolutely enjoyed and absolutely love.
It was 2 for me. I think it's a masterclass in video games, right? And what I mean by that, and what we talked about in the review, right, is that I feel there's not a wasted moment. Yeah, I know a lot of people's knock on it is, oh, you can platinum it in 20 hours. Oh my God, blah, blah, blah. But like every one of those side quests paid off into something cool, I feel like, right? Whether it was something like the spider bots or whether it was going after the flame people, right? Or it was like just the moment of like, let's go and glide through, which totally, I hope when they put out New Game Plus, they put in a bunch of goofy challenges like that.
Yeah.
Because that is back to what we're always talking about. Like, oh, you want to just swing around. Oh, you want to keep it around forever. Just toss in a bunch of quests like that. Even like go as far as maybe infamous when they did a user created UCG, right? User created generated whatever content, user generated content UGC, where you could go through and make your own challenges and do these different things, right? But like the suits, yeah, the performances, yeah, the side missions, yeah, and those little quiet moments, right? Like Seabird, you know what I mean? Running for Howard, right? Like and finishing that and literally sitting there and being like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like it is such an incredible
Tearing up,
game.
crying in the club after.
All right, yeah, it is
Yeah.
such an incredible game, and I just love it because it is just pound for pound, moment for moment, so good.
And jumping off that, like we've said this a million times now, but I do think it's very special that it is in history the only game that every single person at KindaFunny on games on the review platinumed it before the review.
yeah.
And that was like not a plan. That was not something that we like. A lot of us don't normally play the games that way. And I've now proven to myself if Insomniac puts a game out, I'm gonna want to platinum it. Like that's just how it's been for them the last couple runs. But I know like Andy, like you're not normally a platinum guy, but you did.
Yeah, and that a lot of that was the improvements over part 1, where I felt I had so much fun doing the extra side stuff that was the junk food that we've been talking about. Where it's good. It was good podcast activities. Throw on a podcast, clear out bases, and then there were those more memorable side quests that were either emotional or had a really cool payoff by the end of it. And I just had a great time with it. It was just like overall an extremely fun game. I think where it let me down was some story moments when I think back to being really impacted by some of the relationships in the first Spider-Man game that I really enjoyed and kind of had like, wow, I'm going to remember this moment in gaming for quite some time. I didn't quite feel that a whole lot unless it was like with one of the main characters. But aside from that, it just didn't quite hit me story-wise. I think back to like how 2018 or I always get this wrong. 2018 Spider-Man.
You're right.
2018 Spider-Man. Even though it's like less good as a video game in terms of like abilities and movement and world and exploration, all that stuff, it's still like a very cherished moment because it was like the first time we're getting this version of Spider-Man and like what a memorable experience that was. But this is still like an incredibly worthy sequel. It's going to win a lot of awards. It's going to sell a lot of copies. This game rules, and it deserves all the success.
Yeah, I had it at number 5 on my list. I like debated on where to slide it because it's like it's a really incredible video game. Like it just is. And I know it's like, oh, it's boring to say because it's Spider-Man. Where it's like, well, it's too bad because it's fucking good. So like, what was act like it's not good just because it's not.
They killed it. Like, what can you say?
Interesting. That's the thing. Like, it's just a really incredible game. And it's funny for this being our number 2 off of our Alan Wake conversation because this game is the opposite of Alan Wake 2, where it's like, one, it's highly digestible. Like, you don't have to like, you're not hyper analyzing all these threads or whatever. And also, it's just moment to moment, like really fun to play, really well made. Like, and not that Alan Wake 2 isn't well made, but it's an incredible time. Like, you can't play it and act like you're not, like, you're having fun. Like, I'm sorry. Maybe you think that makes you basic. Maybe it's the obvious answer. It's fucking good. I think, too, I kind of want to take back the Wii Sing as the best moment in gaming this year because I think it was the Howard moment, honestly. It was so beautiful and lovely. To add to what you said, Andy, I totally agree with you with Spider-Man 1 versus, like, 2. Like, I think 2 feels better to play, but I do think 1, like, the story is just so much more impactful. And I think, when it comes to titles like this that have like a kind of a known lore, it's like, oh, well, we all know what happens, or we know these things. If you know kind of thing. But it's about the way you present it. And I do think when it comes to like presentation of familiar stuff, like I didn't like get moved like that by Spider-Man 2 the way I want it to be. And that's kind of why I think it wasn't higher. But I do think as far as like the platinum conversation, not only did they fix the platinum so it's not annoying as fuck, because I'm working on the Miles Platinum right now, and I'm telling you, like, hey, at me for not using the wall takedowns if you want to, but I didn't, so now I got to go back and do like 25. And it had a little bit of that, but not nearly as much. On that note too, like I really loved the, even though the game's been out for a while, again, if you wanted to play it, you probably beat it. It was pretty, easy to get through, I think. There's the combat challenges. Like I won't spoil like what they are. Those are, I think, some of like the best moments in that game. Like in terms of like the story's fun and interesting, like we're doing something cool. It's pretty much completely optional other than like the introductory to like, hey, these side quests exist. And like the combat's actually challenging. And I feel like, we constantly, especially like it's sort of PlayStation's lane at this point, to have like these combat systems that, sure, they're intriguing. You know, you think of like God of War, you think of Spider-Man. To be honest, I don't think you think of Horizon. No offense to Horizon, but it's like easy to do and you can kind of just do it mindlessly. But it also offers that depth. And I feel like I really got to see the depth of Spider-Man's gameplay shine in those optional combat arenas. In the way they kind of updated like the having everything on the face buttons. Sure, you're kind of just looking at cooldown timers, but even with that, like there were moments in that game, like one of the first missions you do, like with like, well, now I'm thinking, I'm like, oh, what do I want to spoil? One of the like combat missions you do where it's like you and one other person going in and fighting together for the first time in a big way, in like a main story mission. So much is happening on screen. And it's kind of like, it's so overwhelming that everything sort of moves in slow motion for you for a second. And you're like, oh my God, like this is like the coolest shit. Like it's so well constructed, yet also being kind of like at a glance, it's like, it's just a bunch of enemies in an area and you're really strong. It's like, sure, it is that, but the way like the takedowns go, the way it all maneuvers and sings and never breaks and never, you know, budges. The freaking Black Cat stuff was like, that was definitely a wow moment where I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. You made Rift Apart.
I wanted more of that.
And then when they opened up into that other play, I was like, okay, you got me. You got me. I was hating for a second because I'm like, okay, so it's Rift Apart. Like, I get it. The power of the SSD processor. But they still did something really cool with it. And yeah, I also wanted more. And I think they really set up like a nice foundation, even though this is already the second or third game, depending on how you want to slice it. They have these really cool foundational points of like teasing what could be and what's to come. And it's one of the few games, like as far as the platinum, like I think if you liked this game, like you absolutely should 100 like complete it, like, you know, get the platinum, 100% it, however you want to slice it, because I think the payoff both in what you're doing and what you get for what you're doing is 100%. So worth it. And that's a rarity in a video game where it's like, I'm just checking all these boxes.
Especially
like,
compared to what
one,
you're talking about.
And two, you get cool shit at the end.
To compare it to Miles, which was, oh man, I'm going to go to this room and I'm going to do this attack this many times. When the last guy's there, let him kill me. Do it again, get the 25, 30, whatever it was I needed, right? Like 100%. This game's just...
I mean, a lot of suits with 4 different color options. It was a dream come true.
Oh my God. Or I had that stupid, like the freaking, I know there's a real name for it, but like the army suit, but then I made it pink and it's like, I'm here to serve my country. You know? I'm here to serve. Like so much fun, stupid shit like that. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, game's awesome.
This was Parris's, let me see, 7 on his list, and this was number 8 on my list. Kind of a similar story with Jedi Survivor. I think in terms of open world design and gameplay, it's such a blast. The gliding mechanic to add to traversal is so addicting and so fun, and they had a lot of fun with that. And just like what you have to do in the open world when it comes to the side content, I think they really refined over the course of Spider-Man 1 and Miles Morales. And I know while I played through it, I had a goddamn blast. I think the reason why it was so low is I think story-wise, I think it's probably my least favorite of the 3.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of forgettable. I think there's some high highs and some like great sequences. But then, like, when I think about the second half of the story, I'm like, what were we really doing here? And what's the motivation? And, like, as someone who does really like Venom, when Venom is done well, I thought this was, like, a solid tackle at Venom. I don't think it was, like, very disappointing. I don't think it was, like, one of the best, but I thought it was, like, a solid tackle. Honestly, to the point where I was like, damn, I was actually more interested in Kraven, and I want actually, honestly, more out of Kraven.
That was my guy.
And so,
I love Kraven.
And talking about the other side quest content, like, I think it kind of sticks with me where it's like every story beat in the side quest stuff I think sticks out to me more than the main story, especially like the first third. I remember playing through Spider-Man 2 for the first time, and the first third I was really like, I don't know what we're doing here. I also feel like Miles' story is like really taking a back step, and I feel like Miles was done dirty kind of a few times throughout this game. I felt like Miles' story, there was like promise there, but wasn't really fully lived up to in a similar fashion in Jedi Survivor, where there was a lot of moments that I don't think were earned or kind of weird. There's a moment with Miles near the very end of this game where I was like, what are we doing here? This is weird.
I'll say right before that moment, I feel exactly the way you do about Miles kind of like not getting a whole lot of love or attention, yet somehow for me still having the most satisfying arc.
Yeah. Oh,
like
yeah.
where he ends,
Of
like
what we were shown, I
Yes.
was like, this is really awesome. I just wish we
give
had a
me
little bit more of
that.
it.
Yeah, exactly. And I wasn't as in love with all of the suits as I know y'all were, but again, I had a fun time where it's like, in my head, I was like, all right, well, I want the Spider-Man to be like a unit. So whenever I was changing outfits, I was always trying to get them to have a
match
similar
up.
look and all that stuff. And like, yeah, it's a goddamn blast. It's a really fun video game. Insomniac they did the damn thing again.
Really quick, I just want to shout out the representation of sign language in this was so badass
So
and
great.
cool to see,
So
like
great.
on display in the forefront, like right there. It was very, very powerful and cool.
Yeah.
Definitely got to show
Great
that.
side missions for sure throughout the entire game. And here we go, everyone. KindaFunny's Game of the Year 2023.
Resident Evil 4, baby.
And KindaFunny's Game of the Year is The Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom.
It felt good to hear.
How'd
It
you
felt
get-
real good to
man,
hear.
I was
Oh,
scared it wouldn't happen like
tied
this.
with music too. Crushing it, Barrett. Absolutely crushing it. This right here is the best moment in video games this year. That music playing, what's going on there? Whoo! This game is so damn special. We all know why. Who wants to kick this one off?
Who had it highest?
I mean, I had it number one.
This was my number one.
Yeah, 4 of us had it number 1.
I think the ones just like pass it around, which is not something
Yeah.
like,
Bless, you reviewed it for KindaFunny.
Yeah.
Kick us off.
I reviewed it. You know, Zelda Breath of the Wild was one of my favorite games. I had it in my list as my favorite game ever. I've not revisited the list and you know figured out all that stuff, but
What are you avoiding?
I don't know, man. You know, it's just
He
scary.
keeps forgetting.
Is it? I was
You
like,
remember, wait, what?
I gotta figure. First of all, I gotta put out Blessing Super Fun Game release calendar. You know, still being
Oh,
worked on.
sure.
It's gonna
Yeah.
release in the next couple days.
It's in beta.
But yeah, like I think the fact of Tears of the Kingdom coming through and finding ways to give us what Breath of the Wild did in terms of a really good physics system, a really good open world design for exploration, and then also just a redefinition of Zelda. Tears of the Kingdom was able to build off all of those elements in a way that surprised me, right? Like I remember when I first picked it up during the review period, I had no idea what to expect, only that based on a trailer that we saw, you can combine things and build, you know,
Yeah.
cars and shit. I was like, all right, cool, let's see what this is. And getting back to that same open world, you know, was a thing where I'm like, all right, what's going on here? And I remember going through the motions and being like, is this going to be a Death Stranding kind of situation? Because, you know, I made my first car and I was like, all right, cool. That was a little bit of a struggle. And over time, as I started to understand what they wanted out of me and I started to understand what they're doing with the world, I started to understand that in each of the major locations that I had built so many dope memories of while playing Breath of the Wild, you know, whether it be Zoro's Domain, whether it be Kakariko Village, whether it be any of the big locations from Breath of the Wild, revisiting those spots and saying that the world has moved on, saying that there was more story to be told, saying that, you know, they're using the idea of having the same map and pushing that forward. Like, I really enjoyed what they did with that. Obviously, it's not the first game to do that. There's been Yakuza's, there's been so many other games to do that, right? But at the same time, then building this, you know, map that's in the sky and then map that's under the ground, and being able to kind of pull that all together and making a world that doesn't just feel vast, doesn't just, you know, isn't filled with mountains and valleys and deserts and all this stuff, right? But it then is filled with an underground that is the same size as that above ground map, right? And is also filled with places that you can fly around in. That for me was just so impressive. You know, you talk about the different abilities that you have, whether it be the ascend ability, whether it be the ultra hand, whether it be the fuse ability, the amount of things that you can do with that, the amount of creativity we saw people take take with that online, right? And we're able to create functioning helicopters that literally function the way like in which, you know, using that centrifugal force and like actually making functional helicopters and shit like that, right? Like that stuff was so impressive. Seeing people push that was awesome. And then like the story moments in this game, like me and Andy talked about it the other day, what they do with Zelda as a character, and where they go with just building this Zelda world and making it something that was special. I really worked for me. I thought it was super cool. And yeah, it's like, you know, give me the like second coming of a Breath of the Wild experience for me, which I thought was impossible. You know, like Breath of the Wild for me was such a one of a kind. You can't replicate this. You know, the feeling of exploration and discovery that I got in this game, there's no way I'm going to be able to have that again. They gave that to me again in Tears of the Kingdom in a way that I thought was impossible. And so, yeah, shout out to that game.
Yeah, I want to jump off that point there. Like, this reminded me of playing Mario 64, and like I can't give a higher compliment than that. Like, just the sense of wonder and the, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening right now. Just kept happening, and I wanted to do everything. I was pulled in every direction, and like I am not an open world guy. Period. Breath of the Wild was definitely the game that I was like, it's Zelda, so I'm gonna make the exception, and I ended up loving it. This game, oh, you're introducing like crafting and building. I do not like that in games. Like, this is not going to be great for me. And I was like, I'm going to give it a try. And at the end of the day, some of that stuff might not have been my favorite aspects. Like, I found the things that I like to build. I'm like, cool, I'm going to build those. I don't need to build a helicopter here, right? Bridges, I'm all about the bridges, though. Need them bridges. But the shrines and the ability to tackle them in so many different ways and it feel equally valid, I just don't understand how it works. Every single shrine, you watch the Twitter videos of everyone doing it. How do we all do it differently? But yet it felt like it was designed that way to complete. Like, that to me is so impressive. And just the upping of the story and the character moments, and like even just like the amount of music they added to this, like, it's still not everywhere, but when it hits so hard. And the boss fights, specifically leading into the boss fights, being as amazing, and like the way that they modernized and like turned the old Zelda dungeons into these like giant almost build-ups to a boss, like a Mega Man style. It feels like playing through a Mega Man level to get to the boss at the end. And the way that the music swells and scales up with you as you get to it. Like, sure, some of the bosses didn't hit as much as some of the others, but I think overall it built. And every single time I saw that cutscene about the team coming together, I somehow got more and more hyped that by the end of the game, I'm just like, yeah, I don't think this could have ended any better for me.
Yeah, for Breath of the Wild to be such a transformative experience for me and kind of just make you feel like a kid again. You're playing that one video game that you and the other kid in class rented, and you're discovering things, and that I hadn't felt that in a video game in a while. And then I just never expected Tears of the Kingdom to outdo that feeling in so many different ways. And I think a lot of it does come down to the skills that they give you, and this tool set to do insane physics simulations on a little tiny machine that makes no sense. Like, I don't know how they pulled it off still. And like, it was just awesome to see so many game developers just be like, how the fuck did they do this, right? And to be able to pull off like real gravity simulations with water and all that stuff, like all of that was just like incredible. But like, for Breath of the Wild to be this massive moment in gaming for me personally, and to not really hit on any story moments is like an insane achievement. And this one did all of that with like the most crazy story shit, with wild reveals that I was telling Blessing yesterday when we did the smileys, that if you maybe did certain missions in a different way, it may not have hit you as hard, but the order that I did things in, like, I feel like gave me like the 100% satisfaction rate of like, this reveal is gonna happen to you, and you're gonna be blown away, and then you're gonna have another reveal right after that, and that shit's gonna blow your mind. And by the end of it, you are experiencing a story that, like, as I was saying yesterday, I don't really think I've cared about a Zelda story on this level ever, when it comes to just like villains and side characters and characters like motivations and stuff. Like, I feel like it's always been kind of surface level, and I have always loved Zelda so much for the music that plays when you get that one sapphire ruby piece or whatever the fuck, and like all that stuff that just makes Zelda memorable and magical to us. But this one like had story moments that just kept on delivering, and by the end of it, I was just crying like crazy. Like, I was so emotional. The stories hit, and the music that accompanied it was amazing. And credits rolled, and I was just beside myself. I was like, this is one of the best video games I will ever experience, and I can't wait to play it in upres 1440p at 60 frames per second.
Switch
All
to
right,
baby.
Andy. Yeah, this was my game of the year, and after thinking about it for most of the year at this point, I think it's my new favorite game of all time. And so much has been said about this game already, so I don't want to like kind of repeat what's already been said about the creativity, what this game built off of from Breath of the Wild, all that stuff. I'm just going to say, I'm going to reiterate what I said on The Legend of Zelda in Review Part 2, which I would absolutely appreciate if you want to go check out, because it's an hour of me breaking down what makes this game fantastic.
You say an hour of me breaking down.
If you want an hour of that, I can just stream on my own at any point. I find it hilarious when people kind of lob the insult at this game of like, oh, it's just Breath of the Wild DLC, because to me, Tears of the Kingdom was not just a victory lap for Breath of the Wild, it was a victory lap for the entire series. And when people lob the, like, oh, it's just Breath of the Wild DLC, to me, you're telling me that the only Zelda game you've played is Breath of the Wild. There are so many fantastic ideas that they've been playing around with in the entire series that I think is so beautifully built upon the foundation that is Breath of the Wild, which is obviously the most standout of what they're pulling from the entire series because it's the same Hyrule, but the design elements of how they encourage you to continue exploring all different layers of the map, the design ideas of dungeons and the companionship when it comes to dungeons, the story that hits in the most obvious ways, right? In some of the scenes that you pick up from the tiers throughout the map, whether it's the 2-hour-long end sequence, which is just peak moment after peak moment, or it's the more subtle things. And all I'll say with that is like a moment like the Deku Tree and kind of how they pay homage to an earlier Zelda game in the Deku Tree story in this game. There's so many beautiful ideas that I think meld together from the entire series. And that's, again, without talking about the in-depth building system, the crazy impressive physics system that was already crazy impressive in Breath of the Wild, and then they multiplied it by 10 this time around. It's a fantastic video game. It's an all-timer. And it's so good that, like, spoilers for Zelda in Review Part 2, like, it bumps Breath of the Wild down a few spots on my personal list. I could go on forever, so I'll stop myself there. Please watch The Legend of Zelda in Review Part 2.
Definitely go check that out. I do want to also bring up, like, when Breath of the Wild came out, obviously it was such a moment for a bunch of different reasons. One of them being, like, Nintendo coming back, right? Like the Switch being such a major win and it working, the ability to take it on the go and, you know, bring it back to your dock and play it on TV. And we're playing a brand new console game, let alone one this big. And to be 5 years removed from that and Tears of the Kingdom to come out and that still feel like such an amazing, like, I can't believe this is happening thing. Like, I'm just so impressed by, specifically because there's a lot of games that I start playing and time just goes away, right? Spider-Man 2 even is one of those. Mm-hmm. Tears of the Kingdom broke time and space for me. Like, I don't understand how 7 hours would go by and I would feel like I did so much, but also nowhere close to enough. Yeah. And just being so excited that there was that much more to do. And I knew that the next time I picked it up, I was going to have something that I was going to be excited to go for. And being able to take my Switch from the dock to my bed, continue playing. If I had to travel, it's like I had it with me. It's like every moment felt like it mattered. Like every single time I picked up my Switch, I felt like I was continuing this journey. And it wasn't just like checking things off a list or, like normal video game stuff. Like this is very dramatic, but like there's something about Tears of the Kingdom to me that feels more. Yeah. Like, it just feels very, 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 very special.
For me, it brings me back to talks we've had about Mario 64, where, Mario 64 I think is so cool, and I don't want to use the word underrated because people will be like, you're fucking crazy for calling Mario 64 underrated. But I think something about Mario 64 that goes underappreciated as much compared to like the rest of it is how good the level design is at just like putting you in a place and going, solve it however you want. Like if you go back to and watch our Mario 64 race that we did during the Friday stream for KindaFunny Day, there are certain stars that both me and you got in that race where we went about it different ways, right? Like the star I think of is there's a star in like in the snow level early on called Wall Kick Works or something like that, and you basically had to go to the bottom of that level. You're supposed to take a certain path, but the way I did it was like I jumped down the side and then I hopped off an enemy and then I helicoptered all the way back down there because I knew that'd be a quick shortcut. And then when I got the star, right? And like that was just one way of like many different ways you can solve many different stars. Like Rainbow Road in that game, you can turn around and then long jump, and all of a sudden you're in a different part of the level, and the game rewards you for that. Tears of the Kingdom, and I should go back. Mario 64, right, is like every how many levels? Let's say 16 different levels that are all constructed in that way. Tears of the Kingdom is a gigantic open world that is constructed in that way, right? Where it is, hey, we've created a world full of puzzles. We've created a world full of obstacles, full of things for you to solve. And it is all interconnected. It is all operating under these sets of physics systems and mechanics that allow you to explore it in whatever way you want.
Get
And
this little fucking guy to his friend over there. He's over there on the hill.
And if you want
love
to,
that.
if you want to magnet that guy to his
was really
friend,
good.
if you want to connect that little guy to a horse and then ride him over, if you want to connect a rocket to him and then shoot him over there, any of that stuff works.
If
right?
people were
Because-
torturing those little guys.
I
on
mean,
the
and also
internet.
if you want to cook them over a stove, you can do that too. But the game is constructed in such a way that it is a gigantic puzzle box, and it does the thing that like so many, I think, puzzle games sort of fail at, right? Which is, hey, let people solve this in a bunch of different ways in whatever way they want, and they are rewarded for their creativity. It does that, and then at the same time, like remove, because that's me complimenting the gameplay. Removed from the gameplay, it is just a incredible piece of software. Like as a piece of technology, it is 16 gigabytes of some of the most advanced physics systems you can see in a video game. And somehow Nintendo did that. Like they put in a gigantic open world with a sky, like a land and an underground that is huge, and a 16 gigabyte piece of software that, I go back to times in shrines where I would connect like a fucking like 10 different pieces of logs together and shake them around and hit them on like different sides of the game. And in any game, that would break. Like in Jedi Survivor? Yeah, in Jedi Survivor, I fell into lava the wrong way. My game crashed. Like in Starfield, like I looked at somebody the wrong way. My game crashed. in Tears of the Kingdom, I was doing so many things where I'm like, this should cause my Switch to overheat and explode in my hand. And the game just functions. Like it just works. And I've never seen anything like it. And so it is a fucking impressive video game that I think, I think is deserving of Game of the Year.
Yeah, it's number 2 on my list, which I feel like it was such a good year for software in terms of like Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom being my top 2, where I'm like, I don't know, and then I think about, my big list of like greatest games of all time, and I'm like, it's the fact that that's even a conversation with like 2 separate pieces, I think is incredible. But yeah, Tears of the Kingdom was Nintendo did the impossible and they did it twice, which I think is absolutely mind-blowing that they came out with Breath of the Wild, a game that I feel like is the greatest game of all time, and then they made Tears of the Kingdom, a game that I think is better than Breath of the Wild, which I guess that makes this the greatest game. But then I'm like,
I love that we're all in the same
position.
position.
I was like, but then where does it? Whatever. It's just a list I just wrote down and I sent it to Barrett. But like, it is such an incredible video game. Everything's kind of already been said, but just to kind of add on or like embellish on what you guys talked about, I think about earlier in this conversation talking about Lies of P and how good it is at tutorialization. I think this game is also so incredible at teaching you to play it, and not just Tutorial Island where you're like in Sky Island at first and they're clearly trying to be like, here's how to play the game. But even in the shrines, like they really pick their spots in such a smart way on like, this is a shrine where like we kind of actually want you to learn how to do this thing. And then here's a shrine where like maybe we want you to learn how to do it, but also you can break it.
Just
and
fuck around a bit, you'll be fine.
And it's such a game that like it's actually more fun in those shrines to solve it the fucked up way. You'll see the actual solution and you're like, but can I do it?
But can I just get all these logs
Yes.
and do this? Yeah.
But can I like build my nonsense machine? Can I like put a bunch of gum together and then can I take my gross hand and just like fuck around? And it allows for that, but I think it allows for that also in a strategic way. Like I think much like Baldur's Gate 3, this design has the bravery to let players do what they want to do, how they want to do it, but like providing rails where there need to be rails, but like just kind of the perfect amount of freedom. It's crazy how good Nintendo got into like this open world game so late, and it's like, what are they gonna say? And they like always have something to say, and it's so incredible.
And like Barrett mentioned Deus Ex earlier, talking about Cyberpunk, right? And one of the cool things about Deus Ex is how emergent it is and how the game reacts to what you do, right? And like one of the things I keep thinking back to while playing Tears of the Kingdom are like, and there's so many stories I have like this, but the one that really made me laugh was there was a shrine that I was really struggling with. It was like one of the first shrine where you encounter the mirror tool, like one of the Zonai tools, right? And in trying to solve that shrine, one of the things I did was fuse the mirror to my shield, and I later learned that I was nowhere near the right solution, but I was like, all right, cool, whatever. Later, like maybe 5 hours later while playing the game, I get into a fight with a bokoblin, and it's like daytime or whatever, and I'm fighting this bokoblin, and I bring up my shield and I forget that I have equipped my mirror shield, and as I bring up the shield, the light from the sun shines down, reflects off my shield, and then blinds the bokoblin. And I'm like, how the fuck did y'all even get to the place where y'all thought of that?
Yeah.
Because this is such a very specific use case scenario where somebody's gonna fuse their shield to their mirror, to like this random mirror, and then use it in combat, and it's gonna be daytime, and like what the fuck? Like that happens so much while playing Tears of the Kingdom, and it's so impressive.
Also, the arrow eyeballs. Like, let's not forget, like putting stuff onto arrows and like creating
Goated.
both like in on a basic level, like you can just have like elemental arrows essentially, or you can have like, oh yeah, you do that and it's like basically like a heat-seeking kind of missile moment. And there's so much like smart stuff in that. I mean, they talk about how the gosh, I forget the name of the ability where you like go through the walls, like you like ascend being like initially like, oh, this is like a dev tooly thing. Like it's not meant to be in the game. And they're like, what if we had this in the game? What if we allowed again the bravery to let things be almost broken, but in a like planned out way. It's Tears of the Kingdom is organized chaos, I think, at its best. All while being just like a classically like fun open world adventure. Yeah, it's an incredible way.
It reminds me of what's that like Reggie gif? Or if it's not fun, then what's the point?
Oh my god, the meme speech of the like if the game is. Oh, I didn't memorize that.
And that's what I freaking felt this whole time. Like there was no game exemplified more of the holy shit, it's 1:22 a.m. feeling. Like this game did that to me every night for about a month and a half straight. This was such a fun game to stream and watching people go, what the fuck are you doing? Wow, didn't do that puzzle that way. Oh, I did it this way. Everybody having their own input because this was similar to like Baldur's Gate 3. Everybody's going about these different problems with different solutions. Yeah, it's just an amazing time, man.
Bless talking about the Mario 64, where this felt like just like the open world version of that, of all these like little moments of things you want to do, and even the mirror story that you just gave. It's like that moment where you're like, how did they think of this? Like, this is so, it feels so unique and so like special. Like I'm the only person that did this, but clearly you're not, right? Yeah. Clearly there's a lot of people that did, but you feel like it was made for you. And I think that that's so special. But in addition to that, I think that you feel that way because the game's so good at teaching you what to look for and what to expect, so that when it subverts that, it like somehow catches you off guard even more, where the amount of times I'd be like my goal is over there. I'm going straight. I know that. And I look over and I see 3 hilltops and like there's a thing on one, there's a thing on the other, but there's not a thing on the third. I'm like, I need to go on the third. I know if I stand on there, a Korok's going to be there. Like it's just so good at teaching you in the same way we go back to talking about Super Mario Brothers 1. The first level teaches you how to play that game. Donkey Kong Country 2. They teach you to look for secrets behind you, which is like breaking the idea of how 2D platformers are supposed to work going backwards, right? But the moment they teach you that, the rest of the game like delivers on that. This just teaches you so many things that you're not even conscious of as you're doing it, but 70 hours in, you're like finding new ways and you're like, oh, just speeding through all their puzzles. Like on the way to do one puzzle, you've solved 10 puzzles. Very cool.
Yeah, it's also a game that again, the design of it blows my mind in the ways that, the ascend ability that we talk about, that ability should break the entire game in every moment. Like, if you're giving your player base the ability to look up and, like, travel through whatever surface is right above you to, like, arise from the top of it, that means you have to create an entire game world that is not broken by that one mechanic. And that goes for pretty much every single mechanic in that game, right? Like, you got to create systems upon systems to not allow the game to break. And there are very few moments while playing Tears of the Kingdom where I'm like, okay, this is truly game breaking. Like the one that I can think of where I'm like, ooh, this might be a step too far, this might ruin the game, is like the hover bikes that people make. Yeah. Where you take the steering wheel and then you connect 2 fans to it and now you can fly everywhere. That's like the one thing where as soon as I learned that,
you went too far.
I learned it and I was like, oh, this is might be too much. This is too powerful. But also you need so much battery to like really.
That's how
make
I
it
did
work.
the fire temple. Like that's how I maneuvered through that because I was having trouble navigating the fire temple.
Okay,
and it was just such a blast to just kind of go from level to level and eventually accidentally jumping off because I mishit a button and then going like, oh, the thing I need is up in the room above me. I'll just ascend through there. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like if there's a solution, then like you can do it. If you can think it, you can do it pretty much in this game.
KindaFunny's game of the year is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Very, very, very well deserved. Now that we're done with our top 10, we're going to get into our personal top 10s and talk about all of the games that didn't make the overall list, which I think there's going to be quite a bit of. Barrett.
Really quick, I just want to give some point breakdowns because I know people are always interested with that. Let me bring up the rest of the list first really quick. Diablo 4 and Star Wars Jedi Survivor coming in at number 10. Both came in with 15 points. Hi-Fi Rush at number 9 came in with 17 points. Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon came in with 18 points.
Wow.
Final Fantasy 16 and Lies of P both tied at 7th for 20 points. Starfield came in at number 6 with 21 points. Cyberpunk at number 5 came in with 23 points. And Baldur's Gate 3 at number 4 came in with 25 points. 10 through 4, all within a 10-point radius of each other. It was a very tight race. Honestly, and I'll shout this out, Andy was the last one to send in his vote, as usual. And before Andy sent in his vote, there were originally going to be not 12 games on the top 10, there were going to be 14. So it was ties upon ties upon ties, all that. So just a fun little tidbit there.
I typed out like 3 different top 10s just to look at them and which one felt right.
Yeah, that's smart.
And like,
That's smart.
and for like the next day,
just sent the second
next
one,
day,
it's
Barrett would be like,
fine.
"Oh, send it to us." I bet, yeah. And I'd look at 3 different top 10s and be like,
It's like
that
you're
one
the-
looks good right
It's
now.
like you're the eye doctor, like,
Yeah.
angry.
I looked at him when the vote was due, and I was like, "Hey, you gonna send that list?" He was like, "Yeah, I'm thinking about it."
Yeah, I got you. I'll see you tonight.
It's 5 p.m., dude. It's end of day. Where is it? We talked about Baldur's Gate. Alan Wake 2 came in at 35 points at 3rd place. Spider-Man 2 came in with 41 points in 2nd place. And Tears of the Kingdom was our definitive winner at number 1 with 61 points. So it was no contest.
Can't touch the king.
Not much of a no contest as Ragnarok last year. Reminder, the most points a game could get is 80 if it miraculously was everybody's game of the year. Ragnarok last year got 74 points.
Jesus.
So yeah, that was crazy last year. So that was the point breakdown there. Fun facts, not as many games voted in this year as last year. Last year had 42 games voted in total. This year, 36.
That's shocking.
yeah.
That is shocking.
Yeah, and then the 2 other quick things. This is the first year since I've started producing Game of the Year, which I would credit to 2020 Game of the Year, which was Tim, Bless, Imran, and Greg, the infamous Final Fantasy VII remake upset.
Hell yeah.
This is the first time
No, that deserved it.
ever, or at least since 2020, where there was not a single game on our top 10 list that was on everybody's single list. So as an example, Ragnarok last year was on everybody's list. 2 years ago, Ratchet and Clank was on everybody's singles list. There was no game that was on everybody's list this
Wait, who
year.
left out Tears?
Me.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Wow.
I liked it. I had a fun time.
Mike showed me
It
a
didn't
different
bring us-
top
it
10
didn't
list a
bring
month
you-
ago, and was Tears on that? Maybe. I
Yeah,
think he was playing mind
I'm
games.
still more
with
shocked
me.
by Hi-Fi Rush.
It didn't bring enough smiles.
Mike was with me on the Hi-Fi Rush review.
It was.
We both
Good
gave it
game.
5s.
Good game. Good game, too.
Good game.
He wasn't smiling
And then
enough.
I just want to shout out Baldur's Gate getting into the top 4 despite only 3 people voting on it, which I was looking back at the other years. I was like quite impressed. Like
Finally,
usually,
a place where my vote matters.
the top
new
4
feeling
is
as an
usually
American.
at least 5 or 6 of us voting for
That
it.
is wild, yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to shout that out. Now it's time to share the personal top 10s. And for the most part, we're going to go into the order of who had the least amount of games on the official top 10 list to the
Oh, they
most
just
amount of
want to
games.
start with me. That's all.
Sorry.
But
Right.
Let's
we're
just
gonna
start with Mike.
No,
You say-
we're going to start off.
What if we just ran like the membership commercial so everybody could go pee? Fuck, dude. It's
I don't have that loaded in.
Fuck.
but-
Go to Twitter and click on the fucking Twitter video.
But we have a special guest who is calling in to share their top 10 list. Let's
perfect.
take it over to Parris Lilly.
Here he is. Hi, Parris.
Hey everybody! I really wish I could have been there. I think I was the Walter White meme where I'm in the car just screaming the entire time as I'm watching this. Yeah, so it's ironic when you look at my top 10 list. Actually, I guess I should pull it up.
I got it
So I
right
can-
here for you,
Okay.
Paris. Let's see here if you want to read it
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. So first and foremost, I screwed up.
Uh-oh.
Immediately when you listed number 10. And I didn't have Jedi Survivor on there. I go, oh my God, I completely forgot about that.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it would have been in my top 10 somewhere. What number, I don't know, but it would have been there. But
I was shocked
It's
because
okay.
I was
You
like,
did the right thing.
I was thinking like, I remember Paris like really enjoying that. I thought it would have been
Yeah.
higher on our list, you know?
yeah, well, look, the past few weeks have been kind of rough for me. Okay, so I forgot. But no, I mean my top 10. I mean Dave the Diver. That's something I actually only recently played on Switch, and I just instantly fell in love with it. I thought it was a very fun game, great indie game, and it was definitely one of the 10 or 11 best games that I played this year. And then, ironically enough, when you look at number 9, Hi-Fi Rush, I mean, we've talked about it plenty this year on XCast. Actually, when you look, I got both Xbox games correct on the list, 6 and 9. But yeah, really enjoyed Hi-Fi Rush, and we obviously know that's a hot topic in the news right now as well. But number 8, Cocoon. I freaking love Cocoon. I thought Cocoon was such a just cathartic experience. Not only the puzzle elements of it, but the music, the level design, the artwork, everything. Again, another fantastic indie game. I had Spider-Man 2 a lot lower than obviously a lot of you did at number 7. I loved it, platinumed it. It's a great game. I just felt there were some things about the overall story when I compared it to Miles Morales in the original Spider-Man, where I felt it took a little bit of a step back, but even overall, great experience. Really loved it. And then number 6, Starfield. I mean, this is where I was just screaming at the camera the whole time because I was in agreement with Greg and everything that he was saying. But I understand, like Janet even brought up, talking about the Gamecast review that we did. It's such a polarizing game in that there's things about it I absolutely love. There's things about it that I'm like, man, they really need to fix this. And it sounds like they are as we go into 2024, but judging it for what it was at launch, really enjoyed it, thought it was great, but I understand why some people just could never truly get into that experience. So I had it at number 6. And then when you look at number 5, Sea of Stars. I know there's a certain person on that panel that called me an idiot for saying it was one of the games of the year, but hey, for me, it was definitely one of the games of the year. And to be honest with you, it was probably the best RPG I played this year. It really was. I really enjoyed Sea of Stars. Again, another game that just came out of nowhere where I didn't play it initially, but I saw the high scores it was getting, and it had such good word of mouth that I jumped in and I was like, oh, wait, I get it. This is a fantastic turn-based RPG and, deserves all the accolades that it's gotten this year. And then number 4, I had Phantom Liberty, and I think it wound up being number 5 in the overall list, which seems about right. I mean, is it a standalone game? No, it's an expansion. But when you think about CD Projekt Red and you think about Cyberpunk 2077 and just all the struggles that game had over the years, to finally see it culminate and get pretty close to the original vision of what they were talking about with Cyberpunk 2077, I just enjoyed it for the experience that it was, along with the quality of life updates that came with it that just overall enhanced that game. So yeah, for me, definitely in my top 5 games. And then when we get to number 3, I was shocked to not see Super Mario Wonder on this list.
So yeah, to chime in on that, Bless, people are kind of cycling in and out right now to take a quick potty break.
Yeah.
But Bless had it at his number 10, and then Tim had it at his number 7. So yeah, it got votes. It just wasn't quite enough to make it to the top 10.
Yeah, and ironically enough, you bring up Tim. I remember when he was talking about it when it initially came out, there was things about it that he didn't completely enjoy. I just felt it's probably in the top 5 2D Marios ever, in my personal opinion. So I really enjoyed it, and I loved how difficult it got as you progressed into some of the later worlds. And then when we get to number 2, right? Number 2? Yeah, number 2. I mean, everything that everyone's already said about Zelda, stands here. It easily could have been my number 1 game of the year. It just improved on everything that came from the first Breath of the Wild here with Tears of the Kingdom. Absolutely love that experience. And then number 1, Alan Wake 2. That was a game coming into this year, did not have a lot of high expectations on. I just thought, okay, they're making another Alan Wake 2. Another Alan Wake, I played the first one. I wasn't super high on it. We'll see. And I'll never forget going to that preview event and sitting down. I go, oh, wait, this is different. And then when I really dived into it, playing the review and just experienced the complete story, I just absolutely fell in love with it. Is the actual gameplay mechanics groundbreaking, doing something unique? No. But when you put the story elements together, you put the artwork together, obviously the music, just everything as a complete package, it was my most enjoyable experience of 2023 in gaming. So for me, Alan Wake 2 is absolutely game of the year.
Great list, Parris.
Next up, if we want to move on, so from here on out, Parris, if you need to dip or whatever, take care of yourself. I don't want to make you sit around at the desk for too long here.
Yeah, I'll just go back to being a listener. Appreciate you guys having me on. Again, wish I could have been there, but I didn't want to get everybody sick. So
I know, we miss
hopefully
you,
we can
man.
do it again later in the year.
Hell yeah.
Crazy that the one person who won't eat In and Out, the second healthiest fast food, is sick. Yeah, that's crazy.
I'd be dead if I ate In and Out.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's the first
Well,
healthiest
eat my
fast
ass. All right, get out of here.
Jesus.
And so
Moving
from here on
on.
out, we'll be going from least amount of games on the full top 10 to most, and to no surprise. First up is one Snowbike Mike with 4 games.
Hi, everybody. Man, oh man, what a great top 10. Thank you to all the viewers out there who've been watching and listening. It's been a ton of fun. And to the panel who have absolutely brought the discussion. I had a top 10.
You did.
Oh, God, it's going to be a
Did you have a
PowerPoint.
completely different top 10 you showed me a month ago?
Maybe. I mean, I've been working through it. I mean,
Working.
I think like everyone else, I had about 25 games. At about the number 8 marker and beyond, I could start putting games in left, right, and center. But I looked at it as what games made me smile, what games brought the fun, what games would I play over and over again. That's what I wanted to highlight with my top 10. So starting at number 10, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I had a blast with this game. I was really impressed with what they created here. I mean, we talk about this genre of the asymmetric, asymmetric. Thank you so much. The 4v1s, the Predators, the Ghostbusters, the Dead by Daylights that dominate this area. And when they said, hey, we're going to do a 3v2 or 4v3, I said, I don't know if that's going to work. Usually the killer's already overpowered as it is. But you know what? It was surprisingly really fun. And the level design was awesome to see, right? To start off in the basement, to have to then unlock the doors, then open up a second area, and then again, unlock the doors to a third area where you then would escape, and to see how the killers were put into that situation where just at the beginning it was the Texas Chainsaw Leatherface man, but the 2 top people were getting in position ready to help out. I thought that was really awesome and well thought out. And man, it strikes fear into your heart when that guy is chasing you and chopping down one of your best friends as they're screaming, help me, and you're trying to get out and you're panicking at the lockpick like, please, God, just let me hit this quick time event. Holy cow. I loved that game. And I mean, coming off the back of, Evil Dead and Predator and Ghostbusters, and we look at these games of like, there's so many, like you brought up with the FromSoft games that try to step into these areas of multiplayer games as a service, and not many get to survive or get the credit that they're due. This game, I hope, gets a little bit longer lifespan. I doubt that we'll be talking about this next year and beyond. I bet you it will probably die off, but this is what I wanted to highlight with my time because it was so much fun to play, and it was pretty badass and scary.
Really quick, just for like audio listener sake, before you shout any other games out, could you read just like your full list?
Okay. Number 9, The Finals. Number 8, Outlast Trials. Number 7, Lies of P. Number 6, Pikmin 4. Number 5, Starfield. Number 4, Party Animals. Number 3, Only Up. Number 2, Diablo 4. Number 1, Spider-Man 2.
All right, shout
Would
out.
you like me to continue?
Yeah.
Number 9, the Finals. I mean, man, what a badass game. This team really absolutely brought it when it comes to level design, the destructibility, the gameplay, the gunplay feels tight. It is exactly what I want, especially in a tough marketplace that Call of Duty dominates, Fortnite dominates, Apex dominates. This team from ex-Battlefield devs absolutely brought the heat, and it was a ton of fun. There's things that I wish they did better. AI voice acting. We wanted them to be better on that front and really do better. But on the other side, wish there was more game modes. The games that they gave me is a ton of fun. Having it as 3 different body builds would determine what kind of classes you are, and then you unlocking weapons and choosing what weapons, what gadgets you want to bring into this really fast and furious battlefield is impressive to see. And man, that game is beautiful. It runs well. With how much you can just blow up and destroy in this world, it does not freak out. It doesn't blow up. It doesn't slow down. The gameplay, the moment to moment is still hot as can be. And the Finals, wow, I'm impressed with you. I'm going to keep you on my list. Number 8, Outlast Trials. I mean, come on. Who would have thought that they could make Outlast into a dope multiplayer game where me and Andy, me and Greg are going to be screaming our faces off, running away from all these different cast and crew of characters? It was wild.
I think it's the best one of those type of games. Like I think it's like a super well like developed and designed.
And I think the cool part is it's you versus the computer, right? It isn't, oh, Mike has now become way too powerful as the Dead by Daylight villain or Predator, right? It is you versus the computer, and you kind of set the tone on how you guys want to solve this. But I was impressed with the 4 levels that they chose that we ran around in, from the police office to the scary orphanage, right? And like having a list of different levels that you could do, right, within that level is impressive, right? It's not just a one and done. It's, hey, there's 6 different things that you can accomplish and jump back in with your friends, and they continue to build on that. I mean, this was cool. It was fun. You could customize your room, and like we had the devs on, and like you could tell that they put a lot of love and care into it. They wanted to tie it into the bigger overarching story, but just the things that I could do in that game was awesome and fun. And to see the growth of adding checkers into that now, along with the arm wrestling, decorating my room in different crazy colors, it's a good moment-to-moment time, and I love that game. Number 7, Lies of P. We talked about it. Great game. Number 6 is the one game on my list where I would tell you, as an audience member, please go play this game. And it's something you wouldn't expect out of me. It's Pikmin 4. I loved Pikmin 4. It knows what Snowbike Mike is all about, and that's hand me a list of tasks and watch me get to work, because I love absolutely attacking tasks. Yeah. I love having a time limit. I think
just so y'all know, when we play survival games, once the house is built, Mike is done playing the game.
Yeah.
When Mike is telling me and Nick and Kevin A. Sex and Chris Hanka, I need wood here, I need stone here, blah, 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 and he builds a house, he's like, I'm done with that game. We're not going back to it.
I love directing, and I know, Janet, you can kind of jump on there with me. I think the word is Tandoori or something that they really pushed, which is like the meaning of like completing tasks in an optimal time amount, and like that spoke to me, and I loved it. My first ever Pikmin experience, and I thought the collectathon was cute. I thought the puzzles were fun. Me saving Captain O with the dog that was banging into walls that would carry stuff. Oh,
yeah, Ochi.
What a great time.
Ochi, honestly, the Tandoori, the Dandori, right? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Little guys. You're just a little guy, and the world's not even big. It's regular size. But you're little. And it's great. And Ochi really carried. Like this is so funny, because I think people look at Pikmin 4 and they're like, oh, like cute little Nintendo game. But again, I think there's a lot of depth and smart choices in the design. But it does sound a little funny to like talk so seriously about how, like, when I saw Ochi, I thought this was gonna break the structure of how Pikmin games are designed. But really, it amplified. But it did. Like it. I think
the hierarchy of Pikmin.
Pikmin,
about to change.
Pikmin is all about, like, it is a little, and I've played 3 and then I played 4. It's about like the monotony, Mike, like you mentioned, like it's a list of tasks and then you do it. But like they do such a good, the secret to good monotony though is that you have to have like friction in the right places and frictionless experiences in the right spots as well. And Ochi like helped provide that with like making it easier to like gather them all together, taking some of the pain out of like, oh my God, everyone's dead. Like you can end days just at any point. You could go back to the ship if you want to be a traditionalist, but you don't have to. And then just finding all the bits in the box. I love the bits in the box.
I love
Jeff Grubb is fist pumping somewhere.
Yeah. And you can battle the computer 1v1. You can battle your friends 1v1 or 2v2. Like I love that, and I love seeing how people's minds work. Right? Like I go for like, hey, I want to get as many things as possible, moment 1. Or you could go survey the whole area and figure out, what do I need? What kind of little Pikmin bugs do I need to use for this? What a blast. That is my one game, and I'm not a big Nintendo jabroni, and I'll tell you, that's the game that I want everybody to play, because it was so much fun. 5 was Starfield. I love Bethesda games. I always will. Number 4, Party Animals. I mean, holy cow. That team took Gang Beasts and took it to the next level. It is beautiful. The fur physics on that. Why does that bear's fur shake so much while he's getting punched in the face?
Why do these little animals look so good?
Why do they look so good? And why does the game run so good? Thank you for custom matchmaking, open lobbies, multiple different maps that were just stunning to look at, along with different game modes that they added. It isn't just punch your friend in the face and the last man wins. No, there's different game modes that you can play that are similar to capture the flag and different objectives. Like they did a great job. Party Animals, if you're looking for a game with your friends and family that you're going to laugh and it's going to just burn the night away, filled with good times, Party Animals is that. And that team delivered on that. I mean, we saw this game 2 years ago and said, this game's ready to go. Let's go. And they said, hold up, we're going to cook it up a little bit. And man, The animals are cute. The costumes are cute. The gameplay is fun. It's inviting. It's easy to learn. This isn't Fall Guys where, hey, if you don't got it, you're going to be in the back of the pack eliminated all the time. It's anyone can win. Anyone can play this.
Laugh till your face hurts type shit.
This game is so special. Day one on Game Pass, too. Another great win. Moving on, number 3. And, you know, my other 2 are in the mix, but number 3 is only up. Man, oh, man. This game took over the world. And I love when games dominate the conversation and come out of nowhere like Among Us did recently. Like, this game, everyone and their mama was playing only up. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone had the frustration. Everybody was screaming from falling. And I think it was just one jabroni that made this. Shout out to that person.
Some of the best KindaFunny streams, too.
Unbelievable content coming out of this game. And also, I love a good challenge. I love Lies of P. I love From Software games where I am challenged to be better. I want that. And when you talk about Only Up, it is the challenge of learning the routes, putting some speed on that, not being afraid to fall, because you're going to fall and it's going to suck, but you're going to get back up and try again. And like to see my friends, this team play that and identify with it just like I did, where it was so much fun and it made me laugh. What a great game. And like that must be highlighted. It's one of those where it's like that took over the world for like 2 months and it was special.
That game to me is proof that video games can be so many different things, and we can sit here on a Game of the Year conversation and talk about like the narratives and the gameplay and the this and the that, whatever. Only Up, man. The feelings it gave me, the 6 hours or so that I streamed it, that shit was like, oh my God, man. There was something about it that was so captivating that I'm like, I gotta try.
I can go higher.
I can go higher. But I hated it. I hated it so much. But it was that perfect type of love-hate relationship that sometimes you're banging your head against the wall.
It was just janky enough.
It was just janky enough that it felt like you're fighting the game, but you want to beat the game.
Yeah.
God, it was great. It's right. And so that's a special one for me. Number 2, Diablo 4. I'm a Diablo kid. I'll always love it. And number 1 was Spider-Man. We talked about it. It was a blast. So thank you for letting me highlight my top 10. I know I usually sit here during these, and I'm a little bit different from everybody else. But any game that makes me smile, any game that's fun, I can't wait to go back to and share it with all of you.
Built different, big dog.
Next up, with 5 of their personal games on the top 10 list, is one Janet Garcia.
Yeah, I was Mike this year. It felt weird to be Mike. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's very
I
quiet.
was like the episode was going. I was like, oh my God, I'm Mike. And I turned to Mike, and there was just a mirror, and I was like, holy shit. All right, number 10, I got Cocoon.
Woo!
Number 9, Vemba. 8, Pikmin 4. 7, Chance of Sonar.
Let's go!
6, Lies of P. 5, Spider-Man 2. 4, Dead Space Remake.
Let's go.
3, Alan Wake 2. 2, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And 1 is Baldur's Gate 3.
I will have a fun little tidbit for you, Janet. Last year, you only had 4 games on the official
Really?
top 10. So you're moving on up. Moving on up.
Man, it doesn't feel that way, but thank you for putting it in perspective, because I guess it has been different. 10 is Cocoon. Great puzzle game. Sort of, I think there's a lot of different approaches to puzzle games. I think it's funny that so often I think from that genre, we hear people say, oh, well, I'm not like a puzzle game person. And I'm a firm believer that in every single genre, even if it's not your purview, you can find something to get into. And I think Cocoon is a great example of a puzzle game that doesn't like force you to bang your head against the wall, but it's still really enjoyable in its own right. And there's, I think, brilliance in that design as well. I think a lot of people might knock Cocoon for being like,
What's Sarah doing down there?
a bit like run of the mill,
What did I do?
like a bit, repetitive and like, okay, we've seen these kind of structures many a times, but I think the execution, the sound design, I think this has the best sound design of the year potentially, in just the way it kind of hits this environmental organic meets
Alien.
machine. Yes, like it's got like it's so evocative. It's also a vibe video game for sure, like in the way that like Alan Wake is, where just being in that world, there's something tantalizing about it, and getting to engage with the world through its puzzles. And I think it does a good job at like teaching you how to play the game as well, which is an important tenet of any puzzle game. Like it is very much giving like classic school structure of like, you learn this, okay, now it's building, and then you play, and it kind of goes in that way. Animation style is incredible. I'm not gonna lie, didn't like the bosses, but we don't talk about the boss battles in Cocoon. If you beat them, they were very cool. If you struggled, it was a little annoying.
Oh, so like I was really impressed that it must have been very odd for them to have this like, this is like a puzzle game. This is nothing else. At first, when we first saw it at Summer Game Fest, I thought it was like a top-down isometric like combat type game. And then once you get to the boss fights, I felt like, man, it must have been a weird choice to be like, we're going to throw boss fights in here. But to me, they felt like they fit perfectly in a puzzle game because it wasn't, you don't suddenly have a gun and you're shooting shit. I thought they like fit really well. I enjoyed the whole game. It was my number 11. It just fell out. Jedi Survivor knocked it out.
Yeah, it's a really cool experience, and I think definitely one that people should have. It was one of my favorite puzzle games of the year, and there's a couple puzzle things on here. But 9, I got Venba. Holy cow. This is, which, Greg, was this on?
It is on my list.
Okay,
We'll get to it in a second.
Okay, you don't want to?
I don't care. Yeah, for me, I put Venba number 6 on my list.
Okay.
Yeah, what a touching game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, if people have any things in common, I think it's good to just kind of, jump in the way like Mike did with us and Pikmin. But yeah, Venba was so incredible. It's a game that I thought I knew what to expect. I'm like, okay, like it's this, like first generation, like Indian immigration story. And there's like this like cooking aspect, and it's telling the story.
It's going to be this puzzle game of figuring out the food, what ingredients missing, how do you do the thing.
Exactly.
Great.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm guessing, and then it's like, I kind of knew, like it felt like it was going to be very predictable, like me going into it. And I play a lot of these story games. So I'm like, and people are like, it's really good. And I'm like, all right, we'll see. I'm like, I'll be the judge of that, right? I pick it up. I'm like, holy shit, this game's amazing. I feel like if you're like me and you're like, I kind of know what to expect, this is a great example of a game where, again, it's not about the story you're telling in terms of plot. It's about the way you execute that storytelling. Yeah. And I think Venba is, in many moments, a masterclass in execution. It knows exactly when to say what it wants to say and when to hold back, when to let you fill in the gaps. The music also is incredible as well. Like
the art,
it's just
the music.
It hits for me like the whole way through. I don't really have notes on this game in a lot of ways. I know some people are like, oh, I don't know if I like the puzzles or I wanted more cooking or whatever. And again, there's always a conversation to be had about, breaking something down. But I talk about Venba like this is this year's Unpacking. Like it's the game where you hear it and you're like, I don't know, opening boxes. Then you're like, oh my God. And then when I had to put the diploma under the bed, right? Like Venba kind of has those pockets of brilliance.
And I think it does
this, cooking story game.
For wanting more from it, that's how I always want to leave a game. Yeah. I think Venba does a great job of not overstaying its welcome, giving you this. Definitely, I wanted more. I went back and replayed it for the platinum, so I had to do certain things again. I was like, okay, great, that's awesome for it. But yeah, to your point of the story going places I didn't expect it to. And then, of course, it's just accomplishing what I love out of my video games in these kind of narrative video games is putting me in somebody else's shoes, right? Like, I will never know what it's like to be an immigrant in North America. It's up in Canada, right? But be an immigrant in this country, then raising a first-generation Canadian, like, how do you go through and what would happen and how do you maintain your culture and all that stuff? That was all so good.
I think, too, like, something that I think we've talked about before, and, like, I know I've had this conversation, like, over on Remap, like, Patrick had brought this up, but the way that in Min-Max, it's kind of all blurring together, right? Like a lot of places have talked about Venba, but the way that it's not solely like the classic. I mean, it is a little bit like the kid who's like, getting used to like the culture they now live in, the detachment from the parent, but you also get like an aspect of the parent's perspective too. And you really get to empathize with both like of those people having that experience.
That's the thing that hit for me because like, I'm somebody who my parents moved here from Nigeria, right? And like in the way that Greg's like, not knowing what's going to happen in the next moment. For me, it was like the thing of knowing exactly where it's going.
Yeah,
and being
same
able
with my dad from Mexico.
Yeah, being able to relate to every aspect of it. And also like this game really made me feel something that I've not felt playing a video game before, which is guilt. Because did a flower just fall in your eye? I thought it was a tear, and I was like, oh, damn, I didn't realize we're,
You're killing right now, you're crushing, bless.
But it was the thing of like,
only you would call that out too. I'm like, people on like, there's no point in drawing, and you're like, what's going on?
I'm not with this professionalism bullshit.
Go ahead.
But yeah, like, kind of seeing myself through the game and like being in a place where like, hey, I'm watching this story of this mother who's raising her child and doing all the best she can, right? And like seeing that and seeing my own mother and being like, damn, dude. And like getting to the point where, later on in the game where like the child sort of grows up and realizes and like, has this moment of wanting to kind of go back and like appreciate where he came from and all these things and going like, oh man, I want to learn how to make this dish.
Yeah.
It coincided with a similar moment for me where like I played that game right after Thanksgiving and right after I brought jollof rice to the Friendsgiving that I went to. And having conversations with friends about like, oh man, am I ever gonna learn how to make jollof rice? Like, oh, I want to, but it seems difficult. Like, yada yada. And me playing that game and being like, I need to learn how to make jollof rice.
Yeah.
Like, I need to learn how to do this. Actually, I'm not like it's very rare that I have a reflective moment like that playing a video game that feels like it's putting up a mirror to me. And Venba was that for me.
I think too, it's so special the way again it's able to subvert expectation, in which the expectation is the like kind of cliches or the things that we know, right? Where there's people talk about like experiencing culture through food being a very like baseline interaction. Like I think for a lot of us, like when it comes to like reaching out to other cultures, like it might stop at food, unfortunately, I think for a lot of people. So it's that idea of something that sometimes can be very shallow, but they really did examine like the depth of it. It's integration of like language and how it communicates like different language being spoken, while also as like to the player, you can follow along, but you know what's like stuff like that is so smart. And I think like so many people, you know, out there listening might be thinking, well, I'm not like a story person. Like, oh, I don't know if I want a story, just read a book. And if that's you, like, you know, that's fair and fine because we can play games how we want to play games. But if you're open to it, I really implore people to check out something like Venba because I think it's such an example of, you know, Barrett mentioned earlier, like frustrations of like Tears of the Kingdom, like what people say about like that game. I think people so often ignore the many video game aspects that go into a game like this and a storytelling experience in the way that the video game medium really can be used to enhance and do something unique where it's like, no, you can't just it would not hit the same.
Yeah.
It is different.
Yeah.
And it's like, I feel like when people have that, I'm like, you either have a very specific image of what a narrative game is, or to be frank, maybe play some bad narrative games. Because like me and Greg be in the bad narrative game bed all the time.
Come join us.
What game we play? Like that.
The Hearts, right? Something.
We're the Heart League.
Yeah.
Which, okay, not bad, but like very okay. Very okay.
We were
bad.
it was so okay that we were so mad we
But
talked
also,
about it.
yeah, but also like when you get in the weeds, then you really start to like learn like what it takes, where like things are, and like through that study, I'm really able to like fully appreciate and communicate like what makes Venba special. So anyway, I won't spend this amount of time on every game, but Venba is very cool. 8 is Pikmin 4. We already talked about it with Mike. You're a little guy. I think also too, Pikmin 4 really hit for me in the post-Tinykin era where I was like, bro, I already had Tinykin and you're not going to give me a soap skateboard. So what are we going to do here? What are we doing here? But I think it did say, hey, we still know how to like do our own shit and we know how to do it well. And again, as far as puzzles, very smart design. 7 was Chance of Sonar.
Let's fucking go.
Where is this? I know did this make your list?
Chance was, I think, number 7 on mine.
Okay, hell yeah.
I believe, yeah.
Dude, Chance is so incredible. It was such a year for puzzle games this year with like, you know, the viewfinder hype, the humanity hype, all of that. And I'm like, we need to talk about Chance of Sonar because I played this and holy shit, this is like the best puzzle game of the year for me. And like just one of my favorite games that I played this year, again, talking about like a unique video game, like the concept of Chance of Sonar is essentially you are in a place and you don't speak that language. Like you can't understand it. It's all like text. And the game aspect of it is you'll see these glyphs or characters, however you want to conceptualize it. And you have a notebook in the game where you write down like what you think it means. And like you type it out on console, you type it in on PC. I think it plays fine on either because you're not writing like novels. So you'll say, you know,
It's
the
like
first
food or
up, you know, and like,
walk,
and you're not writing like
door.
every 2 seconds. So just, you know, for people that are trying to wrap their head around like, oh, I've never heard of this. Like, what is this game? Like the first thing you encounter is like a lever and it like opens and closes the door and they have like a glyph on each one. So then at that moment you might write down open, close. You might write down up, down.
Yeah.
And like, so you know, it's funny because so many of the games we talked about were expressing players having the ability to solve things in different ways and get to different points in different ways. I think Chance of Sonar is incredible at that. It is so good at like teaching you a language too. And I think my favorite thing about this and what makes this to me like, I don't want to say like the perfect puzzle game because that's overly dramatic. It's not Portal, right? Which is the perfect puzzle game. But I think what makes it such a brilliant puzzle game is that it, you know, unlike Cocoon is very like frictionless if you're good at puzzle games. Like, oh, I know how to do this. Chance, like, different people will get hung up on different stuff because it just depends on how you take in information in the world. And the beauty and brilliance of Chance of Sonar is if you're having a hard time, you can just keep going through the level and eventually you're going to get it. And it has like built-in checks where they like make you confirm, you know, what these things mean. Like they end up giving you like, you know, a suite of words. They're like up, down, left, right, happy, sad. And it's like you have to slot them in. So it does have like built-in checks. Like you're not going to end up just being totally like stuck and lost. But at the same time, like I can be like, dude, Andy, I don't know what the fuck any of this is. And Andy could be like, oh, I'm flying through it. I'm killing it. And then at the same time, I can see Andy get stuck on something where I'm like, he doesn't know this says pots. When's he gonna figure like what's going on? So it's such like
he's at the pot store.
Yeah, like he doesn't know, and he's like, I'm like, no, they're pointing at it, you know. So it is such a game about that. And I think the last thing like I want to say on Chance of Sonar before I think want to hear briefly from what you think about it, Andy, but is, you know, I have an educational background in that you learn educational philosophy. And there's an educational philosopher named Vygotsky who came up with this thing called the zone of proximal development. What this is picture like a bunch of circles. In the innermost circle, it's things you can do. In the outermost circle, it's things you can't do. In the middle is things you can do with help. And that's where learning takes place. And Chants of Sonar knows exactly how to hit that middle, where you get just enough to like help you along, but it's not giving you the answer. It's pushing you into pushing your own understanding of the world it's having you explore. It is so freaking good.
Yeah.
I don't know, what is it, like $20 or something? I don't know what it is. Like, just get it. Like, it's an incredible video.
Yeah, I had to buy it after like so many different people talking about it on a lot of different podcasts.
And also, you were shout out to you, because I saw you talking about it on Twitter, and you were one of many people who pushed me to go play it.
And by the end of it, was just kind of really blown away and stunned by you know, kind of having these big reveals. And I think the overall theme is also just very, very well thought out and very cool.
Yeah, it's like a super special game. So that's like that's like the game that it may not be number one on my list, but it's the game that I started evangelizing, the way I've been like making people play Chicory or making like this.
Sure.
Chance is the one where I'm like,
Same,
hey,
yeah.
come out back, let me show you Chance of Sonar. and he's there with his PC, running at a million frames. But
Got the shit on, 200
exactly.
frames per second.
Oh my God. The art's very cool too. 6 is Lies of P. We've talked about it. It's dope. Will I finish it? Mind your business. 5 is Spider-Man 2. Also an incredible game. 4 is Dead Space remake.
Game.
Admittedly, right? It's like, oh, it's not really doing anything different than the old one. Well, I didn't play the old one because I'm not old as fuck, okay? I'm only a little old because today's my birthday. But yeah, it's an incredible video game. And a lot of times on these lists, I don't really like putting remakes because it is kind of like the a great game, still great. Who would have known, But I'm like, fuck it. It was an incredible video game. And I think, again, talking about sound design, it totally nails it. And what I really love is like a first-time experience with Dead Space is the way that it has like horror coming at you from all fucking angles, like, and literally all angles. Shit's coming out of the vents, shit's coming out of lockers. And also my favorite thing about it is the ways, like, I think horror is at its best when it allows space for you to impose your own fears and paranoia onto it. And the Ishimura totally captured that. Like, one of my favorite moments in that game was like walking into like a corridor and being terrified by like this shrieking sound. And it's just like the plants getting watered.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and it's like, fuck, man, like
Sound
everything
design is
in
so
here.
good in Dead Space.
And like in general, like horror games, like rock sound design, because it allows for such like creativity and like visceral sounds. But like, it's so good. And also like in between all of that, like the seriousness and like the dread of everything, there's also like some fun ass shit.
Yeah.
Like, I would take those fucking fans and I would just be throwing fans at people. There's an obscene amount of hamburgers on the Ishimura as well. Didn't make it why it's on my list so high, but it's just like funny, weird shit like that. Just experimenting with like playing with like the different weapons and things. Not a perfect game. I still think the flying like boss things, I'm like, this thing sucks. And they're like, you should have played it in the original. It was even
So
worse.
bad.
I'm like, it was worse? Wow. That surprised me, but I loved Dead Space.
I had
It
a
was
lot
great
of fun
time.
with it too. Yeah, that was my first time playing it this
I
year.
saw a good amount of your stream. We were like kind of weirdly in sync with like certain games this year.
It was a freaking blast. I thought I was gonna be too scared for it, but I found a lot of fun in like the challenge and trying to like challenge myself like accuracy wise. Can I hit that perfect limb and blah blah. Like, I just had a lot of freaking fun with it. The combat was great, and all the different weapon types. Yeah, it's like you wanted to try everything. What is the bloodiest, worst way you can take down one of these enemies?
Also, story-wise, like I didn't like get heavy into the lore of like reading all the notes and all this stuff. Like, I did enjoy like I live tweeted like my playthrough of it, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this person, and people were like, just wait, like, and I don't know. There's something really like fun and cool about that too. 3 is Alan Wake 2. Dope but very flawed piece of art. 2 is Tears of the Kingdom. Better than Breath of the Wild, which is like the greatest game ever. And then somehow 1, Baldur's Gate 3. Because again, just I think really incredible at every angle. And I think just specifically the way it's able to flex narrative, I think is such a challenge and such an accomplishment that like I can't not have that at number 1.
For sure.
That's my top 10.
Very nice. Good top 10, Janet.
Love to see it. Barrett just walked out of the room, but he's running back in to announce who's next.
Tied with Janet with 5 games from their personal list, making it to the top 10 was one Tim motherfucking Geddes.
It's me, everybody.
See that coming.
I didn't know.
I'm like, when am I coming up?
Coming in at number 10, we had Super Mario RPG, a game that I think is very overlooked in its modern incarnation because the timing of it coming out, and then I think a lot of people are like, oh, I've heard a lot about Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. I'm going to wait for that one.
Damn, that's me. You're talking to me.
I mean, well, it's great. That's great. And you're going to have an absolute blast with Thousand Year Door. Like, I do think at the end of the day, it is the better game. Super Mario RPG, though, there's something so special about it because of how different it was back on the Super Nintendo. And they managed to completely maintain what made it special back then in this modern way that feels so Nintendo in all the best ways. Love the character, love the story. The gameplay is fun. This is like a perfect type of remake where it just feels like you're playing the old game again, but like how it should look nowadays, widescreen, just everything being great. The amount of times I pulled out my OLED to show Andy or Bless, like, look at how good this game looks. Like, it is stunning art direction, and that is not something I expected after the first trailer, because I was like, this game's kind of ugly. I don't know how I'm feeling about this, but in action, I'm like, wow, this game is beautiful.
And Mario's like even shorter.
He's so cute.
So cute, man.
Everyone's all smoosh.
Yeah.
I do appreciate a
You're the
smooth
little guys.
cast, yeah.
The game's funny as hell. I think that's the thing. And the game is
That's what I've
funny
heard.
by not just like, oh, it's written in a funny way. It's like, or like they're saying funny things. It's a funny video game. Like, the gameplay is funny. Like they do things that they're playing with your understanding of a basic RPG or a Mario game and make you do things that you're like, I'm just having a good time because of like what I'm doing is not challenging or not necessarily at the most gameplay like intensive thing, but it's like, I see what you want me to do, and it's very rewarding in a way I'm rarely rewarded in games. So shout out to Mario RPG. Next up.
Oh, did you go through your whole list yet?
Oh, sorry. Good call. Yeah. So number 10, Mario RPG. 9, Resident Evil 4 Remake. 8, Hi-Fi Rush. 7, Super Mario Wonder. 6, Disney Illusion Island. 5, Jedi Survivor. 4, God of War Valhalla. 3, Final Fantasy 16. 2, Spider-Man 2. And 1, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Going down there, Resident Evil 4 Remake coming in at number 9. This was a tough one for me because it was between this or Dead Space. Similar to what y'all have said. The like pretty much like 7 on to 20 of the list. Like, a lot of things could be mixed around. But I think that Dead Space Remake and Resident Evil 4 Remake are 2 sides of the exact same coin. And that coin is 2 of the best survival horror games ever made with a definitive edition now. Like, this is the best way to play these games that both came out at the most unfortunate time. I feel like Dead Space coming right after Callisto Protocol made a lot of people write it off. Resident Evil 4, just because of where it came out with how many other amazing brand new games were coming out, in addition to being so close to RE2 Remake, RE3 Remake, RE7, RE8, people a little RE'd out. And I feel like if we had maybe a couple more years to get to 4, I think a lot more people would be talking about it because it's an amazing game. And the reason I ended up edging out Dead Space with Resident Evil 4 Remake on my list is over the break, I borrowed Greg's PSVR 2 and I booted up RE4 in VR.
Ooh.
And the fact that one of the best games ever made can work in VR as well as it does, and just I am immersed and I am in this, and it's the entire actual, not just Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 Remake. Like, there's wizards over there at Capcom. The engine's amazing. The talent and skill that they display is just unmatched. I'm so damn impressed.
Beautiful.
And I will say, like, I don't know where I fall on the motion sick side of things. I had to stop playing pretty soon. Like, I was like, I can't imagine actually playing through the entirety of RE4 that way. But I do think that it's so damn impressive. And I think that as somebody that wants to see VR succeed and wants to see tech kind of progress like that, like, it is so impressive that this game can be this good in that form. And I'm so happy for the people out there that get to enjoy it that way, because I do think it, for many people out there, could be like the ultimate way to play that game. Next up, I have Hi-Fi Rush, where I talked about it. Love it. Coming in number 7. I think this is the first time we're talking about this, unless Paris did earlier.
Yeah, Parris talked
Okay,
about it.
I was in the bathroom there. Super Mario Wonder. Love it. Return to form for 2D Mario in so many different ways. At the end of the day, it's not my favorite Mario game, and I feel like I come off as a hater when it comes to this game, but like, I just care about Mario so much, so I have a lot of opinions. You know?
I too
I
hate
care about
Mario
Mario.
with my heart. Yes.
Yeah, so it's interesting where Mario Wonder, I think as time goes on, I think that the world's going to remember it a little less favorably, and I think I'm going to remember it more favorably. Like if I were to guess how the future would look, there will be some balance. I don't think it's going to be that extreme, but I do think that I'm going to come up on it. But can't wait to see what Mario does next. I'm happy that it seems to be on the right track, and what a wonderful time here. Then number 6, Disney Illusion Island. This is the game I am the evangelist for. I will not stop talking about it. I had such a great time with it, and as the time went on, it only got better. Recently, they just put out a DLC drop that was just, I haven't played through it yet, but the little I have, I'm like, this is awesome. I am so happy this game is being supported this way. If you guys haven't heard me talk about this game already, it's incredibly special because by design, it is made to be people's first Metroidvania, and I think that they 10 out of 10 knock it out of the park in terms of giving a great onboarding process to teaching what I am growing to learn might be one of my favorite, if not my favorite genre, period, in video games is Metroidvanias. And using the Disney cast the way that they do, how funny the writing is, how amazing the music is. This, in the same way that I can say Mario Wonder and Zelda, it's authentically Nintendo. This is authentically Disney. And capturing that in video game form, especially for something like a Metroidvania that is multiplayer, that you can play with your kids. The difficulty options are vast. You can really, really play this game the way that you want to. And that meant I got to play it a little harder than I think a lot of other people would. And I had a great time doing that. Like the challenge was where I needed it to be. But yeah, super, super fun game that I think if you have kids, you should definitely play this game with them. If you don't have kids, you should give it a shot.
Kids.
Yeah. Honestly, like the way the sentence was constructed, it's like, if you don't have kids.
Then we got number 5, Jedi Survivor, like we had talked about. And then, yeah, coming in at number 4, God of War Valhalla. This was definitely a last-minute one for me. Last-minute one for anybody.
Same for me. This was my number 5, too.
Awesome. Love to hear it, man, because obviously didn't really get to talk about this that much because I played it during the break and we're back for the first time now. But I cannot believe how good that game was. I loved Dead Cells. I loved Hades. And they were the first time I played roguelikes like that. And I just got so into them and played them over and over and over and over. And no matter how much fun I had with them, I still was like, I just wish this was like a third as long as it is. I wish this was a little more condensed. I love the loop. I love the progression. I love the story. But like, I get it. God of War Valhalla was the answer for that for me. It gave me all the things I loved about those games, but in a God of War Ragnarok skin with all of the story and character and acting and everything that we got from Ragnarok.
Man.
All of it. And it really used a combat system that I love, God of War Ragnarok's, and it really puts you to the test of like, cool, now try everything. Don't just do the one thing that you did over and over and over again. Like, let's try every weapon. Let's try different strategies. And I am just absolutely bewildered that this was a free addition to the game. I don't understand the economics of it. I don't understand from the PlayStation perspective what they were doing. Like, that is absolutely wild to me because this, I mean, it's what I have it on was a number 4. Like,
let me bring it back up.
Yeah.
Number 4, I stand by this with all my heart, man. And in a year that I think is the best year of gaming software, that God of War Valhalla came through at the last minute and stands toe-to-toe with so many other games on this list. Like, it was incredible.
So you're trying to get into all this like games as a service stuff. Like, you $15 for this one. Made that. Like, make your bag.
Well, let me tell you about The Last of Us Part 2 remaster.
Yeah, this one was incredible, right? Like, it's funny because I forget where we got into this conversation. It must have been in regards to Valhalla, about me talking about like certain things in God of War's combat. I think maybe we were talking about like Last of Us 2 remastered versus God of War Valhalla. But like one of the things I think I've mentioned before is that like the spear wasn't my favorite weapon.
Yeah.
And the ways in which God of War Valhalla just totally changed my opinion on the spear and changed my opinion on God of War's combat in general, right? Because like one of my things with it is like, you know, I almost feel like the camera can sometimes be too close to Kratos, and sometimes feel that like it can almost be a bit like, you know, it half wants to be a bit Souls, but then also wants to be a hack and slash. And you know, there's so many different, there's so many different like mechanics that are happening that they like. You know, I think the thing that I remember saying like in the review and one of our conversations is that it feels like it's giving you every tool in the kitchen, but it doesn't feel purposely designed to like really allow you to like focus in and hone in. God of War Valhalla fixes every single issue that I've ever had with God of War's combat. Like the being able to start off your run and go, all right, this run, it's going to be a Blaze of Chaos run, and just focus in on that and focus in on one type of shield, focus in on like specific elements and level up those elements and really like have a build that is, all right, this build is all about stunning my enemies and fucking like getting the R3 death hit on them to like, really make that my meta for this run. I didn't know God of War could have a meta. Like the fact that they were able to figure that out in such a strong way and make just the pure gameplay of that game sing, right? Like we talk a lot about Sony games and PlayStation first party and how like, yeah, a lot of times it can feel like, man, you guys are serving the cinematics or serving the polish of it over even like sometimes the gameplay. They put gameplay first in this mode so much where I'm like, yo, I can't deny it. Like I would just play this game for the gameplay alone if there wasn't any story, if the game didn't look so gorgeous, right?
But there is, and it does.
Yeah, and the game looks gorgeous, and the story is really fucking good. Like the story is Kratos goes to therapy, and I think the way in which that they have Kratos reflect back on his past and reflect back on his actions. Like shout out to Barrett for his video essay about Kratos and if Kratos can be redeemed.
I
like,
fucking called it with a lot of the things I brought up.
I think they treat that character in such a smart way, and yeah, like I think God of War Valhalla is very special.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful epilogue for both 2018 and Ragnarok and the journey that Kratos takes. I can't compliment enough of just like the roguelike stuff that they played around with. It's such a fun time. It's so good that like it took me like a little over 6 hours, I think, to complete. And it was so good that it made me over our winter break. I played through 2018, replayed 2018 in like 3 days, and I'm still in the middle of a Ragnarok playthrough right now. Because the amount of things that it comments from both of those games and the original series, like playing through Valhalla, I felt so validated for playing through the original games for the very first time last year. And granted, that was to make that video essay from a little over a year ago, but Valhalla just really kicked ass in that sense. So, yeah.
And then my top three were...
hold on.
My top three are they're very not surprises at all. But Zelda's number 1, Spider-Man's number 2, and Final Fantasy 16's number 3. I said this earlier, but like I really, really, really wanted Final Fantasy 16 to be my number 2, just because of how much I love that game, and I really wanted to rock for it. But I just can't deny that Spider-Man 2 is, to me, like in any other year that Zelda's not there, it would have been my game of the year. So feel good about my list.
Spider-Man 2 would have stayed the same, and Final Fantasy 16 would have been over Lies of P, Tim. Think about that.
I didn't hear a word.
Think about what you've done.
Yeah.
No, but I felt it. So,
Yeah.
you know what I
I
mean?
felt the spirit of what he said.
I felt the weight of it, whatever it was. I don't know.
He's doing that with Dale?
Final Fantasy 16
Yeah.
or Spider-Man 2.
Well, it's where he ranked it. Spider-Man would have stayed the same.
Final Fantasy 16
would've gone
would've
alive.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Starfield will
And
still
hold
be
on,
in
real
front of
quick,
him, though,
real
right?
quick. I just want the reason I was harping so much on my placement of the 2 and 3 there is because I didn't want to play the game of like trying to like change how the votes would actually go here. And because of that, though, I didn't want to put Spider-Man too high because I was like, I'm worried that Spider-Man's going to win number 1 if we too many of us put it too high. And I'm like, I'm rooting for Zelda here. Like I do have something to say there.
Up next with 6 games was Parris. And so he already came through. Tied with Parris, though, as well with 6 of their personal games on the official top 10 is one Greg, CEO Senior Miller.
Hello, Barrett, Courtney. Let's go over my most personal list of all time.
my
Number
goodness.
10, Dead Island 2. Number 9, Horizon.
Jesus Christ.
I'll get to it. Let me come on. You want me to recap the entire list?
Bring Mike's list back up.
Whoa. Number 10, Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores. Number 8, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Number 7, Jedi Survivor. Number 6, Venba. Number 5, Diablo 4. Number 4, Before Your Eyes. Number 3, Alan Wake 2. Number 2, Spider-Man 2, and number 1, Starfield. A big conversation with me in doing this list was my enjoyment, what resonated, and then like what I committed to fully. I had on my short list for stuff that I wanted to get on there but didn't do it was Wild Hearts, Octopath Traveler 2, games that I was really, really enjoying, but I got stopped cold on by Jen's mom getting sick and never got back to them, which I thought is involved with my list of compelling, like, oh, that's interesting. I never finished that. Why not? Why didn't that draw?
Octopath was your player choice, one of your players' choice, right?
Yeah,
For the
exactly.
Smileys?
Yeah. But back to the list itself. Number 10 is always, I feel like I put something in there that's a bit goofy or whatever. I mean, let's talk about Huber from Easy Allies, right? Swimming in sevens. Dead Island 2 is not a 10 out of 10. There are other games that that were far better that I played, but Dead Island 2 I did see credits on, and I was super excited, still am, with the portal to play it and chip away at it and go do stuff. Not to mention the fact that Dead Island 2, of course, should not exist, right? This game that debuted and then got destroyed and then came back and then wasn't garbage. Okay, you know what I mean? It's a stupid schlocky B-movie zombie. Let's go kill things and slam things and put electrified katanas
The
out
houses
there.
look really good in there. Like the interior.
Yeah.
The game was gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a game I enjoy tinkering with. It brought Beans games into our life, so I'm a big Beans.
That's all that matters.
So I'm a big fan of that, and I'm excited to platinum Dead Island 2 one day. But it's just running around killing stuff. That's fun. Why not? Number 9, I put, of course, Burning Shores from Horizon on there. DLC.
Big year for LA on your list.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Los Angeles.
I was a
Los
slam
Angeles
dunk if it was an LA game this year. Burning Shores, we talked a lot about on PS I Love You, and throughout it, I thought it corrected a lot of the problems I've had with Aloy in the past, where Aloy is very quiet, or she's talking about stupid things, but she's not talking about what's going on in her head. She's not giving us character moments. She did here. They gave her love interest. Of course, this was a great reminder of how gorgeous Horizon is and how much fun Horizon is to play. We talk about, always a bridesmaid, never the bride, so many times when you're talking about Spider-Man, but also Horizon, right? Where it launched last year, and by the time we got to Game of the Year, there'd been a lot of other games that were better than it. And so it kind of is that thing of like, you kind of forget about blah. Like, Horizon is so much fun to play. We don't talk about how much fun it is to go and do. I enjoyed getting out there. I enjoyed playing it.
What is that?
Kevin just dropped off a random soda.
The guy across the street got a slushy machine now,
Green
so
drink.
it might be a slushy. Yeah, he's got a slushy machine.
Baja Blast slushy.
Whoa.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
And so, Burning Shores was one that I enjoyed going back to. It's what kickstarted my platinum journey.
I want to shout out also, like we talked about Alan Wake 2 and like how good that game looks, especially the character models. Like there's in my opinion, not a game out there with character models that look better than Burning Shores character models. Like they look better than they do in the main game because it's PS5 only. And when you first gaze upon the characters that are in Burning Shores, it looks unreal how good these characters look. But then I also want to shout out, and this is a controversial one, but the final boss fight in Burning Shores, which I think we're split on. Like I really like that boss fight. I think it's really fun, but then I also know that not everybody loves that boss fight. But I think that game has moments. I
enjoyed the narrative of it
A lot of
too, a
people
bit
like that
Elon
boss fight.
Musky kind of thing. On it.
But I don't know. Yeah. That boss fight's so weird because people are like, it's awesome, or they're like, this thing was ass. Like, there's no in between.
Yeah.
There's no in between.
When you talk about gameplay, that's where I'm like, dude, give me that. What was the Ghost of Tsushima DLC raid thing?
Oh,
Legends.
the Legends?
Yeah.
Give me that for Horizon.
I
man.
know.
We're gonna get it.
Supposedly,
We're gonna get it.
I know,
it's
but
gotta
like,
be one of the live service games that's still alive on
I'm worried
PlayStation.
now.
I mean, yeah, hopefully it doesn't get canceled.
Yeah, and also just Horizon. It's been an interesting year for Horizon with that, and then like because the VR was this year too, right?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, Burning Shores is awesome. Like it's just not on my list because I don't really care to put DLC on my list, if I'm being honest. But like, and also if I did, it probably still wouldn't make it. But yeah, it was an awesome time. I mean, we talked about it a bunch on PS I Love You. Like my favorite aspect is like the verticality it kind of leaned into in a way that it didn't in the main game. And I don't play a lot of DLC, but I do get a kick out of the way I think DLC offers a peek into the future for the franchise.
Sure.
And I'm a looking and I'm a liking. You know what I mean? Like it was a good DLC. It was fun.
Number 8 on my list was Tears of the Kingdom. A lot lower than a lot of people in here. It's another one for me where I feel like everything you guys said about the puzzles and the worlds and the 3 levels, all of it's true. For me, the problem is that I'm not compelled to go back to it because it is my fuck about game and go do a shrine and go do a thing or whatever. And when I was trying to get back on the story path, I just couldn't do it where I found myself, I don't care about the Zora. I'm not into this. Bless you talk about going back to these different parts of Breath of the Wild map, but here and see how it's changed. Like I just don't have that relationship with Breath of the Wild even where it's like, I remember enjoying Breath of the Wild 4 going into the Divine Beasts and doing the thing. But even then, it's like, I don't know.
That's the great thing about having a bad memory, Greg.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, it's just the Breath of the Wild map rehash. Like, I'm good. I don't remember that shit. Like,
but it's the fact that
remember anything.
it's that
Feel like,
coupled
see
with
that
the
rock
fact
over there?
that I
There
just
4 years ago.
I do not like the combat of Tears of the Kingdom. I love the exploration. I love what's over the hill. I love figuring out the puzzles. But then I gotta go fight a Bobkin. I'm like, oh, man.
Have you tried fusing a mirror to your shield?
I was also thinking of that same stupid joke. I'm like, have you put an eyeball on your arrow?
And so
Go
again,
try to it.
I'm not arguing the fact that it's a masterpiece and I deserve it as a game of the year or whatever. Just on my personal list, it didn't hit. It didn't smack. It didn't make me want to go see credits on it. And I doubt I ever will.
Shoot that fucking like gas plant at a big group of them. And they all get confused. They don't see shit, Greg. You sneak in there, fucking snap their necks.
See if I could do that, right? Even for you with like, if the parry was a bit better. You know what I mean? Or like dodge rolling or jumping.
I agree with you. Like,
Okay.
I think the combat is my least favorite part of Tears of the Kingdom.
I learned how to do that.
Just give me a normal fucking dodge roll.
That flurry thing, I didn't learn how to do that until the fucking end of Breath of the Wild.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
and I was
shit.
like, oh man, this makes everything way easier. I've been struggling for so long.
But then I found the fun
100
with
hours.
like the arrow gameplay and
Yeah.
things like that.
Number 7, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. We've talked that to death. Great game. Congratulations. Can't wait for more. Number 6, Venba. We also just talked about that, but once again, please everybody go play Venba. Number 5, Diablo 4. I think I ranted too long already on this show about it. Number 4, Before Your Eyes on PlayStation VR 2. As I've talked about at length in my review of it, and on just PS I Love You, right? Like, I totally missed it when it came to PC, when it was on your iPhone, all these different things via Netflix. Jumping into PlayStation VR 2, being immersed in that world, just bawling, dude. You know what I mean? Like, what a fucking game.
Yeah.
3 pointers.
What a game. What a story. Heartbreaking. Again, one of those Greg games. That's why I play games. I want to experience that. I want to feel that. I want to go to those places. We're doing streams this week where each one of us is coming on to show one or multiple of our games of the year, whatever. This is the one I picked. I'm going to do as much as I can in my slot with Mike and the team in there or whatever, because I just want more people to see this if you haven't played it.
It's so good. I genuinely think it's one of the best narrative games of all time. It blows my mind that this is not in that conversation with Gone Home and like the pantheon of like, and Journey, even though I don't like Journey, but like motherfuckers like Journey. So it's like, okay,
I'm with you, Janet.
Yes, the journey. But it's like in that conversation when we talk about that, like almost like the indie canon, like this needs to be in there.
Yeah.
And it's
I
not.
think-
I don't know
mean-
why. Maybe guys, not people have played it, but
I think part
it's
of it might be
incredible.
we've gotten so many like narrative games throughout the years that like
Sure.
Gone Home came out in a time where it's like, oh, I've not really played a game like Gone Home in a special.
Sure.
If Before Your Eyes
But-
came out in like 2013,
I feel like though Before Your Eyes, it has that 2013 energy of innovation through gimmick, but then justified through the story. Like the whole, for those who don't know, it's like you blink and then you like the blinking is the main mechanic. There is a way to turn that off if that like would really like fuck with your head or
telling
something.
me yesterday on the Smiles being like, I don't want to blink. I don't want to lose this moment.
yeah, that's how it be like though.
It's true. It really is. It honestly
When you
really
do it, like,
does.
oh fuck, the conversation was so good. What were they about to say?
Yes, but it also like knows when to like. It knows how to work with that, right? It's not a game where it's like, so if something gets in my eye, is the game over? Like, no.
Yeah,
it's
what
not
about
like
old
that.
Blinky over here?
Man, Blinky.
Greg hopped into my Twitch chat last night. I was like, this guy's blinking a lot. We should call him Old Blinky. And I was like,
I
what?
blink too much. Can't watch this.
But genuinely, it's such a moving and special story, and I think it is another one of those where you play it, and if you play a lot of narrative games, you're like, I know this is going, and then it's like, no, you
don't.
didn't,
Gotcha.
and you get emotionally bitch slapped.
Yeah,
It's great.
exactly. Dirty
know?
trick, but they
Yeah.
get you with it. Number 3 was Alan Wake 2, which we've talked about. Number 2 was Spider-Man 2, and number 1 was Starfield, which I talked at length about.
Who's next?
Up next with 7 of their personal games making the top 10 is one Andy, the Nitro Rifle Cortez.
Hello, gamers. Welcome in. Thanks for dropping by. Number 10, Jedi Survivor, a late entry. Just like the next 2 are RoboQuest at number 2. What the fuck is RoboQuest? Oh, actually, it's not RoboQuest.
Wait,
2,
hold
it's
on.
just part 1.
Yeah, and also, did you read your whole list to the audio listeners?
Oh, no, not yet. No. Jedi Survivor, RoboQuest,
Probably too busy.
Blasphemous 2. Sorry, Barrett, when I typed this list to you, I probably typed in RoboQuest 2. I didn't mean to do that, my bad. Chance of Sinar at number 7. Armored Core 6 at number 6. Number 5 is Lies of P. Number 4, Baldur's Gate 3. Number 3, Phantom Liberty, Cyberpunk. Number 2, Final Fantasy 16. And number 1, Tears of the Kingdom.
Wait, so is it just called RoboQuest?
Yeah, just called RoboQuest.
Gotcha. Let me redo the scores here. Okay, yeah, RoboQuest was still the only one. Voted in.
Damn.
Sorry.
My bad. Jedi Survivor, talked about that. A great late entry. Just to beat out Cocoon and Spider-Man 2. I think he just did a lot of awesome stuff. We talked about it. Very, very good video game. Did y'all hear what Parris said, by the way?
No.
Oh, y'all were going to the restroom.
I'm Parris.
Parris said,
I got a bunch of grown kids.
Oh man, look at me. I got a
said-
cyberpunk chair.
Parris said, I mess up my list point blank, period. That's he always says point blank, period.
Yeah.
I caught on too.
He loves point blank.
But no, when y'all went to the restroom, Parris said that he fucked up his list and he meant to put Jedi Survivor on his top 10 and he didn't.
What do you put instead?
I don't know.
Whatever
like,
10 was, I
he
guess.
just forgot about Jedi
He said he
Survivor.
just like forgot that it came out. So I'm just
Oh,
gonna
okay.
excuse the sickness, but Jedi would have been higher. So let's think about that. We'll recount, revote.
I like the way it is.
We need to stop the steal, everybody. I just
you Baja
Baja Blast. Number 9 is that game that was on the list right there, RoboQuest. RoboQuest is a game that came absolutely out of nowhere because I was talking about that Mega Man first-person shooter roguelite called Battle Shapers, a terrible name. And then some people were like, Andy, you should try RoboQuest, another terrible name, and ended up being one of the best feeling first-person shooters I've ever played. Awesome movement. It is like, I kept on saying this is going to be like my Ghost Runner of this year or the Boomerang X, but it also kind of just became Vampire Survivors, where it's like, I'm here for the gameplay.
Wasn't there a Ghost Runner that came out this year?
Yeah, Ghost Runner 2.
Ghost Runner 2. No, but like when Ghost Runner first came out,
Yeah.
then it was
Wow.
Boomerang X, and then it was Metal Hellsinger. I was like, wow, I'm getting like this type of game every year. I thought that was going to be this sort of like just first person experience, but it ended up, I keep on equating it to Vampire Survivors, where I'm here for the gameplay. It is such a well-made roguelite with a lot of different abilities and a lot of different weapons, and it does so many little satisfying things to make you just feel good. And anytime you get like a critical hit or a kill, it's like, dun, and you get another one, dun, and it kind of does that Valorant thing where each next kill like goes up higher in pitch, and it sounds awesome. It's so fun to play. It's got one of the most insane soundtracks. Like you're playing levels like, chat, I'm just going to turn the fucking music up on this right now. Don't listen to me. I'm just about to rock out to this shit because it's like insane, like, but when me and Ray streamed it, it was just a freaking great time. RoboQuest is very, very well done, and it's on Game Pass. And if you have a friend that has Game Pass, play that shit co-op because it's even more fun. Yeah, the abilities just scale up in a very, very fun way, and suddenly, it, like what Blessing was mentioning with Ragnarok, shit. I guess I have this really, I have this legendary fucking like throwing knife, a kunai or whatever. I guess this is just a kunai run now, and maybe I'll level this thing up, and now I have ice power, so now it's an ice run, and I'm freezing things up. A lot of different variables. It's like one of the most fun games I've ever played. RoboQuest, very, very good. Go play that shit. Number 8 was it Chances Sonar? No, Blasphemous 2. Blasphemous 2. Blasphemous 2. Not The Last of Us 2. Blasphemous 2. Everybody. Audio listeners. Blasphemous 2. Starts with a B.
Last was 2?
Ends with an S.
Part 2?
It's a Metroidvania that everybody was like, dude, you got to play part 1. And then part 2 came out. And then everybody was like, you got to play part 2. And I was like, I just don't know if I have the time. I'm so happy I picked it up. I ended up buying that shit on Steam. And it is one of the smartest Metroidvanias that I've ever played in terms of design. It filled that hollowed hole in my heart, Tim. It filled that shit. Amazing boss fights, like some really difficult shit happening in here, but just the smart design where you start off picking one weapon, and that weapon also helps you. If you pick like a heavy item, you get the heavy weapon. You start off with that, and you're just like, I guess I'm not going to get the light or the medium weapon, but you eventually unlock those. But there's in the world big like hanging bells everywhere that you can hit with the big weapon, and it'll ring out, and it'll make certain little platforms appear in the world. But the medium weapon doesn't do that. What the fuck does the medium weapon do? Well, I ended up unlocking the medium weapon, and that allows me to do like a ground pound ability that then cuts open like walls that have been closed off. And all these 3 weapons then coincide with opening up the rest of the world. In addition to what Metroidvanias do is like, now I have a double jump. Now I have an extra air dash. All that fun shit. It feels great to play. It looks amazing, and it's like some of the best pixel art you'll ever see. The fact that they are like able to animate some of this shit in pixel art like makes no sense, and it must have been so time consuming. But it looks amazing. It sounds great. It feels great to play. Go play Blasphemous 2. And now it's like I gotta go play part 1 now. Fuck, like really, really great game. Number 7, Chances Sonar. We already talked about that. Amazing little puzzle game. With an awesome story and kind of just like a lesson by the end of it. You're like, man, I feel better for playing this game. Better than everybody here on this panel, honestly. Not Janet, though. Armored Core 6 was my number 6 game, and we talked about that already.
Call it by its name.
Huh?
Call it by its name.
Oh, yeah.
Fires 621. We're on to the fires of Rubicon. Don't burn in the fires of Rubicon. Yes. This game is so good, man. Again, I kind of equated it to Christopher Nolan of like, I'm making a new movie, I'm Christopher Nolan, I'm making a new movie. What's it about? Are you diving into people's dreams? Are you thinking about their imagination? What sort of weird shit are you doing? It's like, nah, I'm making a movie about the guy who made the atomic bomb. It's like, that's kind of weird, but like, I guess I'll be there for that. And that was their version of this. Like, no, we're not doing a Souls-like. We're doing this robot game we made 10 years ago. And like, all right, well, good luck with that shit. And they didn't need the luck. They said, fuck you. We don't need your luck. We're going to pop off.
I love
with
this
title.
retelling. Can we get like Andy's video game history?
Yeah, like they just popped off with it. And it was,
I love how we've already talked about it, but let me give you this soliloquy. It's like monologue. It's like amazing.
It's such a great time. Number 5 is, I already forgot, Liza P.
Who could forget? Liza P.
We talked about it, but I'll talk about it for 15 minutes. No, it's a great time. Number 4 is Baldur's Gate 3. Obviously, like it's just one of the best experiences ever, and I think the biggest achievement is that it made me feel okay with turn-based games.
Oh,
For that, all right, everybody chill out. I'm not gonna play Sea of Stars, Barrett. Number 3 is Phantom Liberty. Great story, great abilities, awesome acting. Set pieces, like that first set piece when that big like spider robot is chasing you is like the way that shit sets the tone. I was like, holy shit, this is about to be an adventure. Number 2, Final Fantasy 16. I would have never thought I'd care about a Final Fantasy game this way, and it will forever be one of my most memorable experiences ever. And Tears of the Kingdom, how did they made one of the best games of all time even better.
All right. Next up is myself, also tied with Andy with 7 of my personal games making it the top 10. Starting from number 10, going up.
I immediately was like, "Where is Sea of Stars?"
Number 10, Persona 5 Tactica. Number 9, Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty. Number 8, Spider-Man 2. Number 7, Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Number 6, Hi-Fi Rush. Number 5, God of War Valhalla. Number 4, Alan Wake 2. Number 3, Sea of Stars. Number 2, Armored Core 6. And number 1, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We've talked about 8 of the games already on my list, so I'll just shout out Persona 5 Tactica. Cute chibi game. I'm much like the boy Janichoa from Giant Bomb. You give me a nice, simple, cute tactics game once every few years, I'm gonna dig that shit. You can give me a nice little grid and some fun gameplay, some fun, addicting gameplay. I'm gonna be into that shit. Much like Mario Rabbids 7 years ago, however long Mario Rabbids was. Second one, not as much because there wasn't a grid there. There wasn't a grid in Mario Rabbids 2, so you lost me a little bit. But then Persona 5 Tactica, it's so satisfying, such a fun game. And then, of course, I want to shout out Sea of Stars, a game that everybody... Sea of Stars was my Psychonauts 2 this year. I was like, hey, everybody, go play this game, and... like almost nobody did. And it was,
you gotta wait to do your thing.
Like,
it's
5 hours.
Yeah.
I
will say, like, to start out talking about Sea of Stars, I think my biggest criticism of the game is why so many people drop off so fast. I think the first act hero's journey thing lasts a little bit too long, which is why everybody falls off. And it's 6 to 7 hours of that first act, and I think they could have maybe shaved it down to like 3 to 4 hours. Because once the first twist hits, it does not stop. I've talked to both Andy and I think Greg separately of like what happens in that story, and I think both of you guys knowing the spoiler stuff, like
it made my number 13 of no, I'm kidding.
Shut the fuck up.
Because of Barrett's retelling. It was great.
Yeah, and the way the twists and turns
our top 10 Barrett retellings.
the twists and turns from it are not the only reason why as well. I think it's such an accomplishment to obviously it wears Chrono Trigger on its goddamn sleeve, and just like Super Nintendo era JRPGs as a whole. But I think it stands out on its own. Like, yes, it plays homage a lot to Chrono Trigger. But I was really surprised how much, because Chrono Trigger was like one of the games I remember getting me interested into video games when I was a kid. And so that game means a lot to me. And I was surprised that this didn't come off just as a lesser version of Chrono Trigger. It was able to harken back to that era without just being that, and I think it was a big accomplishment for that. And really what this game is about is what do you bring to the world by just being and trying to be a good person. Garl is one of the best written characters, I would say, for the year, and the journey he takes and how he's able to affect the world by just being a good guy I think is really beautiful, and how he's not even like one of the 2 players you can choose to play as. He's in your party, but like how that affects the main characters and everybody else in the party and everybody you meet throughout the journey, I think is really special and beautiful. I will say we didn't shout out any honorable mentions for the list, but I have to call it out, Tim. The official KindaFunny honorable mention for this year was Sea of Stars, 1 point away from making our top 10 list.
Wow.
Because of Parris and I. Shout out to Parris, who I know talked about it earlier in the show. But you know what?
So sick.
I'm happy with
adding
it.
random games and forgetting other ones.
I never booted this up.
I'll fucking take it because I tried really hard. I tried really hard to get you guys to play it, and understandably, y'all dropped off, which I get. But so I'll take the honorable mention, coming in at 14 points, just 1 point off for making the top 10 list. But enough of that. Let's go to our last personal top 10 with 8 games from his personal top 10 making the official top 10 list was one. Blessing Adeoye Jr.
Bless, tell me everything about Street Fighter 6.
Oh man, let's talk about a conversation about Street Fighter
Goddamn
6.
too.
Yeah. So at my number 10, I have Super Mario Brothers Wonder. At number 9, I have Alan Wake 2. At number 8, I have Final Fantasy 16. At number 7, I have Armored Core 6: Fires of Rubicon. At number 6, I have Liza P. At number 5, I have Cyberpunk 2077: Phantom Liberty. At number 4, I have Hi-Fi Rush. At number 3, I have Baldur's Gate 3. And at number 2, I have Street Fighter 6. Then at number 1, I have Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I do want to give a shout out. I'm literally going to give 7 shout outs. I'm not going to talk about all these games, but my bottom 2 was so difficult. Like Andy, I had so many different versions of this list, and it really came down to my bottom 2 games.
That one looked right for you, though. You looked at that top 10, you're like, this
I looked at
one
it
looks
and
right.
I was like, I think
Today
this is
this
the
feels
one.
good.
But like in the bottom 2 spots, the other versions of the list I had before your eyes, I had Venba, I had Spider-Man 2, I had Hitman, Royal of Assassination, I had God of War Valhalla, Cocoon, and Metroid Prime Remastered. Those are all the games where I'm like, oh, I think I can fit this in. And I was able to fit any of those into my list. But yeah, like I guess going from the bottom, right? Like Super Mario Brothers Wonder, such a special game. Like Tim, I'm a Super Mario Brothers person. I really love 2D Mario games. And I think Mario Wonder was the thing to reignite my passion and love for 2D Mario games. Like I like the new Super Mario Brothers games. I have really, really good memories with new Super Mario Brothers on the Wii in particular because, I associate playing 2D Mario with my siblings, passing the controller back and forth on NES with my older sisters. And new Super Mario Brothers on the Wii was a similar thing of us playing on co-op and having a blast. Mario Wonder felt like such a, oh no, you gotta come back here, right? Like if it was another new Super Mario Brothers game, I'm sure it'd be great. Like it'd be a quality video game, but it wouldn't be enough to get me excited about the Mario franchise, at least the 2D Mario franchise. Mario Wonder got me excited. I love what they did with the Wonder Seeds. I love what they did with the aesthetic, with the style. With the different improvements and upgrades they have over the previous modern Mario games, like even the small things, like how animated Mario's facial expression is, or like going into a pipe and then the hat floating out and like him grabbing it and pulling it back in. Those are the things that were really cute, really cool, really fun, and added in a different vibe. And I think Mario Wonder is a case of how much style matters, how much aesthetic can matter. Like, obviously, I'm not necessarily a fidelity person. It's not the end all be all. Like, give me good gameplay. That's usually where I lie in terms of like what is most important for me. But Mario Wonder gave such good aesthetic. It gave such good style. And I think that really uplifted the entire energy, even though at its core, it's just another 2D Mario game, right? But I think the design of it is fantastic as well. Moving up through my number 9, right? Like I had Alan Wake 2, like I said, Final Fantasy 16, Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon, and like echoing what we said earlier, goddamn, that's such a good game, and I love the customization of it and all that. Liza P in my number 6, Phantom Liberty, like we talked about, so many cool moments, such a cool aesthetic, yada yada. Number 4, Hi-Fi Rush. Number 3, Baldur's Gate 3, and the number 2, Street Fighter 6, which is one of the best games of the year, unequivocally. Like I understand it's the fighting game genre, and so that's a genre that's not going to hit for most people. For me, oh yeah,
You got Baja blasted, everyone.
Andy's been making love to this slushy. So
it's wild because like the last sip you took was like 10 minutes ago, I swear.
Oh, this is right now.
And it's just hidden. Street Fighter 6 for me is one that is a culmination of, I think, my fighting game journey within my last lifetime, right? Because like growing up, I loved games like Super Smash Brothers for the N64. I think that technically was my first fighting game. But when I eventually got a PS2, I then fell in love with Mortal Kombat Deception. I fell in love with Soul Calibur 2. I played Tekken Tag Tournament, the first one. And like, I pretty much fell in love with like every major fighting game franchise except for Street Fighter. Like Street Fighter was the game that I'll go over to Addison's house to play.
Fuck yeah, Addison.
Like Addison had Super Street Fighter 2.
Or Addison's top 10.
Like, I'll text him and see. But he had Super Street Fighter 2 for Super Nintendo, and I'll play it at his place. And I was like, oh yeah, I like this Dalzim guy. He has stretchy limbs or whatever. That's cool, I guess. Okay, yeah, like all these other characters are cool, I guess. But it never stuck with me as like I gotta come back to Street Fighter sort of thing, right? I just appreciated it as a Super Nintendo game, but I was too busy and too excited by like the 3D fighters and stuff. Moving on, right? Like eventually the PS3 generation comes through, and like as I get older, I have a friend group that was really into fighting games, and around that era we were playing I think it was Tekken 6, and we're also playing things like the Mortal Kombat for PS3, and then also like they were really into Street Fighter 4, and I would try. That's another one where like I saw it, and I was like, really cool art style, really cool characters. They would beat my ass in Street Fighter 4, and I would try to get good, and it just wasn't working, and so I couldn't fall in love with it. As the years went on, right, it then turned into, I think, the last generation, PS4, where I started playing games like Dragon Ball FighterZ, Guilty Gear Strive, King of Fighters 15, and a lot of these games I started playing, the 2D fighters, also shout out to Soul Calibur because I forget if I mentioned that. A lot of these games felt like training for finally getting into Street Fighter for the first time all the way. Where, the reveal of Street Fighter 6 happened at that, I think it was the State of Play. It looked cool. Like there were teases of the World Tour stuff, and like a lot of questions of, oh man, all right, this feels like it's a return to form. People didn't love Street Fighter 5. Is this going to really bring it back? And getting my hands on that, like one of the network tests or open betas for the first time. I think it might have been a closed beta. Playing it for the first time and understanding what they're going for with the drive impact system, understand what they're going for with the parry system, understanding what they're going for with the art style and the vibrancy of the world and how good it looks on PS5 and all this stuff. That immediately got me in a way where, I've never been so, I guess, obsessed with getting better at a fighting game. Every mechanic feels right. This video game just feels right in terms of the the balance of, again, the different systems, the drive impact stuff, how I am in a place where I am understanding when to pull out the lights, heavies, mediums. I'm understanding spacing and movement, and I think Street Fighter 6, what it does, it does many things, right? Like it has like the mono controls, it has the World Tour mode, it has so many things to get
commentary,
it has so many things to get the general audience in. But for me, as somebody who I'm like, yo, I'm ready, I just want to get good at this game. I want to fucking like become a monster at it. It has so many things for me where I'm like, it just feels right. I lose in this game probably half of the time to maybe 55% of the time, and I never lose and get frustrated. I lose and I'm like, all right, fair play. Let's run it back. I can learn from this. Like, what did I do wrong? Like, where did I not hit my anti-airs? Like, what are the things I need to do? It is such a game that, even in the times where things aren't going your way and where other games would feel frustrating, it just feels right, and it feels inviting, and it feels fun. And, a lot of the fights almost feels like I'm having a conversation with the player on the other side, even though we're not wearing mics, right? Like it is, oh man, you read me on the drive impact, and so I know to keep an eye out for this for round 2, right? Or like, oh man, all right, this guy's jumping a lot. I know what to keep an eye out for. I am having those moments in every single match in Street Fighter 6, and it's so satisfying. It is so fun. But then it also is just, filled with such good style. Like I love the characters. I love Kimberly. I love Luke and all the new characters. I have action figures on my desk of Luke and Kimberly. I'm obsessed with it. And I really do think that it is one of the best and definitely one of my favorite fighting games ever made. And so that is my number 2. And the number 1 Zelda.
Nice.
Ever heard of Zelda, everybody?
Well, there you go, everyone. KindaFunny's Game of the Year 2023. Thank you all for hanging out with us over 4 hours as we did this. This was awesome. Again, special shout out to everybody involved in helping make this happen. We have Andy making the designs, Barrett making sure everything works and doing all of the math and getting B-roll and everything there. All of us for just being great. Making
Fran
great
for
content.
doing the VO again.
Joey for ordering pizzas for everybody. That's always that's key.
Let's
That's
go.
key. We got pizza
Now, before
out
we
there.
do that, though, before we get to the pizzas, we are going to go one by one and do our top 10 most anticipated.
Oh, okay, cool.
So,
Yeah,
Tekken
that sounds great.
Well,
And
I'm glad you're shouting out everybody, but also shout out to the audience for being here because of all of the, I'm sure, Prime subs you're giving out right now.
that's true.
And the KindaFunny memberships.
Don't forget about that KindaFunny membership.
Yeah,
What's the KindaFunny membership, Andy?
Yeah, for $10, unless you got gifted a KindaFunny membership, was very likely, then you would only have to spend an additional $5. But if you do so, you become a KindaFunny member, and then you have access to so much of our Patreon content, a lot of our backlogs, in addition to all the fun kind of feudy matches that we've had over the past year and a half.
That's right.
Year or so. Yeah, it's been a great time.
Ad-free shows, live podcast recordings, the Daily Greg
So much
Ways.
fun stuff.
And now,
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Janet. Happy birthday to you. Woo!
Thanks, guys.
Oh, look at you did the COVID way.
Yeah, we have to do the
That's
COVID way.
smart. I didn't think about that. Yeah,
It was a
yeah,
little
yeah.
scary you coming at me with that knife, but I was like, okay.
With the sunflower on top?
Yeah,
Dang, this
that's
is a nice
sick.
looking cake, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
told you, me and Mike picked that up yesterday.
Yep.
You know what I mean? No big deal.
Greg
Yeah.
is amazing.
well, happy birthday, Janet. Thank you so much for your contributions to Kind of Funny over the years. This
Yeah.
is your last official thing in your tenure as a part-timer at Kind of Funny. You've been doing PS I Love You for a very long time. You've been doing the Game of the Year with us the last couple years. But you're definitely welcome to join us going forward. But where can people find you in the meantime?
Yeah, you can find me across social media. My handle is GameOnysus. That's GameOnysus. I have my own Patreon at patreon.com/GameOnysus. Same spelling, pretty much everywhere under that. And yeah, I'll still be, out here making content on the internet, coming back when y'all will have me. And
Spoiler, she's on PS I Love You
I
tomorrow.
actually literally am on PS I Love You tomorrow.
Yeah,
First
dude,
guest
yeah.
appearance
Yeah, yeah,
of PS I Love You is
I was
tomorrow.
gonna walk up to Blessing and be like, Blessing, I'm literally like back already. But yeah, it'll be a fun time.
Love it. All right. Well, thank you all for hanging out with us. This has been an amazing year to talk about video games with all of them, with all of you. We're just getting started in 2024. We got a whole bunch of fun stuff. So please stay tuned to youtube.com/kindoffunnygames, twitch.tv/kindoffunnygames, and podcast services around the globe. Until next time, it's been our pleasure to serve you.